Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 702. I'm going to armament weave to find Master Yi Feng, a lockbreaker said loudly before leaping into space. Following his words, the other lockbreakers left one after another. Source Peak Planet was finished, so there was no point in staying. Phelan had a complicated expression, as the Lockbreaker Society was truly finished. Aren't you going to do anything? If you let them leave, then even if you become the president, you won't have many subordinates left, Lu Yin said as he looked around. Although Aiden had been injured, he was fine. The main problem was where Deng Pu had gone. He had not seen him since the start of the battle, and he had 3 pages of true insight. Phelan looked at Lu Yin. Are you really willing to support me as the president? Of course, Lu Yin replied. In the past, Phelan would not have cared if Lu Yin supported her or not. She had only looked for Lu Yin to use his identity to expose Saul's scheme, but things were different now. Lu Yin had called upon the Lockbreakers to defend the Hall of Insight and fought to the very end to help Fiendly kill his final enemy. He had a certain amount of influence in the hearts of these Lockbreakers. What are your conditions? Phelan asked. Lu Yin removed his universal armor and smiled. Source Peak Planet is finished. I know of a place that's very suitable for Lockbreakers, and I hope that you can move the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters there. Phelan's eyes flashed. Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin smiled. That's right. Phelan immediately refused. That's impossible. Source Peak Planet is the foundation of the Lockbreaker Society. Wrong. Lockbreakers are the foundation of the Lockbreaker Society. Without Lockbreakers, everything is just empty talk, Lu Yin said. You're the same as Wei Rong. You both want to carve up the Lockbreakers, Phelan said stiffly, and her eyes were filled with hatred. Lu Yin's smile faded. Wrong again. I'm different from him. I'm not the one who planned and executed everything. Phelan trembled. What do you mean? Lu Yin looked at her. President Jeffrey is no longer here, Vice President Saul has been expelled, Honorary Vice President Fiendly is dead, Mr. Jun has fled, and Yi Feng has joined the Wei family. You're the only one in the Lockbreaker Society who has the qualifications to become the president. If these Lockbreakers find out that you were the one behind the scenes, what would they think? Phelan's face paled as she stared at Lu Yin. What would they think if they found out that you, the president, had been tricked from the very beginning, causing the society to almost collapse? Lu Yin asked indifferently. You're threatening me. Phelan clenched her fists, her gentle face turning dark. I'm threatening you. Either you become the president and help me bring the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society to Frostwave Weave, and then I'll support you and the entire Great Eastern Alliance will support you. Or, you'll become a disgrace to the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society and bear the blame for its dissolution. Choose one. Phelan's body trembled, her eyes flickered, sometimes filled with killing intent, sometimes filled with helplessness and hatred. She wanted to kill him, but she did not have the ability to do so. Even if you don't say anything, once I bring the Lockbreaker Society to Frostwave Weave, Wei Rong will be exposed, Phelan said in a low voice. Lu Yin replied, perhaps, but if you don't do it, then I'll immediately expose you. Phelan looked at Lu Yin with pleading eyes. I can make you the honorary vice president of the society, and I'll even listen to many of your orders. Can you keep the society in Source Peak Weave? Lu Yin sighed. That's why I say that you're too narrow-minded and foolish. Source Peak Planet is just a place that the senior Lockbreakers established, and it's just a place. It once symbolized the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, but the moment the Hall of Insight collapsed, that symbol no longer had any meaning. What we need to do is erect a new symbol. You and I are the creators of a new chapter in the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society. Do you understand? Phelan froze in place, deep in thought. Lu-Yin calmly said, if you stay on Source Peak Planet, you'll forever be one of the presidents of the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, and the most useless one at that. Once the Innerverse and Outerverse are reconnected and Jeffrey returns, your value will be gone. But if you go to Frostwave Weave, the new Outerverse Lockbreaker Society will be created under your leadership, and everything that the Lockbreakers obtain will be provided by you. The person they need to respect is you, not the title of president. But what can I provide? If we rashly bring the society to Frostwave Weave, will there be any Lockbreakers willing to follow us? Phelan asked. Lu-Yin smiled. What did Yifeng do? You have to do better than him. Phelan was shocked. You want me to publicize my lock-breaking experience? Lu-Yin's lips curled up. It's not just you. Many other lockbreakers have to do the same. For example, Fiend Li. As one of the examiners, you should know where the Outerverse lockbreakers are stored, and you can share those source boxes with others. In any case, I don't care what you do, but you have to bring those lockbreakers to Frostwave Weave. In return, the Great Eastern Alliance and I will always support you. Phelan remained where she was, still in a dilemma. More and more lockbreakers left Source Peak Planet and headed to Armament Weave. Lu-Yin coldly said, Source Peak Planet is no longer suitable for survival. Make a decision quickly, or else most of the lockbreakers will be brought to Armament Weave by Yifeng. Even if you become the president, there won't be much meaning. Phelan looked up and leaped into the distance. I understand. Lu-Yin watched her leave and then looked underground. Wang Wen's voice rang out in his ears. Perhaps you'll gain even more than Wei Rong this time. I hope so. You want me to destroy Source Peak Planet's core and make it uninhabitable. Can I really bring the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society to Frostwave Weave? Lu-Yin asked. Wang Wen replied, of course, as long as you control Phelan. Lockbreakers have a very high status, and aside from the risks of lockbreaking, they don't have to worry about many other things. Thus, many lockbreakers are like flowers in a greenhouse, and they don't know how to deal with others. Furthermore, they've been protected by the society for a long time, and no one dares to do anything to them. Their reliance on the society is far greater than you can imagine. Once Phelan moves to Frostwave Weave in the name of the society, most lockbreakers will be willing to go. Lu-Yin nodded, as he had experienced this himself. When he was still weak, he had relied on the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society to survive until now. Otherwise, any random member of the Day-Night clan would have been able to deal with him. Lockbreakers relied heavily on the society. Chesspiece bro, let me ask you a question. Wang Wen's tone changed, and he asked curiously, why did you establish the Great Eastern Alliance? Lu-Yin's eyes flashed. To protect the Eastern Weaves. Just the Eastern Weaves. Wang Wen's tone rose, and it was clear that he did not believe Lu-Yin. What do you think? Lu-Yin asked. Actually, the Outerverse resources aren't much worse than the Innerverse, and the Outerverse territory is much larger than the Innerverse. Once the 72 Weaves unite, they'll become an extremely terrifying power, especially when it comes to resources. Once they're all gathered together, the power that they'll be able to display is something that neither you nor I can estimate, Wang Wen said. Lu-Yin sighed. That's right. It's a pity that the Outerverse is too big, and no one can gather all of its resources. Even the top corporation, Endless Borders, which claims to be able to traverse the Outerverse unhindered, only occasionally visits Frostwave Weave. Their regular route only passes through 30 weaves, and it's impossible for them to cover the entire Outerverse. In the past, it would have been impossible, but things are different now. The explosive increase in energy has caused the innerverse and outerverse to be separated, and many of the outerverse 72 weaves have been separated as well. This has made many things easier to resolve, and there are no longer any constraints. As long as one has the ability, they can slowly annex other weaves, just like your Great Eastern Alliance. In the past, any weave could have asked for reinforcements from the innerverse, and your Great Eastern Alliance would have been completely destroyed. But that won't happen now. If the Great Eastern Alliance can do it, then the same can be done if you go further west. There are too few supreme powerhouses in the outerverse, and although there are many resources, they've always been dominated by the innerverse. If all of these resources are used to develop the outerverse, then the powerhouses that will be born won't be much weaker than those of the innerverse. Wang Wen said a lot in one breath, and Lu Yin listened for a long time before finally asking, "What are you trying to say?" Wang Wen chuckled. "Have you ever thought about completely unifying the outerverse?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "I've thought about it in my dreams. But you're not dreaming now. I can't do it." "How would you know if you haven't done it?" "You're going to help me." Wang Wen fell silent for a moment. "You'll get bored of Iron Blood Weave if you stay there for too long. I can help you, but the prerequisite is that you have to completely unify the Great Eastern Alliance. You've welcomed me with a gift, and you'll be very happy with my gift in return." "What gift?" Lu Yin was filled with anticipation. Wang Wen smiled but did not say anything. Instead, he said, "Chess piece bro, the outerverse isn't as simple as just unifying the resources. If you can unify the outerverse, then the benefits you'll obtain will be unimaginable. You'll understand when the time comes. Work hard in this direction. Goodbye." Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Unifying the entire outerverse was a distant dream, but it was also very challenging. If the Great Eastern Alliance could be established, then why couldn't the outerverse 72 weaves? How would he know if he didn't try? In the distance, in the sky, Phelan looked down at the many dazed lockbreakers below her. Was she really going to do as Lu Yin had said and become his puppet? She thought about it and then gritted her teeth as she turned on her gadget. Soon after, she heard a voice. "Master Phelan, why did you contact me so late?" Phelan was furious. "Wei Rong, you went back on our agreement. Mentor Phelan, you can't speak carelessly. Back then, our agreement was to help you expel Saul and take the position of president, and I've done that. Saul has already been expelled, and there's no one in the entire Lockbreaker Society who can threaten you. The position of president naturally belongs to you, right?" Wei Rong smiled. Phelan was furious. "You disbanded the society and allowed Yifeng to take away the lockbreakers. What's the point of me taking the position of president? Your true goal is to steal the society's treasures, and you're just using me." Wei Rong smiled. "Master, don't be so harsh with your words. Since you don't think it's meaningful, why don't you come to Armament Weave and help me? You're so familiar with Master Yifeng, and we'll have a pleasant cooperation. Xin also welcomes you since you're her mentor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 703. Phelan coldly replied, "Let Yifeng return to the Lockbreaker Society, and we'll call it quits. As for the treasures, whatever you took will belong to you. How about that? Who gave Mentor the confidence to speak to me like that?" Wei Rong teased. Phelan's gaze turned cold. The Lockbreaker Society's countless years of history are still intact. Do you want to become the entire Lockbreaker Society's enemy? The Innerverse and Outerverse will connect sooner or later, and with the support of the Innerverse Lockbreaker Society, killing you will be as easy as crushing an ant. Maybe, but that will have to wait until the Innerverse and Outerverse are connected. For now, if Mentor Phelan has nothing else to say, then we won't be contacting each other. Wei Rong then hung up. He needed lockbreakers, but he did not need Phelan. This woman was too ambitious, but she was also stupid and could be easily used by others. Someone like her was worthless in his eyes, and she could not even compare to a one-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. Yi Feng could bring a group of lockbreakers to Armament Weave, and the remaining lockbreakers would slowly be attracted over. Wei Rong was not in a hurry, as he did not want to reach the heavens in a single step. These lockbreakers were quite difficult to deal with, so he would take his time. In the sky above Source Peak Planet, Phelan put down her gadget with a gloomy expression. Wei Rong's attitude was resolute, and he had no intention of compromising. She could not even raise any conditions for Wei Rong, and since that was the case, she could only go along with Lu Yin's wishes. When the time came, even if Wei Rong publicized their secret collaboration, she could use Lu Yin's influence to refute him. When she thought about this, Phelan smiled bitterly. Since when had lockbreakers been reduced to mere tools and subordinates of cultivators? Not long after, Shi Qi, who had come to find Lu Yin, cried out in surprise. She looked at her gadget and saw that Phelan had sent out a notice. She was moving the Lockbreakers Society to Frostwave Weave as the acting president, and she had also offered many attractive conditions just like Yi Feng. Many lockbreakers who had been planning to go to Armament Weave immediately stopped. Go to Frostwave Weave. I don't remember that we've having any special features, and I haven't found any source boxes. It's also quite far away, so why go there? Mentor Phelan's reason. Our Lockbreaker Society needs the Great Eastern Alliance's protection. The Great Eastern Alliance is made up 8 weaves in the East, and it's very powerful. It's also the Alliance's resources. With the Empire's royal regent Lu Yin's existence, even Enlighters don't dare provoke them. That's right. Right now, our society doesn't have anyone who can deal with Enlighters, so it's best if we have someone to protect us. Since when do lockbreakers need to be protected? How embarrassing. Discussions broke out everywhere. Some people agreed, while others disagreed. Regardless, it was impossible for them to stay on Source Peak Planet any longer. Phelan had moved the Society's headquarters to Frostwave Weave in her capacity as acting president, and no one in the Society had the right to object. Many of the lockbreakers were free, and they did not usually come to the Society's headquarters. However, there were still quite a few lockbreakers who were stationed at the headquarters all year round, and these people were the ones that Phelan needed to appease. Fortunately, Yi Feng's offer had tempted many lockbreakers, and Phelan's offer was even better. With this comparison in mind, many lockbreakers began to form a plan. They had no other choice. They could either look for Yi Feng or follow Phelan. In comparison, although Yi Feng was stronger, Phelan had the right to be the acting president. She could even take away all of the Research Society's resources, which was much better than Yi Feng. As for Armament Weave and the Great Eastern Alliance, they could not be compared at all. Many lockbreakers who had originally planned to head to Armament Weave decided to follow Phelan to Frostwave Weave instead. The biggest mistake that Wei Rong made was not allowing Yi Feng to stay behind and compete for the position of acting president. Otherwise, he could have packed up all of these lockbreakers and brought them to Armament Weave, the monkey lamented. Lu Yin replied, it's not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. Yi Feng doesn't have as deep a foundation as Phelan in the society, and even if he had stayed behind to compete with her, he wouldn't have been able to win. Besides, Armament Weave can't take in that many lockbreakers. If not for the Great Eastern Alliance, Frostwave Weave would not have been able to take in so many lockbreakers either. Then how did Source Peak Weave endure it? The monkey retorted. Lu Yin replied, when Source Peak Weave first established the Society's headquarters, it definitely did not have that many lockbreakers. It developed step by step. Otherwise, where else do you think the Hall of Insight would have so many treasures? Speaking of treasures, Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. He could check his gains later and see what he had obtained. He was especially looking forward to the box in Jeffrey's secret room. Both boxes were items that the Corpse King needed, so they were definitely valuable. Brother Lu, are we really going to Frostwave Weave? Shichi walked over to Lu Yin's side and asked. Lu Yin nodded. The society is being targeted by vile people, and what happened today will definitely happen again in the future. After all, the society's countless years of heritage are enough to make others jealous. Once we reach Frostwave Weave, I can have the entire Great Eastern Alliance protect us, and we'll also have the Great Eastern Alliance's resources to support us. These lockbreakers won't have any problems with their cultivation. Shichi grunted in acknowledgement. Familiar two-legged beast. Lord Fish sees that you have an amazing bone structure, and you seem to be quite lucky. Why don't you follow Lord Fish? Lord Fish will teach you true insight. The fish on Shichi's head spoke up, its tail constantly flapping about. Lu Yin could not be bothered with it. It's a pity about those source boxes. All of the two-legged beasts have left, and no one can take them away, the fish said. Lu Yin followed the fish's gaze and looked at the 4 large trees. They had become large trees again, and new trees were growing out of them. This was very mystical. These 4 source boxes truly moved Lu Yin. It would be great if he could take them away, but the fish was right, no one could take them away. Source boxes were treasures that could be seen, but no one had the ability to obtain them. There were source boxes on the Shinwu continent, in every stronghold in Iron Blood Weave, and here, too. Lu Yin coveted these source boxes. If he had the ability to unlock all of them, then he might be able to obtain something incredible. At this moment, Ku Wei arrived. He was in a sorry state, and he angrily accused Lu Yin of using him as a scapegoat. Lu Yin sized him up with a strange gaze. Your surname makes it easy for me to do that. Ku Wei was stunned, but then he burst into laughter. Surname? What surname? Call me Brother Wei. My full name makes you feel like an outsider. Ha 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 ha. He then ran off. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This person was definitely from the 7 Quartz Ku family. Each of the 3 dark hands possessed unfathomable power, and even the great powers of the inner verse did not want to provoke them. Lu Yin did not want to go up against such a terrifying power at the moment. Up until now, the Neo-Human Alliance had not acted against him, and he had only run into them by coincidence. If the Neo-Human Alliance really wanted to act against him, then Lu Yin was not confident that he could stop them unless he asked Mr. Mu for help. Lu Yin still remembered the fate of the Yushan bloodline. The 7 Quartz were equally famous as the Neo-Human Alliance, and they were definitely not kind people. Lu Yin found a secluded area and checked his loot. First, he snatched the cultivator's cosmic rings, and he obtained blood from each of them. He opened them one by one. He looted dozens of cosmic rings, but there was nothing special about them. Some of them were even empty. Finally, he found something good in one of the rings. It was a crystal bottle with a liquid inside and an introduction on the outside. This was a lock-breaking tool. Lu Yin was delighted. This was a good item, and any lock-breaking tool was worth a lot of money. He looked at the amount of spring water in the bottle and estimated that there were about 20 drops, which was not bad. He continued to open his cosmic rings and looked through them one by one. Soon enough, he found another good item, dozens of chips. Lu Yin inserted one of the chips into his gadget and saw a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker's lockbreaking videos, as well as an introduction to that lockbreaker's lockbreaking experience. Lu Yin was ecstatic, as this was the greatest treasure to a lockbreaker. A single chip recorded a lockbreaker's entire lifetime of lockbreaking experience. Lu Yin almost couldn't hold back his laughter. There were more than 30 chips in this cosmic ring, which was equivalent to the lifetime worth of lock-breaking experience of more than 30 lock-breakers. This wealth was so great that even Lu Yin was a little flustered. If this information was exposed, then the lock-breakers outside would probably eat him alive. This was the most valuable item in the Hall of Insight. Lu Yin looked through them one by one, but they were all lock-breaking experiences. He did not have time to study them, so he put them all away and continued to look through them. In the end, Lu Yin obtained 2 lock-breaking tools, 100 chips that recorded his experience, more than 100,000 star essence, and a strange technique from the cosmic rings. The 2 lock-breaking tools were the spring water and a pink gauze dress that was obviously designed for a woman. As for the strange technique, it was called the Vitality Sacrifice Technique. According to the records, it was a technique that overdrafted one's life force to unleash one's potential. Once it was used, it was equivalent to the end of one's life. Lu Yin recalled that Fiend Li's rune lines had rapidly increased before his death, and he had been able to activate the 4 tree-type source boxes. He had probably used the Vitality Sacrifice Technique. The additional harvest was more than 100,000 star essence, which was a great fortune. Lu Yin's harvest from this trip to Source Peak Planet had been too great. There was one final item, which was the box that he had obtained from Jeffrey's secret room. He carefully took it out and slowly opened it. A strand of golden light shone out. When he saw the golden light, Lu Yin's breathing became heavy, and his eyes widened. No way, it can't be that, right? That's too lucky. When the box was opened, 5 golden pages appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes. They looked very familiar, as he had seen them not too long ago. They were the same ones that Saul had seen when he opened the box, True Insight. The champion of the Lockbreaker competition had been rewarded with 3 pages of True Insight. When the battle had started, Deng Pu had disappeared with it, and Saul had even been expelled from the Lockbreaker Society because of it. Now, Lu Yin had obtained 5 pages. Lu Yin had never imagined that his luck would be so good as to actually obtain 5 pages of True Insight. This was definitely something that the Corpse King wanted to steal, and it was no wonder why the Corpse King had risked its life to steal it. 5 pages of True Insight were simply too valuable. Lu Yin hurriedly closed the box, and his eyes lit up with excitement. He could not help but laugh. 7th bro, it really is True Insight. You've struck it rich. The monkey laughed. Lu Yin was delighted, as he had obtained much more than Wei Rong had. Wei Rong had planned everything, but he had also paved the way for Lu Yin. If Wei Rong knew about this, he would definitely go crazy. Jeffrey is indeed worthy of being the president of the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society. He actually has 5 pages of True Insight. How ruthless, the monkey exclaimed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 704. It was just like how he had memorized the Stonewall scriptures. Even now, he was still unable to completely memorize them. Even if he wanted to teach them to others, it would be impossible for him to write them down. It was the same with the True Insight. Of the 36 pages of the True Insight, 5 were here, and 3 had been taken away by Deng Pu. This meant that the Innerverse and Neoverse only had 28 pages in total. Now that he had obtained 5 pages of True Insight, Lu Yin was overwhelmed with emotions. 7th bro, I wonder what's in the other box. Could there be another True Insight? The monkey asked curiously. Fiend Li would risk his life to prevent that box from being taken away by the Corpse King. It would be fine if True Insight was inside, but what if it wasn't? Its value was definitely not lower than True Insight's. 7th bro, find Feelin and get her to hand over the box, the monkey urged. Lu Yin replied, not now. Fiend Li would rather die than allow that box to leak out. Phelan definitely knows how important it is, and she won't hand it over to me. After all, she's still a lockbreaker. Then what should we do? Are we going to get our hands on the treasure, but we're not going to do it? The monkey's heart itched. What's the rush? She'll be under my watch in the future, so there'll always be a chance, Luine said. Although he was sometimes impatient, there were also times when he was surprisingly calm. The more important something was, the calmer he would be. While Luine was inspecting his gains, Wei Rong found out about what had happened on Source Peak Planet from Endless Borders spacecraft, and a strange look appeared on his face. An expert actually appeared, causing Fiendly to perish together with him. He even stole the items in Jeffrey's secret room. Immediately invite Instructor Yifeng over, Wei Rong ordered. Soon, Yifeng arrived. What is it? What is inside Guild Leader Jeffrey's secret room? Wei Rong asked as he stared at Yifeng. Yifeng's pupils shrank. How do you know about the secret room? Wei Rong laughed. There's no need to hide it. The secret room has been opened, and everything inside has been stolen. Impossible. Fiendly and the others couldn't have let that thing spread. Yifeng immediately denied it. Wei Rong was curious. What exactly is it? Yifeng anxiously said, First, tell me what the situation is. Wei Rong recounted everything that had happened on Source Peak Planet, and Yifeng heaved a sigh of relief. So that means that the item is currently in Phelan's hands, and it hasn't been snatched away. Wei Rong nodded. That's right. Tell me, what is it that could make Fiendly risk his life to protect it? Yifeng was deep in thought. After a while, he looked at Wei Rong. I can't tell you. Wei Rong laughed. You've already betrayed the Lockbreaker Society, so what else is there that you can't say? Yifeng said firmly, this matter is too important. I can't tell you. I'm very curious. Although your status in the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society is very high, your status isn't considered high among the universe's Lockbreakers. How do you know such important information? Is it just because of your status as an assessment mentor? Wei Rong was curious. Yifeng bitterly smiled and shook his head. It has nothing to do with my identity. The president inadvertently revealed it when he was drunk. Wei Rong blinked. Do I look like an idiot? Yifeng was helpless. You might not believe me, but it's true. President Jeffrey is completely different from what you think. He likes to drink, and he gets drunk whenever he drinks. Once he's drunk, he dares to say anything. Because of this, he was sent to the Outerverse to be the president. That's not surprising. That old fogey Saul chased away many of the Lockbreakers who threatened his disciple. His methods were not very honorable, but they were still effective. Why? Did True Insight fall into his hands? No, True Insight followed Deng Pu and his whereabouts are unknown. How could that be? How could Deng Pu escape from Saul's control? The middle-aged man was stunned. Someone attacked the Hall of Insight and stole the Lockbreaker Society's treasures. Source Peak Planet is on the verge of collapse. Vice President Saul has been expelled, Honorary Vice President Fiendly has died, and Mentor June's whereabouts are unknown. Mentor Yifeng has sided with Armament Weave's Wei family. Mentor Phelan is overseeing the Lockbreaker Society, and she has decided to move the society to Frostwave Weave. The middle-aged man's face was solemn as he pondered the matter seriously. Little Qin did not disturb him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 705. Not long after, the middle-aged man asked, who attacked Source Peak Planet? I haven't been able to find out, but it should be the Wei family. Lord Egret took action to stall Saul, Shao Qin replied. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed. Lord Egret. On the surface, he's a free man, but according to our investigations, he's been worshipped by Aegis since a long time ago. The Wei family, Aegis, and there should be other powers involved. They actually managed to topple the Lockbreaker Society. How bold. I remember that the Wei family has produced a very powerful junior in recent years. Wei Rong. He's good at forming alliances. Although he's young, he's very shrewd, and he's never failed. He also appeared on Source Peak Planet, Xiao Qin said. The middle-aged man nodded. That's right. Yi Feng joined the Wei family, and this Wei Rong has some tricks up his sleeve. Yi Feng used the conditions to attract a group of lockbreakers to Armament Weave, and with the Hall of Insight's treasures, Wei Rong gained quite a bit, Xiao Qin added. The middle-aged man stood up and frowned as he looked at the flower bed. The main point was not the Lockbreakers or the Lockbreaker Society's treasures, but rather the fact that Wei Rong had opened up a very bad beginning for them. Since ancient times, these behemoths had looked down on the Outerverse and controlled the lifeblood of the Outerverse. Now that the Lockbreaker Society had fallen, the Outerverse would see hope of toppling them, which was not a good thing. This meant that Shamrock Enterprises would also be in danger. What's the Mavis Bank's reaction? The middle-aged man asked. It's not clear yet, Xiao Qin replied. Right, did you just say that the Lockbreaker Society has decided to move to Frostwave Weave? The middle-aged man suddenly thought of something. Xiao Qin nodded. The middle-aged man felt a headache coming on. Could Lu Yin be involved in this as well? Otherwise, why would they move to Frostwave Weave? If Lu Yin had joined forces with Wei Rong, then things would be troublesome. Wei Rong was not scary, but Lu Yin was. This person had unified the Great Eastern Alliance and revealed his true strength. He was also very ambitious, and if he was involved, then things would become troublesome. Tell me everything that happened on Source Peak Planet without missing a single detail, especially anything related to Lu Yin. Didn't he participate in the Lockbreaker competition? He should have been quite active during the battle on Source Peak Planet, the middle-aged man said confidently. Xiao Qin said, he is indeed very active. If not for him, Source Peak Planet. After a long while, the middle-aged man finally finished listening to Xiao Qin's narration and heaved a sigh of relief. According to her description, Lu Yin should not have joined forces with Wei Rong. Otherwise, he would not have killed his way to the Hall of Insight. That was good. As long as the two had not joined forces, it meant that Lu Yin had not set his sights on them. Immediately investigate the reaction of the Mavis Bank and Aurora Corporation. I want a detailed report, the middle-aged man said. Xiao Qin immediately retreated. After Xiao Qin left, the middle-aged man thought for a moment and dialed a number on his gadget. He said in a low voice, Chief Yu, there's a situation. Not long after, a voice came from the other end of the gadget. President Jeffrey isn't around, which is why those clowns dared to do such a thing. If they treat our Shamrock Enterprises as the current Lockbreaker Society, then their days won't be far off. Don't mind them. That Wei Rong. Don't mind them. Scheming and plotting will always be a small path. Some people can overturn the heavens and cover the heavens. No matter how smart this kid is, his strength is still limited. The call ended. The middle-aged man sighed. That's right, if President Jeffrey was around, then the chaos on Source Peak Planet would have been resolved with a flip of his hand. Those clowns would not even be able to cause a stir. They should not treat Shamrock Enterprises as the Lockbreaker Society without President Jeffrey, or else they would never be able to forget. However, with Chief Yu's attitude, the Mavis Bank's attitude would likely be even more arrogant, and they might not even care. On a planet not too far away from Source Peak Planet, Kai Jinxiang tore through the void and appeared. He found a restaurant and ordered some exquisite snacks. He knew that he would be eliminated in this lockbreaker competition, and he was already used to it. As he ate, he heard the sounds of discussion around him. What? Source Peak planet almost disintegrated? The Lockbreaker Society was robbed. Is that true? Who would be so bold? Someone cried out in alarm. Kai Jinqiang froze in midair with his drink in hand. It's true. After the Lockbreaker competition, Vice President Saul was accused of secretly using underhanded methods to eliminate lockbreakers. Someone then invaded the Hall of Insight, and the Lockbreaker Society is on the verge of collapse. The Hall of Insight has already been reduced to rubble, and even the honorary Vice President Fiendly died. I never thought that the dignified Lockbreaker Society would fall to such a state. The separation of the innerverse and outerverse really changed the outerverse. Shoo, lower your voice. Don't let the Lockbreakers hear you. What's there to be afraid of? It's a good thing that the Lockbreaker Society is disintegrating. Those Lockbreakers were too arrogant, and they relied on the Lockbreaker Society support to look down on everyone. It's time for them to fall from their pedestals. I'll give them a round of applause. That's true. Most Lockbreakers don't even succeed once. It's too unfair that they get special treatment just because of their innate gifts. Cheers. Cheers. Kai Jinqiang's gaze sank, and he turned on his gadget. He saw a lot of news regarding Source Peak Planet, especially the scene of the Hall of Insight collapsing into rubble. This signified the decline of the Lockbreaker Society. Kai Jinqiang finally put down his drink. Everything had been settled, and there was no need for him to go. However, the Lockbreaker Society was moving to Frostwave Weave, so he should go and take a look. Although most Lockbreakers looked down on him, he was especially passionate about lockbreaking, and he valued the Lockbreaker Society greatly. Frostwave Weave seemed to be under the control of that person called Lu Yin. This person had not appeared during the Lockbreaker competition, and he had only mysteriously appeared when the battles had begun. On Shenwu continent, as Ming Xiaoshu's death approached, his actions became crazier and crazier. He used various rebellions to forcefully conscript soldiers, massacred those who resisted, and eliminated the remnants of Ming Xiaotian's faction. This caused the citizens of Shenwu continent to seethe with resentment, but they were all suppressed by Ming Xiaoshu's iron fist. He had originally controlled the peak power of Shenwu continent, and with the assistance of the outsiders, no matter how large the scale of the rebellion was, it would be wiped out. Those who resisted all had extremely miserable fates. Ming Xiaoshu was no longer the same Ming Xiaoshu as before, and the loss of his life seemed to be eating away at his rationality. Ming Yan felt this the most keenly. Execute them all. Leave none alive. These traitors actually dared to betray the empire and betray me, Ming Xiaoshu growled, his eyes filled with killing intent. Ming Yan picked up the memorial that had been tossed to the side and frowned. She looked at Ming Xiaoshu. More than 3,000 people. Execute them all. Ming Xiaoshu growled, that's right. Leave none alive. I want these people to know their fate. After the previous incident, Ming Yan's heart had hardened a lot, and she had become more decisive in handling matters. However, she still couldn't make the decision to kill 3,000 people who had already lost the ability to resist. This was 3,000 people, not 300. Ming Xiaoshu looked at Ming Yan when she still did not confirm. What, are you not going to listen to your father? Ming Yan's eyes were filled with sorrow. Father, do you want more people to die with you? Ming Xiaoshu's body trembled, and he clenched his fists. Ming Yan pursed her lips and knew that her tone had been too harsh. She hurriedly said, I'm sorry, father. I didn't mean it that way. It's just. Get out. Ming Yan wanted to say something else, but Ming Xiaoshu barked, get out. Ming Yan put down the memorial and glanced at Ming Xiaoshu before walking out of the study. Her body swayed as she faced the sunlight, and she almost fell down. She did not dare to sleep at night, and she had to deal with government affairs during the day. Her body was too tired. Tang Si respectfully asked, "Princess, do you want me to call for an imperial physician?" Ming Yan waved her hand and left with the help of a maid. Tang Si lowered his head with a complicated expression. Inside the study, Ming Xiaoshu walked in front of a mirror and changed his appearance. A white-haired old man appeared in the mirror. He did not have any vitality, and he looked like he was about to die. This was his true appearance. The loss of his vitality could not be stopped no matter what. Even with all the natural treasures that had been gathered from various places and the Outerverse's help, it could not be stopped. Furthermore, the rate of loss was increasing, and it was estimated that he would die even sooner than before. Ming Xiaoshu was numb as he looked at the decaying old man in the mirror. He wanted to immediately die and get rid of this body. This body disgusted him, but it was not enough. There were still things that he had not done yet. He was so close, so close. The Lockbreaker Society on Source Peak Planet had already decided to move to Frostwave Weave under Phelan's arrangements, and the natives of Source Peak Planet were arranged to stay nearby. In short, Source Peak Planet was no longer habitable. Yifeng had attracted quite a few Lockbreakers to Armament Weave, but most of the Outerverse Lockbreakers did not stay in the society. Thus, the only Lockbreakers who could move to Frostwave Weave to settle down were those who had once been members of the Society's headquarters, as well as some Lockbreakers who wanted to study there. There were not many of them, only about 3,000 of them, but they were all Lockbreakers and not ordinary people. Among the Lockbreakers heading to Frostwave Weave, there were 3 perceptive intermediate Lockbreakers, including Phelan. They were Phelan, Shi-Chi, and a 2-star perceptive intermediate Lockbreaker called Master Kai. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 706. Ku Wei looked at Lu Yin and said righteously, "Brother Wei, I'm a Lockbreaker, and there are many things that need to be done in the society. Brother Wei, I have to contribute to the society." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "I'm not going to waste time with you. You're from the 7 Quartz Ku family." Ku Wei helplessly rubbed his nose. "Bro, life is hard. If you want to go to my place, then you have to tell me your goal. Otherwise, I'll let the Hall of Honor know of your existence." Ku Wei shrugged. "Is that necessary?" When he saw Lu Yin's serious expression, Ku Wei sighed. "Fine, I'll tell you. Actually, I want to search for the Yu family." Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as this was what he had expected. The 7 courts have 7 surnames that represent 7 great families. The Yu family has betrayed the 7 courts, so we have to find them. "Revenge?" Lu Yin asked. Ku Wei thought about it. "Yes and no. More importantly, we want the Yu family's power to return to the 7 courts." "Secret technique?" Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Ku Wei laughed. "It's not just the secret technique. Every single family in the 7 courts possesses a terrifying amount of power, and every single one of them has the strength and background to contend with the various great powers of the Interverse. How can we just give up on such an enormous power? There was a reason why the Yu family betrayed the 7 courts, and were willing to give them a chance." Lu Yin frowned. "The Yu family has terrifying power." "Of course. What do you think the 7 courts are?" The 7 surnames were not born from the same source, but they worked together over countless years to form the 7 courts. Each of the 7 surnames is terrifyingly powerful. Since you know about the secret technique and have even grasped it, then you must know its value. Let me ask you, how many families in the Interverse's 8 great flow zones have grasped it? Ku Wei asked. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. He had not seen any secret techniques in the few years he had spent in the Interverse. Of course, this had to do with his level, as he had not come into contact with the Day-Night clan or the Sword sect's true disciples. The Neoverse is a mysterious place that cannot be entered without the ability to do so. Do you think that the Interverse powers don't want to enter the Neoverse? You're wrong. They want to, but they can't. The 7 courts, where all 7 surnames can enter. You can imagine how powerful they are. Lu Yin stared at Ku Wei. What does this have to do with you going to Frostwave Weave? Ku Wei beamed at Lu Yin. Let's not beat around the bush. Brother Lu, you used the Yu's secret art. Lu Yin did not deny it. So what if it is? The Innerverse and Outerverse are separated, so I can tell you that it is indeed the Yu's secret art. I obtained it from the previous emperor of the Great Yu Empire, Undying Yushan. Unfortunately, he's already dead, along with the entire Yu family. I don't believe you. Ku Wei's expression changed as he looked at Lu Yin. I believe that you're telling the truth, but I don't believe that the entire Yu family is dead. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Are you plotting against Wendy? Ku Wei waved his hand. No, it has nothing to do with her. Did you know that I've been hiding in the Great Yu Empire for a long time, and I know everything that has happened? It wasn't until a year ago, when the various great powers finished fighting over Pyrolite, that I received a notice that the Great Yu Empire has nothing to do with the Yu family. That's why I left the Great Yu Empire and wandered the Outerverse until now. But after seeing you use the Yu secret art, I know that the Great Yu Empire's Yushan bloodline is descended from the Yu family. Then, what happened in the past was wrong. That's the truth. They were exterminated by the Neo-Human Alliance. Ku Wei sneered. That's impossible. If the 7 Courts Yu family was so easily exterminated, then they wouldn't have made it to the Outerverse alive. You don't even know what the Yu family is hiding. Only by understanding this power will you not be confused by what happened. Brother Lu, I can clearly tell you that the Yu family still exists. Are you saying that Undying Yushan isn't dead? Lu Yin asked. Ku Wei shrugged. I don't know. Maybe he's dead, but the Yu family definitely exists. There's an old monster hiding in that family, and if the Neo-Human Alliance has the ability to exterminate the Yu family, then the Outerverse would definitely know about it. That old monster's attacks are earth-shattering, and it's impossible for him to die without a trace. Why do you think that I didn't dare to expose myself back then? I was afraid of attracting that old monster. Lu Yin looked into the distance. He had interacted with many powers, such as the Day-Night clan, the Sword sect, the Wen family, and the Neo-Human Alliance. All of them had very strong foundations, and exterminating them would not be easy. The Yu family was part of the 7 courts, and it would definitely be the same. Did Wendy know? He was at a loss. Undying Yushan and the others were clearly dead, and their corpses had disappeared. Hold on, a thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind. Their corpses had disappeared. He had originally thought that the Neo-Human Alliance had done it, and Silver had admitted it. But was that really the case? Or was there more to it? But if the Yu family still existed, then Lu Yin should have been able to detect it. Rune lines could not be faked, and it was impossible for an entire family to hide their rune lines. If such an old monster really did exist, then Lu Yin would definitely know. Ku Wei waved his hand in front of Lu Yin's eyes. Brother Lu, let me go to Frostwave Weave, and I'll help you investigate. Since the Innerverse and Outerverse are separated, I'm no longer a threat to you. Don't you want to know what the Yu family is hiding? Why were you able to replace Undying Yushan and become the ruler of the Great Yu Empire? Don't you want to know whether Undying Yushan is dead or not? Lu Yin looked at Ku Wei. What is your Ku family hiding in the outerverse? Ku Wei boasted, Brother Lu, don't spout nonsense. I'm the only member of the Ku family in the outerverse. Is that so? Then you have no value. You're not allowed to go to Frostwave Weave, Lu Yin said firmly. Ku Wei blinked and realized that his thoughts could not keep up. I'm no threat to you alone. Lu Yin's lips curled up. But you're not of any help. I can help you investigate the Yu family secrets. There's no need for that. Whether they're dead or not has nothing to do with me. I have the Hall of Honor's protection, and even if the Yu family still exists, they can't do anything to me. Besides, my relationship with the Yu family can be considered good. Speaking of which, if the Yu family really exists, then we're enemies. Do you think I should get rid of you right now? Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly as he slowly put on his universal armor. Ku Wei could sense Lu Yin's killing intent. You're crazy. I'm helping you out of the kindness of my heart. Lu Yin coldly retorted, do you think I'm an idiot? You're searching for the Yu family by yourself, and you're exaggerating their existence. If what you're saying is true, then how could the Ku family not have anyone in the outerverse to receive you? If it's false, then you must have a motive for lying to me. Regardless of whether it's true or not, your existence is not a good thing for me. Now that the innerverse and outerverse are separated, why would you risk following me to Frostwave Weave to look for the Yu family? You should return to the outerverse weave. You can go die now. Lu Yin's spear appeared and he pointed it at Ku Wei. Ku Wei hurriedly replied, fine, you win. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Lu Yin stared into Ku Wei's eyes. If you lie to me again, I'll definitely act. The Hall of Honor should reward you for killing someone from the Three Dark Hands. Ku Wei was bitter. I didn't lie to you. Everything I said before was true. There really isn't anyone from my Ku family in the outerverse to receive me. Who knew that the innerverse and outerverse would suddenly be separated? We're all so helpless. Ku Wei looked up and saw that Lu Yin's eyes had become even colder. He continued, the reason why I'm taking the risk to search for the Yu family is because they have something that I must obtain. Speak. Ku Wei took a deep breath. Have you heard of Progenitor Qin? Progenitor Qin. Lu Yin was stunned. Progenitor Qin. The monkey cried out. Ku Wei nodded and looked at Lu Yin seriously. It looks like you've heard of him, but you definitely don't know much about Progenitor Qin. Actually, I don't know much about him either. All you need to know is that he's a progenitor. Our 7 courts joined forces because we discovered Progenitor Qin's tomb. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and his pupils shrank. Progenitor Qin's tomb. The monkey grew excited. Is that true? Progenitor Qin's tomb. Ku Wei looked at Lu Yin. Shocked, right? No one in the innerverse or outerverse knows about this secret. It's Progenitor Qin's tomb, and the 7 courts joined forces to repel the other powers and forcefully occupy the tomb. This is also the reason why our courts are known as the Dark Powers. Some people can't beat us, so they try to smear our reputation. We're completely different from the Neo-Human Alliance. They're truly evil and dark, while we've only been smeared because we stole Progenitor Qin's tomb. Get to the point, Lu Yin anxiously demanded. Ku Wei pursed his lips. The 7 courts occupied Progenitor Qin's tomb, and every 100 years, one of the 7 families was allowed to send someone into the tomb to search for opportunities. Our Ku family was the same. Unfortunately, it wasn't my turn, so I came to the outerverse to search for the Yu family. As long as I found them, my family promised to give me the opportunity to enter the tomb. This wasn't just a promise from the Ku family to me, but also from the other families. They only sent you? Lu Yin asked. Of course not. Every family sent someone, and it was up to whoever found them. However, they all hid themselves, unlike me, Brother Wei. Ku Wei was very pleased with himself. Lu Yin sized him up. Was this for real? He wasn't sure. Seventh bro, it should be true. Even progenitor Chen's tomb has appeared. Is there a bigger secret in the universe than a progenitor's inheritance? It doesn't exist, the monkey said. Lu Yin replied, now that the innerverse and outerverse have been separated, it's useless even if you find the Yu family. Let's not even talk about whether or not you'll be able to obtain the qualifications. Even if you do, you won't be able to return to the Neoverse. Ku Wei's expression was resolute. No matter what, I have to try. This is a chance for me to soar. Anyone who enters progenitor Chen's tomb and comes out alive will experience a tremendous change in their strength. This is a metamorphosis. Ku Wei looked at Lu Yin and said, Brother Lu, my existence is no threat to you. Trust me, you have the Hall of Honor's support. Even if my Ku family has people in the outerverse, they won't be able to threaten you. If you find the Yu family, I only want the right to obtain them, and everything else will be yours. Don't forget that the Yu family has many other battle techniques aside from the Yu secret art. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 707. Lu Yin stared at Ku Wei. I can let you go to Frostwave Weave, but I have a condition. Speak. Lu Yin looked at Ku Wei's finger. I want to learn the battle technique that you used to attack me during the lockbreaker competition. I think it's called the finger tap. Ku Wei was stunned and immediately denied the request. Impossible. The finger tap is my family's ultimate technique, and it can't be taught to outsiders. Then forget it. Letting you go to Frostwave Weave to search for the Yu family is risky for me. If the Yu family really exists, then it's hard to say who the Great Yu Empire will listen to. It wasn't easy for me to establish the Great Eastern Alliance, but I have to give it up just because you found the Yu family. That's not fair to me. But I promise to give you the Yu family's other possessions. Why would you agree? The Yu family is so strong and has such a deep foundation. Right, I heard that there are even old monsters. Do you have the ability to give me their possessions? Are you kidding me? I don't have any hope. Ku Wei was speechless, and he would not have brought this up if he had known. Change your condition. I can't teach you the finger tap, or the Ku family will kill me. Lu Yin suddenly raised his spear and pointed it at Ku Wei. Are you saying that there are still members of the Ku family in the outerverse? Ku Wei hurriedly replied, no, I mean after the innerverse and outerverse are connected. Lu Yin frowned. You're contradicting yourself, and I don't believe you. I was only 30% sure that there were experts from the Ku family in the outerverse, but now, I'm 90% sure. It seems like you should just die. How can I convince you that there aren't any Ku family members in the outerverse? Ku Wei grew anxious. Lu Yin smiled. Teach me the finger tap. Ku Wei glared at Lu Yin as if he wanted to eat him alive. Lu Yin remained calm, but the spear's edge only grew sharper. After a while, Ku Wei became dejected. So if I teach you the finger tap, you'll let me enter Frostwave Weave and promise not to make things difficult for me and not tell the Hall of Honor? Of course, I'm a man of my word. Lu Yin was overjoyed. He wanted to learn the finger tap for the dream finger. Every time he used the dream finger, his fingers would crack. His fingers couldn't withstand the pressure, so the finger tap should be able to strengthen them. Although entering progenitor Chen's tomb was very tempting, the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, and Ku Wei was willing to risk being punished by his family in order to teach Lu Yin an absolute art. There was only one possibility, and that was that the benefits were far greater than the price he had paid. Even if there was only a sliver of a chance, it was still worth it. Progenitor Chen's tomb was indeed worth it, but it was too illusory, like the moon in the water. There had to be some substantial benefits for Ku Wei to be willing to pay such a price. However, Lu Yin did not intend to pursue the matter any further. Just like with Phelan, there would be plenty of time in the future. With the Hall of Honor by his side, Lu Yin did not believe that Ku Wei would be able to overturn the heavens. If the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society wanted to move to Frostwave Weave, there would be certain obstacles, and Source Peak Weave would not allow it. Phelan would handle this matter, and it would not be difficult, but it would still take some time. Lu Yin first needed to return to the Great Yu Empire and arrange for the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters to be located on a planet called Planet Hydrodink, which was not far from Xenu Star. Serpent Queen, Shi-Chi, Ku Wei, and Master Kai also followed Lu Yin to the Great Yu Empire. Aiden had been left behind to help protect the Lockbreakers. Lu Yin had originally been worried that the Neo-Human Alliance would send people to snatch the box, but Phelan had reassured him that the Hall of Honor would intervene. The Outerverse Lockbreaker Society was originally one of the Hall of Honor subordinate organizations, but each had their own structure. The Hall of Honor would not intervene in the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's internal conflicts, which was why Wei Rong had dared to act against Source Peak Planet. However, the Hall of Honor would definitely protect the box. Lu Yin was very curious about what was inside that box that the Hall of Honor would personally protect it. It was not surprising that Shi-Chi and Ku Wei would follow him to Frostwave Weave, as Master Kai wanted to inspect Planet Hydrodink's environment. However, it was strange that Serpent Queen would follow him to Frostwave Weave. She did not have a good impression of Lu Yin, and she was also hostile towards Ku Wei. Lu Yin even suspected that this woman had been sent by the Seven Courts. My hometown is Frostwave Weave. What's so strange about going home? Serpent Queen asked matter-of-factly. Lu Yin was surprised. Your hometown is Frostwave Weave. Aren't you from the Interverse? Serpent Queen calmly replied, I was born in Frostwave Weave, and my master valued me when I was young. That's why he brought me to the Interverse. Lu Yin understood. She was the same as Wendy Yushan in that her innate gift was exceptional. SCZZ. On Serpent Queen's shoulder, the ancient, multicolored snake had shrunk to the size of a palm, and it continuously flicked its tongue at Lu Yin. It was pocket-sized, and when it saw Lu Yin look over, it immediately shifted its gaze to Shi-Chi and then to the fish on top of her head. What are you looking at? It's just an ingredient for a critical period. Don't be so careless, the fish shouted arrogantly. The multicolored snake straightened its body and stared at the fish, flicking its tongue even more frequently. Serpent Queen helplessly reached out to calm the snake. The story of Shi-Chi and the fish had been widely spread throughout the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, and that fish had a great reputation. The multicolored snake wriggled back into Serpent Queen's collar and did not come out. Ku Wei saw this and was envious. Humans are inferior to snakes. Serpent Queen glared at him, as she had not forgotten how this bastard had acted during the first round of the Lockbreaker competition. He had actually snatched her away. Two-legged beast, if you're willing to become Lord Fish's mount, then Lord Fish will bestow that female two-legged beast to you, the fish shouted as it stared at Ku Wei and continuously flapped its tail. Serpent Queen was furious, and she glared at the fish before turning around to leave. Ku Wei's mouth twitched, and he looked at the fish. Wait here, I'll help you find a cat. Seventh bro, I want a cat too, the monkey said. Lu Yin was speechless as he stared at the sky. The journey from Source Peak Planet back to the Great Yu Empire was very peaceful, and there were no major disturbances. Even a huge corporation like the Nalan family would have to rely on Lu Yin without the protection of an enlighter. This was the importance of military power. If the Great Eastern Alliance did not have a united military, then it would be the same as not having an alliance at all. When Lu Yin mentioned this, Anya's expression turned solemn, and she handed Lu Yin a list that contained the initial system and candidates for the alliance conference. Lu Yin took a look. It's too simple. Anya was troubled. Your Highness, the alliance has just been established, and the people are not united yet. There are even some Eastern weaves that are still on guard against our great Yu Empire. For now, we can only form a preliminary alliance, and it will take some time before we can form a large-scale alliance. Lu Yin looked up. Or there might be external pressure. Enya replied, yes. Lu Yin immediately thought of Wei Rong. He had brought the entire Lockbreaker Society to Frostwave Weave, so it would be strange if Wei Rong did not care. Lu Yin had basically taken advantage of the path that Wei Rong had paved for him to obtain even greater results. Wei Rong might even be watching the Great Eastern Alliance right now. The Wei family's armament weave was considered a central weave, and the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance would be a threat to them. In that case, Wei Rong would definitely not ignore it. External pressure would soon appear, but Lu Yin did not know what Wei Rong would do. Let's leave it at that for now. We can't let the vast Earth sect, the Six-Fingered Tribe, and the other powers become wary of us, Lu Yin said. Enya nodded. Your Highness, do you have a candidate in mind for the commander of the alliance? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 708. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Yes, since the alliance was going to be formed, there would definitely be a commander, and this position was very sensitive. Let me think about it. Your Highness, we can actually secretly form an express response team outside of the alliance to deal with some troublesome matters, Enya suggested. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Special forces. Something like that. This express response team will be made up entirely of space-exploring powerhouses. We'll make it the sharpest sword in the Outerverse for the Great Yu Empire to use, Enya said. Lu Yin agreed. That's fine, but this team cannot be announced to the public. Give me the details, and I'll talk to the various Weaves leaders in private. Yes, Your Highness. After Enya left, it was Gavin's turn to visit. Lu Yin had sought him out mainly to discuss the matter of the Allied Army's military budget. As for economic cooperation, Lu Yin had no interest in that. However, Gavin had brought some unexpected news. Endless Borders was about to enter Frostwave Weave. Endless Borders. One of the 4 major corporations. Lu Yin was astonished. Gavin replied, yes, Endless Borders. I've already met with Endless Borders Frostwave Weave's leader, Dino. Many people in the outside world have already made contact with Endless Borders. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Endless Borders was one of the 4 major corporations that dominated the Outerverse and controlled many safe and secret routes through the universe. It was normal for such a corporation to enter Frostwave Weave, but it was unusual for a leader to request an audience with Gavin. This showed how much importance they placed on Frostwave Weave. Endless Borders had previously sent transport teams to Frostwave Weave, but they would not stay for long. Now that they had specifically chosen to enter Frostwave Weave, even a fool would not believe that this had nothing to do with Source Peak Planet. Your Highness, because of Endless Borders' arrival, many local transport companies in Frostwave Weave have lost market value, and some are even on the verge of bankruptcy. They have no choice but to transform. More than 10 companies have already contacted me, requesting the Empire to expel Endless Borders. There are currently over 1,000 people gathered outside my residence, all from various major transport companies. They're all requesting the Empire to protect the region, Gavin reported respectfully. Lu Yin frowned. Have Dino come see me. Gavin acknowledged. Dino's residence was not far from King Zishan's palace, and he seemed to have guessed that Lu Yin would meet him. He had been waiting outside for a long time. Not long after, Lu Yin met with the person in charge of Endless Borders Frostwave Weave. It was obvious that he was a businessman. Dino greets the royal regent of the Great Yu Empire. Dino bowed respectfully. Lu Yin raised a hand and smiled. You're welcome, Mr. Dino. Please take a seat. Gavin stood aside and watched quietly. Dino did not stand on ceremony and sat down. Zhao Ran poured him a cup of tea. Thank you, Your Highness, Dino said. Lu Yin looked at him. I heard that you are the person in charge of Endless Borders Frostwave Weave. Dino bowed slightly. Yes, Endless Borders requests to enter Frostwave Weave. I hope that Your Highness can make things easier for us. Endless Borders would be eternally grateful. Frostwave Weave is geographically remote, and it doesn't have any famous specialties in the universe. Endless Borders is one of the 4 major corporations, so why would you want to come here? Lu Yin asked as he stared at Dino. Dino smiled. You must be joking, Your Highness. Frostwave Weave is a land of outstanding talents, and it has given birth to a genius like Wendy Yushan and a genius like Your Highness. Lu Yin found it funny, as he felt that this person really wanted to do business. However, Endless Borders definitely wouldn't be so simple to enter Frostwave Weave. It seemed like they wanted to be friends. After Gavin left, Lu Yin activated his gadget and contacted Madame Naylan. If he wanted to know more about the 4 major corporations, she was the most suitable person to contact. After a while, she finally answered. She was still as beautiful as ever, and her skin was as white as jade. Behind her was a beautiful starry sky that sparkled with countless lustrous lights. There was even a strand of silver light that hung over the horizon, making her seem like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Lu Yin couldn't help but be attracted to her. How is it? Is it beautiful? Madame Naylan smiled at Lu Yin, her gaze gentle, but in Lu Yin's eyes, it was an indescribable temptation. Beautiful, it's really beautiful, Lu Yin subconsciously replied. Madame Naylan smiled. This is my favorite part of the starry sky. In order to prevent this beautiful scenery from being destroyed, I bought this galaxy and preserved this unique beauty. If you like, I can bring you here. Lu Yin coughed and smiled awkwardly. She was talking about the beauty of the starry sky, but he was looking at this woman. Is there something you need from me, Your Highness? She asked. Lu Yin coughed again. Endless Borders has entered Frostwave Weave. She wasn't surprised. Is that so? It looks like one of our collaborations will have to be terminated. Are you talking about transportation? Lu Yin asked. She smiled. Of course. With Endless Borders, our Naylan family's transportation business won't be able to withstand a single blow. Since they've entered Frostwave Weave, they'll definitely provide the Great Yu Empire with the best service and prices. Congratulations, Your Highness. Can you tell me more about Endless Borders? Lu Yin asked. She picked up her juice and took a sip. Does Your Highness believe that Endless Borders has entered Frostwave Weave because of Source Peak Planet? Is that not the case? That's part of the reason, but at the end of the day, both Endless Borders and our Naylan family are commercial organizations. It's our instinct to go wherever there's money to be made. The establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance and the consolidation of resources is a golden period for the transportation industry. During this time, no less than 100,000 transportation companies have been established in the Eastern Weaves. This is precisely the reason why Endless Borders has entered Frostwave Weave. It's not just Endless Borders. With the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance, many well-known companies in the Outerverse will also enter Frostwave Weave. This is something that cannot be changed. They're not only looking at the Great Eastern Alliance, but also your Highness' ambition. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Ambition. Her lips curled up into an alluring smile. Your Highness' ambition is too obvious, and the Great Eastern Alliance might not be able to satisfy you. Many people want to make a fortune with you and enter the Great Eastern Alliance as soon as possible. Even if your Highness doesn't have any ambition, just the Great Eastern Alliance alone is enough for them to get rich. Lu Yin was amused. It looks like I've become a hot commodity in the eyes of you merchants. She smiled. The military serves politics, but politics is all about profit, and profit is the essence of commercial activities. On the other hand, all actions in human society are based on profit. Business is the most superficial term, but it can encompass everything. A merchant without a plan will never achieve great things. Your Highness' way of doing things is actually the fundamental reason why many merchants have decided to enter Frostwave Weave. They're not just investing in territory and goods, but also in your Highness. What about you? Lu Yin asked. She blinked. I've already invested in your Highness from the moment I laid eyes on you. Didn't your Highness feel it? Lu Yin shrugged. All right, I can feel it. You've done a lot for me. She rolled her eyes. It's not me, it's the Nalan family. Your Highness, if you say that, others will misunderstand. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat when he saw her beautiful face and alluring posture. He coughed again. I want to know the strength of endless borders. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 709. Her expression changed. Endless borders has a deep foundation. If your Highness wants to make an enemy out of them, you must think carefully. What do you mean? Lu Yin asked. Madame Nalan thought for a moment. Let's put it this way. For the same price, for the same goods, and for the same transport spacecraft, Endless Shipping is able to deliver the goods to the destination earlier than any other transport company. The reason for this is that they have a lot of secret routes in the universe. These routes need to be explored by humans, and I'm sure your Highness is aware of the high cost of exploring the universe. Endless Shipping has a lot of routes under their control, and without a certain level of strength and background, they can't do it. Even though Endless Borders rarely participates in power struggles, no one dares to underestimate them. Anyone who has made an enemy out of them or tried to rob their goods has disappeared without exception. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The universe was boundless, and the greatest wealth was routes. Humans had paid a huge price to explore the universe, but they had only obtained routes in return. Each route had buried countless lives, but Endless Borders was actually able to explore the universe on its own. This strength terrified Lu Yin. Even with the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin was not confident that he could explore the entire outerverse. Endless Borders has many secret routes that many innerverse powers want to obtain, but none have succeeded. They have the foundation to resist the innerverse great powers. This is Endless Borders, and making an enemy out of them is far more terrifying than making an enemy out of an entire weave, she said solemnly. Lu Yin thought about it. However, her tone changed. I've never heard of Endless Borders intentionally making an enemy out of anyone in the outerverse. They didn't send anyone to fight on Source Peak Planet, and they only provided transportation. Thus, your Highness doesn't need to be too concerned about them. Lu Yin's expression was calm, but his vigilance towards Endless Borders had risen by several levels. He did not like things that he could not control, and Endless Borders had already exceeded his control. They might even pose a threat to his future plans. This made him very uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do about it at the moment. Instead of worrying about Endless Borders, your Highness should be more concerned about Aegis. They're the true threat, she suddenly said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Aegis. Madame Nalen's expression turned serious. That's right, Aegis. On the surface, Aegis acts as a middleman between mercenary organizations and ordinary people. They provide mercenary services, and they're also the largest bodyguard company in the Outerverse. In reality, those mercenaries are all trained by themselves, and they have countless training bases that specialize in training mercenaries. They travel throughout the universe and collect wealth from wars. What's even more frightening is that Aegis is the largest assassin organization in the Outerverse. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Aegis is an assassin organization. Madame Nalen nodded. This secret isn't widely spread, and only those within the circle know about it. As one of the 4 major corporations, I also know that 6 of the top 10 assassins in the Outerverse are from Aegis. There are many assassin organizations in the Outerverse, and at least 1/10 of them are funded by Aegis. There are also many assassin organizations in the Outerverse that have connections with Aegis. On one hand, they sell bodyguards and mercenaries at high prices, but on the other hand, they also send out assassins. Lu Yin had never expected Aegis to be such a company that controlled both the spear and the shield at the same time. This meant that they could do whatever they wanted in the Outerverse underground world. None of the 4 major corporations in the Outerverse were simple. Madame Nalen might seem harmless on the surface, but to be able to become one of the 4 major corporations meant that her background was unfathomable. Her background was also the Sword Sect. Did that mean that Endless Borders and Aegis were also supported by some great power in the Outerverse? I've already learned about 3 of the 4 major corporations. Tell me about the last one, the Amethyst Trading Company. Is it not simple? Madame Nalen smiled. Your Highness is smart. That's right. The Amethyst Trading Company appears to be the largest trading center in the Outerverse, but they're also the largest intelligence organization and have the largest database in the Outerverse. If you want to know anything, just go to them. If they don't know anything, then there's no need to look for anyone else. Lu Yin laughed. One was the king of the underground, one had access to secret routes, and one was an intelligence organization. These were the true faces of the 4 major corporations. Then, what about the Nalen family in front of him? Although they were also part of the 4 major corporations, the Nalen family was known as the wealthiest family in the Outerverse. In terms of business, the Nalen family surpassed the other 3. What was behind this woman? Lu Yin did not ask, and Madame Nalen did not take the initiative to speak either. She calmly ended the call. She had revealed the true faces of the other 3 major corporations, which was equivalent to telling Lu Yin that the Nalen family was not simple either. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. The Outerverse was still very deep, and it was not as simple as he had thought. Everything that appeared on the surface was just a facade, and the true danger lay beneath the surface. Fortunately, Frostwave Weave was located in the east, and the eastern weaves were not viewed with much importance by the universe. Furthermore, Ironblood Weave summons had caused many people in the Outerverse to avoid the eastern weaves, and many places were isolated from the outside world. Otherwise, Lu Yin might not have been able to successfully establish the Great Eastern Alliance. However, these hidden powers were gradually becoming impatient. Wei Rong's overthrow of the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society had caused Aegis to be slightly exposed. Endless Borders and Amethyst Trading Company would definitely not remain idle, and behemoths like Shamrock Enterprises, Mavis Bank, and Aurora Corporation would not sit idly by. A good show was about to begin, and all Lu Yin needed to do was wait. Just like the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, he was waiting for the best opportunity to act. In Bard Weave's even-ground palace, beneath the same waterfall, Munikhang propped her chin up in boredom as she stared at the waterfall. Ever since she had become the palace master, she had not gone out for a walk. Wherever she went, there was always a group of people. Just a few of them would be enough to deal with them. While the vast Earth sect had power vessels, the lockbreakers had lock-breaking tools as well. It was very difficult to defeat lockbreakers within the same realm. No wonder, no wonder. Hua Qiao could not help but smile bitterly. The sect master had schemed for half a day to ally with the Eastern Weaves, but in the end, it had all been for naught. How laughable. In Flax and Weave, the current chairman of the Tri-Banner Federation, Jibu, immediately sent a message to congratulate the Lockbreaker Society upon learning that they were moving to Frostwave Weave. He was dead set on following the Great Yu Empire, and without the Great Yu Empire, he could only remain as a former chairman. Furthermore, his secrets were still in the Great Yu Empire's hands. The vast Earth sect had allied with him to embarrass the Great Yu Empire, and he had immediately relayed the news to Enya. The only reason he had agreed to ally with the vast Earth sect was because of Enya's wishes. She wanted him to interact more with the vast Earth sect and provide information to the Great Yu Empire. Sometimes, he looked down on the vast Earth sect. They had bowed and bent their knees to agree to the alliance, but they had also stabbed them in the back. They were unlike him, who had completely submitted to the Great Yu Empire. In Adonis Weave, ever since Darkstar Gorge had been destroyed, Green Peak Gorge had taken over as the leading power. Green Peak Gorge had always been suppressed by Darkstar Gorge, and they had never been able to make a name for themselves. However, ever since Elder Wu had been dealt with by Lu Yin, Darkstar Gorge had been denounced by many other powers, and they had risen up. As for the powers that had denounced Darkstar Gorge, they had basically been the ones who had colluded with them. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 710. Green Peak Gorge was much more well-behaved than Darkstar Gorge. Ever since they had become the leading power, they had immediately contacted the Great Yu Empire and taken the initiative to join the alliance. They had been very proactive, but at the same time, they had also agreed to the vast Earth sect's request for an alliance. When they found out that Lu Yin had brought the entire Lockbreaker Society to Frostwave Weave, they immediately cut off all contact with the vast Earth sect and even sent a batch of resources to the Great Yu Empire. They used all sorts of excuses to continuously send gifts, which made Enya and the others feel embarrassed. Although the Green Hornet Gorge was very active, Enya still put them on the untrustworthy list. This power was even more alarming than the vast Earth sect. They were two-faced. The Six-Fingered Tribe was the most concerned about what had happened on Source Peak Planet, as Armament Weave was the Six-Fingered Tribe's greatest enemy to the west. The two sides had been enemies for countless years, and the Wei family's hands were stained with the Six-Fingered Tribe's blood. The Six-Fingered Tribe had also massacred many members of the Wei family. When they found out that Yifeng had joined the Wei family and taken away a group of lockbreakers, the Six-Fingered Tribe began to panic. They were worried that the Wei family would use those lockbreakers to increase their strength. In truth, they were not worried, but rather certain that the Wei family would do so. Otherwise, why would the Wei family raise that group of lockbreakers? Fortunately, Lu Yin had relocated the Lockbreaker Society to Frostwave Weave, which allowed the Six-Fingered Tribe to heave a sigh of relief. In order to deal with the future threat of the Wei family, the Six-Fingered Tribe had decided to sincerely join the Great Eastern Alliance. Only the Great Eastern Alliance could protect them from being oppressed by the Wei family, and only Lu Yin had the ability to keep those lockbreakers in check. As a result, the only ones who were truly sincere in their alliance were Lars Weave and Grand Top Weave. Grand Top Weave's 9-stack sect was just a puppet in Lu Yin's hands, and the other powers naturally listened to him. Of course, there was also Dark Mist Weave. Without mentioning Shenwu Continent, the most terrifying power in Dark Mist Weave was Mafioso Planet. Although Mafioso Planet could not openly join the Great Eastern Alliance, they still had the bespectacled Mistchild to support Lu Yin. News of what had happened on Source Peak Planet spread throughout the Eastern Territories. As a direct result, the relationship between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Great Eastern Alliance became even more stable. Lu Yin also quickly found out that the great powers of the Eastern Weaves had given up on the alliance and were preparing to join the Great Eastern Alliance. This made him heave a sigh of relief, as it would be best if he could save himself some trouble. Your Highness, the Six-Fingered Tribe wishes to request the Great Eastern Alliance's protection. They have been enemies with Armament Weave for generations, and now that Armament Weave has gained a new batch of lockbreakers, they are worried that the Wei family will take this opportunity to attack Lars Weave, Enya said. Lu Yin grunted. Tell them that, according to the Alliance's agreement, the Allied forces were established to protect their allies. Tell them not to worry. Yes, Enya replied, and her eyes lit up. Shui Chuanshao had always wanted to unite the Outerverse 72 Weaves, and now that he was imprisoned in Earth's swamp, she had always wanted to help him fulfill his wish. She had joined the Great Yu Empire because she had nowhere else to go, but she had never expected to see the hope of uniting the Outerverse here. He then spun it again, and it still showed a pip. This time, a weapon fell out. Lu Yin used a little more force, but the die broke. He tossed it aside and continued. The third time, it was still a pip. Lu Yin was helpless, as his luck was really bad today. He had gotten a pip every single time. This time, a thick diary fell out. He casually flipped through it and saw that it was signed, Alan Gale. Lu Yin set the diary aside and continued to roll. He still had one more chance, and he should be able to get a pip of 4 since it was not that difficult to get a pip. This time, the die showed a pip of 6, and Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Not good, he had forgotten to take off his cosmic ring. Just as he thought about this, the scene before him changed, and he appeared in that strange space. Lu Yin was helpless, and he hurriedly stopped. He looked around and saw that some of the light balls were scorching hot while others were dim. The hotter the light balls, the closer they were to his cultivation or some other aspect. He did not dare to stay for too long, as the longer he stayed, the more the star essence in his cosmic ring would be consumed. After thinking about this, he looked around and found the hottest light ball before rushing over and fusing with it. A blinding light flashed in front of him, and Lu Yin slowly opened his eyes as large amounts of memories flooded into his mind. Not long after, he stood up and looked around before looking at his hands. The person he had fused with was called Tong Cho, and he was just a Lemeter. How could a mere Lemeter emit such a scorching light? Wasn't this a lie? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 711. Lu Yin felt helpless. A Lemeter's ball of light was so hot that it was either similar in terms of cultivation or in some other way. What exactly was it? He walked over to the window and looked outside. There was a floating continent here that had no name. Everyone called it the Mara River Frontline Battlefield. That's right, Tong Cho was from the 6th mainland, and this was the front line of the 6th mainland's invasion of the Interverse. Lu Yin had never thought that he would actually come here. The Mara River was what the 6th mainland called the Starfall Sea. No one knew where the source and end of the Starfall Sea led to, but now he knew that the end was the 6th mainland. The river flowed from the bottom to the top and into the 6th mainland, becoming the Mara River. The 6th mainland's invasion of the Interverse had been through the Mara River, and this continent was just one of the front lines. Tong Cho was a disciple of the Grand Marshal Realm's Tong family, a cosmic imprinter family that was unparalleled in power and dominated an entire continent. Based on Tong Cho's memories, Lu Yin knew that the 6th mainland and the Interverse were at war. He had thought that the 6th mainland's invasion of the Interverse would be unstoppable, but the Interverse foundations were extremely deep, and they had managed to hold on for a while. The sixth mainland had sent out imprinters and world imprinters, while the Innerverse had also sent out envoys and old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands. Although they had managed to hold on, the Innerverse had suffered great losses. Even Tong Cho knew that a few envoys with power levels over 500,000 had died, and many planets in the Starfall Sea had been destroyed. Those planets had been overseen by old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands, but they had still been destroyed. At that moment, another memory surged into Lu Yin's mind, and he saw the scene of the battlefield. It was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart, and he felt like an ant caught in a storm. Suddenly, he saw a strange figure that was riding a horse through the void and burning with flames. The figure looked at him from afar, and Tong Cho felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Yin had seen this figure before. It had crossed the heavens and caused him to feel a chill. This was the same figure. There were all sorts of people on the battlefield, and Tong Cho was only a Lamiter. He had retreated after a single glance, and he didn't know anything about the person that Lu Yin wanted to know. He only knew that the war was developing in the sixth mainland's favor. Off in the distance, a cool breeze blew by, clearing up Lu Yin's mind. Memories flooded his mind, and he finally understood why he had merged with this person's body. This person had actually cultivated the Sky Beast Claw. The Sky Beast Claw was a battle technique that had been passed down by Undying Yushan of the Great Yu Empire. The Great Yu Empire had 108 forms, and Lu Yin had learned all of them. On the Astral Combat Academy's stargazing platform, he had seen an incomparably large battleship traversing the heavens, and he had also seen traces of the Sky Beast Claw on the battleship. This battle technique was clearly not simple, and he was even more certain of that now, as the Sky Beast Claw had even appeared on the sixth mainland. The Sky Beast Claw that Tong Cho had learned had been an accidental discovery, just like how Rucky Mathers had learned the stone-crushing fist. Tong Cho had learned the Sky Beast Claw from a claw imprint on a rock, but he had studied it from a young age, and the power of the Sky Beast Claw that he had learned was even greater than the 108 styles of the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin raised his hand, and his palm transformed into a claw. The person who had attacked Lu Yin hurriedly stepped forward. "Greetings, young master." Tong Zhan looked at Lu Yin and then at the others. "A great battle is imminent. Don't let others see our Tong family as a joke. Internal strife is not allowed." "Yes, young master," the crowd answered. "Prepare yourselves. The martial ancestor might make a move during this time," Tong Zhan said calmly, his words shocking everyone. "Young master, are you saying that the martial ancestor is going to attack the fifth mainland?" Tong Tong also looked at Tong Zhan in shock. Tong Zhan looked up. "The martial ancestor is dissatisfied with our war with the fifth mainland. A group of powerhouses have also appeared in the fifth mainland, but there are too many of them. In addition, their top powerhouses from the younger generation wantonly massacred our sixth mainland's elites in the ruins of the Daosaur sect. The martial ancestor might bring the Daosaur's three skies to attack, and when that happens, the fifth mainland will definitely collapse." "Yes, young master," the crowd answered. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. The martial ancestor was a progenitor. How could the Innerverse withstand a progenitor's attack? The fifth mainland should not have any progenitors, while the sixth mainland had 3. This was a hopeless disparity. Even though Lu Yin had never seen a progenitor's strength before, he had heard of it many times. It was the ultimate realm of human cultivation. If cultivators were gods to ordinary people, then imprinters were gods to cultivators. As for progenitors, they were gods to imprinters. They were terrifying figures that they didn't even have the qualifications to look up to. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 712. Lu Yin's heart sank. Tong Zhan left, and the person who had ambushed Luin did not cause any more trouble for him. Clearly, the news that a progenitor was about to make a move had a huge impact on them, as it meant that the fifth mainland was about to be defeated, which meant that there were endless opportunities waiting for them. Tong Tong walked over to Lu Yin's side and looked at him strangely. "Not bad, Tong Cho. I didn't know that you had this ability. You're about to comprehend a domain." Lu Yin came back to his senses and looked at Tong Tong. He bowed and respectfully said, "I might have been affected by the battlefield's atmosphere. I unknowingly became like this." Tong Tong sneered. "You were sick for several days when I saw the battlefield. Don't try to find excuses for yourself. Have you been hiding all this time, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge on me?" Lu Yin hurriedly replied, "I wouldn't dare. Miss will always be Mississippi, it's good that you know. Forget about the fact that you're just a Lemmeter, so what if you comprehend a domain? When it comes to domains, I comprehended them earlier than you. You'll always be my dog. Remember that." Tong Tong barked as she stared coldly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, "Yes, Mississippi." Tong Tong was satisfied. "I'm quite happy that you have such strength. If a dog is useless, then its master will lose face. Now, I'll give you a chance to enter the library and find me a good battle technique to learn. That way, you'll have more strength when you bite." She then gave Lu Yin a medallion. Lu Yin accepted the medallion, and with Tong Tong's permission, he went to the library. He had not expected to have such an unexpected gain. The library contained countless years of the Tong family's treasures. Although this mainland's library was less than 1,000th of the Tong family's library and was of the lowest grade, it was still pretty good. Lu Yin could learn more about the sixth mainland through these books. However, Lu Yin was clearly overthinking things. The books that the Tong family had brought were all battle techniques, and they were of the lowest grade. Most of them had been snatched from the Starfall Sea, and they intended to use this battlefield to enrich the library and bring it back as spoils of war. There were very few books that had actually been taken from the main family. Lu Yin flipped through a few and found that these battle techniques were very ordinary. It was likely that some of the more powerful battle techniques had been stored in other places or given to others. He sighed, as these books were of no value to him. When he reached a corner, he casually found a book and sat down to read it. He decided that he would leave soon, as he could not waste any more star essence. At that moment, someone entered the library, and the conversation reached Lu Yin's ears. "I still need to do my best in this war. We're fighting against the people from the fifth mainland, and we have an innate suppressive force. With our imprints, we can easily win against people at the same level as us. It's too easy." "That's right. I've heard that this pressure is coming from the mainland. The fifth mainland is collapsing, and without the support of the mainland, it's impossible to resist. We're basically invincible here, If it were up to me, I would have started this war a long time ago. Who knows, I might even be a hunter by now. It's the same now. You and I are still young. We'll take advantage of this war to make a fortune. Some people in the family don't even dare to come. Trash. Those people heard about the Daosaur sect's ruins, and they became afraid. They thought that the fifth mainland was filled with people at the same level as the 10 arbiters, but in reality, the 10 arbiters are the top powerhouses of the entire fifth mainland's younger generation, and the gap between them and those below them is extremely large. It would already be a miracle if there were 10 of them, so how could there be so many? Those people are just stupid. Speaking of which, the battlefield in the Daosaur sect's ruins is even more terrifying than this place. The war between the 10 arbiters and the Realmlings is also very intense, and it's rumored that the Daosaur's 3 skies might go there. Why do I hear that the Daosaur's 3 skies will follow the martial ancestor to train? I don't know, but the news is flying everywhere. One thing is certain, the Dowsource 3 skies are about to appear. Those are the top powerhouses of our sixth mainland's younger generation. Who knows how powerful they are? I'm so envious. An innate suppressive force. Luin thought about it. He had fought against the people from the sixth mainland, but he had not felt any innate suppression. Could it be because of the Dowsource sect's ruins? Right, have you heard that the higher-ups are preparing to open up a third battlefield? Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he listened attentively without making a sound. A third battlefield. With our sixth mainland strength, we should be able to do it. After all, the main forces at the Mara River battlefield are from the Black Blood realm and the Grand Marshal realm. The second battlefield will attack the fifth mainland's astral beast domain, and the main forces will be from the Bloodburn realm and the Stone realm. There aren't many people from the other 5 realms, so they have plenty of power. But where will the third battlefield attack? Although the fifth mainland is huge, as long as a progenitor takes action, they should be able to flatten it quickly. We'll surround it from the east and west, and then we'll launch an all-out attack on their Neoverse. The fifth mainland is divided into the Innerverse and Outerverse and the Neoverse. Even our sixth mainland doesn't know much about the Neoverse, but based on the average strength of the fifth mainland, they should be about the same. For the third battlefield, the higher-ups seem to be planning to attack their Outerverse. Luin was stunned. Aren't the Innerverse and Outerverse separated? That's only for the fifth mainland. Our sixth mainland is connected to the fifth mainland not only by the Mara River and the Astral Beast domain, but also by the fifth mainland's technocracy. I've heard rumors that the technocracy is controlled by a single mainframe. It's very small, but it's on par with the human domain and the Astral Beast domain. Our sixth mainland also has a portion of that mainframe's authority, and it's through this authority that we understand a lot about the fifth mainland. Are you saying that the higher-ups plan to use the technocracy to attack the human domain's outerverse? That's just hearsay. Others say that the higher-ups plan to join forces with the Astral Beast domain to attack the human domain. Anyway, there's a lot of information. Then forget it. Let's just stay at the Mara River. Did you obtain another battle technique? This pressure carried a trace of vicissitudes, and it was definitely not an ordinary strength. Luin himself had not known that Tong Chao's understanding of the Sky Beast Claw would be so terrifying when used by him. He suddenly opened his eyes and forcefully dispelled the claw mark. He exhaled as fine beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. In that instant, he felt as if he had seen a giant claw crossing the river of time and descending upon him. Although it might have been an illusion caused by a battle technique, he did not dare to let the claw strike him. His intuition told him that this was no joke. He looked at his own palm. He had not even fully unleashed Tong Chao's understanding of the Sky Beast Claw, but it was already so terrifying. What would happen if he fully unleashed it? Perhaps it would not be any weaker than the Dream Finger. Lu Yin's eyes brightened, as he had inadvertently obtained another powerful battle technique. What he had seen at Stargazing Deck had not been false. The claw mark had been able to penetrate deep into the giant arc, which meant that it had definitely come from a terrifying powerhouse. He had also indirectly comprehended an inheritance. Unfortunately, it would have been great if Tong Chao's stone tablet had been given to him. After all, Tong Chao was only a Lammeter, and there was a limit to how much he could comprehend. If it had been Luin himself, he believed that the Sky Beast Claw would have had room for improvement. As for the 108 forms of the Sky Beast Claw, he had already merged them into one. Compared to Tong Chao's understanding of the Sky Beast Claw, the 108 forms were a joke. If Tong Chao had not been so cowardly and dared to use the Sky Beast Claw in battle, then his strength would definitely not have been weak. Of course, if one wanted to fully unleash the Sky Beast Claw, they needed to have a physical body, which Tong Chou did not have. Thus, all of Tong Chou's comprehension had been for Lu Yin's benefit. It was no wonder that ball of light had been so bright and had attracted Lu Yin's attention. Thank you. Little Cannon Brother's reward, I'll give it to you, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 713. Lu Yin raised his hand, and his die appeared. It seemed like he needed to roll 6 pips, as each fusion could lead to improvement. This was a shortcut to increasing his strength. The next day, Lu Yin finished his finger tap training and sensed Banzhou's aura in his domain. He had K's let him in. Your Highness, are you free right now? Come with me to the technology department, Banzhou said urgently. Lu Yin was curious. What's wrong? The first batch of androids has been completed, and I would like you to witness it. Banzhou was excited. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he stood up. Let's go. Right after Lu Yin left, Hai Chi arrived. She did not need to report her entry and exit to King Zishan's palace, as if it was her own home. She didn't see Lu Yin when she entered the living room, but instead saw the diary that he had casually placed on the table. Hai Chi opened it out of curiosity. The technology department was located in a hidden location, and some departments were even built underground. The androids department was one of them. Banzhou had obtained the blueprints for the androids a long time ago, and Lu Yin had obtained it by rolling his die. The breakthrough in technology had occurred 4 months ago. Banzhou had originally promised to create 50 androids within half a year, but in just 4 months, he had already created 20 androids. The rest were just a production line, and as long as there were enough materials, the production speed would be very fast. Lu Yin followed Banzhou to the underground technology department and saw 20 androids floating in liquid. They were completely mechanical and filled with power. Each android had rune lines that rivaled a peak explorer's, and in terms of power level, each android had a power level of 49,000 to 50,000. These androids are made from the best metals in the Eastern weaves. Not only do they have a hardness of 50,000, but they are also very resilient and can withstand even more powerful attacks. Their core source control hardness also exceeds 50,000, and spiritual silk has been added as well. Most importantly, as long as there are enough materials, any part of the androids can be replaced at any time, which can easily increase their strength. Banzhou excitedly explained. Lu Yin looked at the androids. These were all products of a technological civilization, and 20 androids were equivalent to 20 peak explorers. It had taken him more than 6 years to become an explorer, and this was where the terrifying power of technology lay. As long as there was a breakthrough in technology, even such powerhouses could be mass-produced. Do we have enough materials? Lu Yin asked. Banzhou excitedly replied, the Great Eastern Alliance has been established, and I've seen all of the resources listed. We can create 200 peak explorer-level androids. Only 200. Lu Yin was dissatisfied, as he had gathered the resources of all 8 weaves in the east. Banzhou helplessly replied, Your Majesty, there are some materials that are too scarce, such as thousand-thread spirit gold and polarium essence. The Eastern weaves don't produce them at all, and we still have to purchase them from the outside. The main reason is that these materials are limited in quantity. Lu Yin muttered to himself, I'll think of a way to get the materials. You try to increase the strength of the androids as much as possible. This was exactly what Banzhou wanted, so he hurriedly agreed. Where do you think these androids should be placed? Banzhou shook his head. I don't know. He was only responsible for manufacturing, the arrangements were Lu Yin's responsibility. Lu Yin had originally planned to sell the androids in order to break the alliance between Vast Earth Weave and Lars Weave. However, the battle on Source Peak Planet had caused Lars Weave to panic, and they had no choice but to completely submit to him. Grand Top Weave did not have any powers that could resist, and Flaxen Weave was just a fence-sitter that did not pose much of a threat. The ones that he needed to be wary of were Vast Earth Weave, Dark Mist Weave, Adonis Weave, and Bard Weave. Among them, Adonis Weave's strength had been greatly weakened, so it was not within Lu Yin's consideration. Dark Mist Weave was filled with dark powers, which made it impossible for them to unite. Furthermore, Mafioso Planet and Shenwu Continent had already submitted to him, so there was no need to consider them. Thus, only Vast Earth Weave and Bard Weave were left to be taken care of. There was no need to expose the androids to deal with these two weaves. As Lu Yin pondered this, his gadget suddenly beeped. Someone was trying to contact him. He glanced at it and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After some thought, he accepted the call. Who is this? I'm Wei Rong, Brother Lu. I've heard a lot about you. Lu Yin's expression turned serious, as this person's appearance had been too unexpected. He had expected Wei Rong to contact him, but he had not expected it to be so soon. So, it's Brother Wei. I've heard a lot about you, Lu Yin said calmly as he waved for Banjo to leave. Wei Rong's tone was relaxed. Congratulations to Brother Lu for obtaining the Lockbreaker Society. This brother has come to congratulate you. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. I also want to congratulate Brother Wei for obtaining the help of a group of Lockbreakers. It's a pity that we were not fated to meet after the battle on Source Peak Planet. Yes, it's a pity. I've heard of Brother Lu's great name many times, and after the battle on Source Peak Planet, Brother Lu has given me a new understanding of you. In the entire Outerverse, there are very, very few people who can accomplish what you did on Source Peak Planet. Brother Lu, you're amazing, Wei Rong praised. Lu Yin could tell that Wei Rong was sincere in his praise, as Lu Yin had used the path that Wei Rong had paved for him to take away the entire Lockbreaker Society. This was something that even Wei Rong could not accomplish. Lu Yin was not complacent, as he had only been able to do so thanks to Wang Wen's help. There's no need to discuss the past. May I know why Brother Wei has contacted me this time? It's nothing much. It's just that having a troublesome little sister is always a headache. Brother Lu, do you remember Wei Xian, who participated in Instructor Phelan's exam with you? Wei Rong asked. Lu Yin thought about it. She's your little sister. Yes, Xian has loved lockbreaking since she was young, and she's very happy that she passed the exam. She had planned to stay on Source Peak Planet, but unfortunately, the Lockbreaker Society moved to Frostwave Weave. That girl has been causing trouble for me, so I had no choice but to bring her to Frostwave Weave's Lockbreaker Society. After all, her mentor is Phelan, and having a mentor to guide her is better than fumbling around on your own. What do you think, Brother Lu? Lu Yin replied, if Brother Wei wants to visit Frostwave Weave, you can come anytime. I can show you around. Alright, then it's settled. Brother Lu, let's meet at Xenu Star. Wei Rong laughed. Lu Yin smiled. See you at Xenu Star. After ending the call, Lu Yin looked at the cyborg in front of him and made a decision. Wei Rong had traveled through more than half of the Outerverse, but he had never set foot in the Eastern Weaves. Firstly, it was a matter of safety, and secondly, he did not place the Eastern Weaves in his eyes at all. The Eastern Weaves had the fewest populations, and they did not have any special resources. This time, he had come to Frostwave Weave not only because of the Lockbreaker Society, but also because of the Great Eastern Alliance. The scattered Eastern Weaves naturally did not interest him, but the united Great Eastern Alliance was different. This meant that a Colossus had appeared in his east. The moment the Great Eastern Alliance was established, it would become Wei Rong's enemy. Lu Yin originally did not know who Wei Rong was, but the battle on Source Peak Planet had left a deep impression on him. Even without Jeffrey, the Lockbreaker Society was still a colossus. However, it had been destroyed by Wei Rong just like that, and he had even taken away a group of Lockbreakers with him. Such methods and strength were quite terrifying. Wei Rong's strength was not impressive, but his strategy was extraordinary. It seemed that Wei Rong was planning to make a move against the Great Eastern Alliance, and he might even cause trouble during this alliance conference. Lu Yin left the technology department and returned to King Zishan's palace. Under the cover of his domain, he saw Hai Chi-Chi sitting alone in the living room with her head lowered. Clear tears would occasionally fall from her eyes. Lu Yin hurriedly walked over and squatted down in front of Hai Chi-Chi. He looked into her red eyes. Chi-Chi, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Hai Chi-Chi looked at Lu Yin and pursed her lips. A teardrop fell onto Lu Yin's hand, and she pleaded with teary eyes, "Can you save the Fire Plume tribe?" Lu Yin was confused. What Fire Plume tribe? Hai Chi-Chi handed the diary over to Lu Yin. Lu Yin took it. I picked this up by accident. Have you read it? Hai Chi-Chi nodded. Save the Fire Plume tribe. Lu Yin was astonished. Hai Chi-Chi was crying because of this diary. He was curious, so he sat down and flipped to the first page. Today is the happiest day for our Fire Plume tribe. The nightmare that has plagued us for so many years has finally ended, and we have welcomed our hero. He is so imposing and tall, and he stands in the heavens like a god that protects us. We cheer for him and pray for him. As the Fire Plume tribe's princess, I, Ellen Gale, personally pray for him and sing for him. He likes our songs very much. That's right, who in the universe doesn't like our songs? Our Fire Plume tribe has musical talent that far surpasses that of the Soul Dream tribe, and our songs can cleanse the soul. We left our homeland and followed him. He said that he would take us to a place where we would never be oppressed. He said that he would spread our songs throughout the universe and guide people to the truth, kindness, and beauty. I like him, and I might even fall in love with him. This planet is beautiful, and the place where I live is beautiful as well. I'm not writing anymore. He wants to hear our songs, and he really likes our songs. I'm so happy. He's injured, and the doctor said that he needs the blood of our hearts to treat him. We Fire Plume tribe are willing to dedicate our hearts and blood to him. Each person's heart and blood may not be much, but when gathered together, it will be much more. We are all willing to sacrifice everything for him. I'm a little tired. I've been singing and praying for him every day for an entire month. My voice is hoarse, and I've been dedicating my heart and blood every day. My body is very weak, but he still wants me to sing. Many of us sisters are tired. Today, a child died in front of us. He was the one who killed him. He said that the child had the blood of an evil person flowing through his veins and that he would harm others if left alive. I pleaded for mercy because the child's eyes were pure and flawless, and I could sense his naivety. He seemed to think that this was just a game, but my pleading was useless, and the child still died. He's a little scary, I'm afraid. He's killed many people during this period of time, and there was one time when blood splashed into my eyes. I tried to persuade him and use our songs to guide him, but it didn't seem to work. 5 of my sisters have already gone missing, and I don't know where they went. I don't even know if they're still alive. He looked at me with a terrifying gaze, like a king looking at an ant. He forced me to pray and sing, and my sisters were all afraid. I wanted to leave. He's not the person I thought he was. He's changed, but it's also possible that he hasn't changed at all. He's just like this. No matter how beautiful the environment is, it can't change the fact that we're in hell. Our Fire Plume tribe songs can guide a person's true beauty, but they can't guide him. He's the true demon, and he killed thousands of our sisters. I don't know why, but we were very obedient to him. Why did he kill us? From then on, all I saw was red. Luin flipped to the back, and there was a long passage in the middle where Ellen Gale described the changes in her heart. I'm really lost. The feelings I had when I first saw him still haven't disappeared. Even if he's a demon, I still like him. He's killed many people, many of them, including my own people. But the more time we spend together, the deeper his image is branded in my heart. Alright, I'll face my own heart. The universe exists in white and black, just like his hair color, but there's a trace of gray in him. Perhaps this gray is the source of evil. I don't want to die, and I want to guide him to his true beauty. I'll use my life as the price to cleanse his soul. I've blinded my own eyes because I didn't want to see his evil face. I'll use the rest of my life to sing and guide him to good. I'm not fated to be with him in this life, but I'm willing to use the rest of my life as the price to atone for his sins and repent for him. From today onwards, I will never stop singing. Even if I lose my voice, even if I turn into a skeleton, I will pray for him until the very last moment. I will guide him to his true beauty. Ellen Gale. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 7:14. Luin closed the diary and retracted his gaze. He had unknowingly finished reading the entire diary. Was Ellen Gale an idiot, or was she infatuated? Can you save the Fire Plume tribe? Hai Chi was so moved that she couldn't stop crying. Luin was speechless. Was she really that moved? Men and women had different emotions when it came to crying, but this crying was too exaggerated. Women were emotional, which was not wrong at all. He waved the diary in his hand. Do you know where this Fire Plume tribe is? Let me save them. Hai Chi shook her head. Let's look it up. Maybe they're in the Outerverse. Luin laughed. Wrong. The Innerverse is in the day-night flow zone. How do you know? Hai Chi was shocked. Luin replied, Ellen Gale mentioned that he had black and white hair with a hint of gray, which is the symbol of the Night King clan. This person is definitely from the Night King clan, which is naturally in the day-night flow zone. Hai Chi grew anxious. Why haven't you determined where old Gouda is? Hurry up. You're too inefficient. Luin was stunned, the topic had changed so quickly. The sooner I deal with old Gouda, the sooner I can explore the Astral River. I'll definitely find a way to enter the Innerverse, Hai Chi said. Luin stuffed the diary into her hands. I also hope that you can find a way to enter the Innerverse. As for old Gouda, I've already sent someone to investigate him. He's very cunning, and he's nowhere to be found. Don't worry, the area is only so big, so he won't be able to escape. That's for the best. Hai Chi put the diary away like it was a treasure. I'm going to take a nap and reflect on this. She then ran off. Luin watched her leave and then raised his gadget to search for information on the Fire Plume tribe. Using his honor points, he found the Fire Plume tribe. It had to be said that this tribe was blessed by the heavens, but they were also plagued by misfortune. The Blazing Feather race was born on a planet called the Blazing Feather Planet. This planet was very strange. All living things had wings, including the fish in the river and the earthworms underground. All of them had wings that burned with white flames. Humans were no exception. Every member of the Fire Plume clan had wings burning with white flames. What was even more peculiar was that the Fire Plume clan did not have any males, only females. Even if they married outside, they would only give birth to ordinary males or beautiful females with wings of white flames. The singing of the females of the Fireplume clan had the effect of cleansing one's soul, elevating one's essence, energy, and spirit, and boosting one's battle chi. This effect caused the Fireplume tribe to become the target of jealousy from the moment they were discovered. They had never been free, and they had always been controlled by other powers. They had been oppressed, and their lives had been miserable. That was until 10 years ago, when the Day-Night clan took control of the Fireplume tribe. Since then, the Fireplume tribe had disappeared without a trace, and there had been no news of them in the universe. The one who had taken the Fireplume clan away was Arbiter Jinwu. Lu Yin sighed. Arbiter Jinwu, Night King Jinwu, and Lu Yin again. So many things were connected to this person, and this person was truly unwilling to be left out. This meant that the he that Alan Gale had mentioned was Night King Jinwu. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Even if the inner-verse and outer-verse had not been separated, Arbiter Jinwu's strength was not something that Lu Yin could face head-on. Lu Yin had external help, but how could Arbiter Jinwu not have it? The battle in Iron Blood Weave had already shown that once Lu Yin was targeted, his external help would not be able to display its effects. What he really needed to do was to increase his own strength. As for the Fireplume clan, it had nothing to do with him. If it was possible in the future, he would save them, but if it was impossible, he would not force it. Speaking of which, the Sixth Mainland was about to send a progenitor to sweep through the Innerverse. When that time came, it was hard to say whether the Day-Night clan would still be around. Over the next few days, Lu Yin passed down his orders and stayed in King Zishan's palace. He recited the Stonewall scriptures and practiced finger tap. He also used the second squadron to observe Ku Wei's movements. Ku Wei did not hide at all, and he openly wandered about in front of the palace. There were a few times when he was almost captured, but he had managed to slip away quickly. The group from the Outerverse Lockbreakers Society would arrive on planet Hydrodink in 8 days, just before the Alliance conference. This was exactly what Lu Yin wanted to see, as he wanted to use the Outerverse Lockbreakers Society's reputation to raise his own. During these past few days, the Eastern Weaves were very quiet, as everyone was busy with the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Conference. As for the outside world, Lu Yin was not too sure, but he guessed that there were undercurrents surging. The Outerverse native powers wanted to swallow up the behemoths that dominated the universe, and this was an inevitable process. However, nothing would happen before the Alliance Conference, as Wei Rong himself still had to come to Frostwave Weave. It had been exactly 20 months since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated. On this day, the bespectacled Mistchild sent news that she had confirmed old Gouda's whereabouts. There were still 13 days before the Alliance Conference. Lu Yin immediately decided to bring Yen Yen along. When Enya heard that Lu Yin was about to leave, she hurriedly tried to stop him. Your Highness, the Alliance Conference is about to begin, and the various Weaves' upper echelons are about to arrive at Xenu Star. If Your Highness leaves now, it will show that our great Yu Empire is lacking in etiquette. Just tell them that I'm in seclusion and help me welcome them, Lu Yin said in a low voice. He had wanted to take revenge on old Gouda for many years, even before he had started cultivating on Earth. Now that revenge was right in front of him, nothing could stop him. Enya was helpless, and she could only do as Lu Yin said. In the dark mist weave, a giant spacecraft floated above a dusky primitive planet. Occasionally, people would fly out to hunt large beasts and bring them into the spacecraft. This was a giant spacecraft that could hold at least 20,000 people. Inside the spacecraft, there were cultivation rooms, gravity rooms, entertainment rooms, and so on. At this moment, old Gouda was lying down in a luxurious lounge with a trembling woman sitting on his lap. She was carefully cutting a piece of meat and feeding it to him. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Guer walked in. He picked up a cup of wine and downed it in one gulp. How long are we going to stay in this rundown place? Old Gouda looked at Guer with dissatisfaction. You're so impatient. What kind of person are you? Guer snorted and sat down. If it were up to me, why don't we head to the central region of the Outerverse? There are very few people who know us there, and it's much better than hiding on this primitive planet. There are only beasts here. We'll definitely have to leave, but not now. That girl that we were chasing has escaped into the Frostwave Weave, and she's definitely reported us to Luin. We can't go anywhere for now, so we'll just stay here and wait for the news to die down, Old Gouda said in a low voice. Luin, it's Luin again. That bastard caused trouble for me back in the Astral Combat Academy, and now he's even afraid of you, father, Guer said. Old Gouda's gaze turned sinister. He's killed quite a few Enlighters and has too many tricks up his sleeve. Now, he's even established the Great Eastern Alliance, and his influence is enormous. Remember this, in the future, wherever he goes, you definitely can't show up. Don't forget that you have a grudge against him, and he also mentioned that he has a grudge against me back in the Astral Combat Academy. Got it. Guer was unwilling to give up, and he glanced at the girl sitting on Old Gouda's lap. His eyes blazed, but then, he suddenly thought of something. Right, is that girl really a high-ranking member of the Sea King's Dome? Old Gouda sneered. Back then, the West Astral River Giant Arc Flowzone's envoy sent me an image of her. If she can ride a spacecraft from the Sea King's Dome, then she's definitely a high-ranking member of the Sea King's Dome. Let's not even talk about the treasures in her hands. After a few years, when the Innerverse and Outerverse return to normal, you'll be able to marry her and become a member of the Sea King's Dome. No one will dare to touch you then. Guer was excited. Then, father, let's hurry up and find her. I already said that we can't touch her right now. Let's wait for the news to die down. She's been wandering around the Astral River's border, and she's definitely looking for a way to enter the Innerverse. She'll definitely return, Old Gouda said. Guer nodded, licked his lips, and drank another cup of wine. Far away from the primitive planet, the bespectacled Mist Child appeared in front of Luin on a spacecraft. She smiled at him. Your Highness, I've made a contribution. Luin looked in the direction of the primitive planet. Tell me. What kind of power does he have? The Mist Child adjusted her glasses. Old Gouda has developed a considerable amount of power on the Astral River Giant Arc over the years. He now has 5 cruisers, 17 explorers, and more than 3,000 cultivators of various levels. The people on the Astral River Giant Arc have offended too many Outerverse cultivators, so most of them follow Old Gouda. They won't be easy to deal with. Old Gouda is a hunter himself, and he's been fishing on the Astral River Giant Arc for so many years. He definitely has some treasures on hand. If we want to deal with him, we'll have to trap him first. Let's go to Old Gouda's hiding place, Luin ordered. The Mist Child reminded him, Your Highness, Old Gouda is very cautious. If we show up, we'll be able to trap him. Otherwise, once we act, he'll definitely slip away, and it'll be difficult to find him again. I know. Soon, the spacecraft flew towards the primitive planet. Although it was quite a distance away, the Aurora spacecraft was too fast, and it didn't take long for them to see the primitive planet. Luin also saw the number of rune lines on the planet. Old Gouda's rune lines were enormous, but they definitely could not compare to Aiden or Yen Yen. Ever since Yen Yen had awakened, his strength had been constantly increasing. Even Luin, who was wearing his universal armor, had felt threatened by his ice-burst flame. Although Yen Yan's strength had been greatly reduced after the battle, he had still reached the level of a hunter. Luin estimated that Yen Yan's original strength had been at least that of a peak hunter, but now, his rune lines surpassed even Old Gouda's. On the primitive planet, the spacecraft's alarm sounded, and old Gouda immediately went to the captain's cabin to look at the screen. "Captain, a spacecraft has stopped outside the planet. I don't know what it's trying to do." Old Gouda's face was solemn. "Can you tell which spacecraft it belongs to?" "I don't know. The symbol has been covered up." Old Gouda's heart sank, and he had a bad premonition. "Leave the planet immediately. Hurry." At this moment, a figure appeared on the screen and floated in outer space. The figure then raised both hands, causing a white chill to rapidly spread out towards the planet. Suddenly, the screen became a vast expanse of white. Old Gouda's pupils shrank, and he leapt out of the spacecraft. He then threw out all sorts of weapons and bombarded them in outer space. The void was torn apart, and the weapons left deep marks on the solid white ice. However, they were unable to break through the ice. In less than 10 seconds, the entire planet was encased in solid white ice, and the frigid air caused the planet to enter an era of glaciers. Animals and plants quickly froze to death, and even seawater and rivers were frozen solid. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 7:15. The ice only froze the planet's atmosphere, but it did not completely freeze the interior. The interior was only filled with cold air. Old Gouda's expression changed, and he charged into the sky. He aimed a palm strike at the ice, causing it to crack but not shatter. As the cold air spread out, the cracked ice began to fuse back together. Old Gouda's face paled, and he used his battle technique to attack. The layers of ice shattered, but they quickly recovered. Outside the ice, Yan Yan's gaze was cold. He was competing with old Gouda in a battle of attrition. If he lost, the ice would shatter, and old Gouda would be able to escape. However, if old Gouda lost, he would be trapped on the planet. "Who are you? Why are you attacking me?" Old Gouda roared. A layer of white frost formed on the spacecraft's surface, and the space-exploring powerhouses rushed out to attack the ice, but it was useless. Only old Gouda was able to damage the ice. Gu-air trembled within the spacecraft as he stared in horror at the vast expanse of whiteness outside. Lu Yin appeared beside Yan Yan and saw old Gouda through the ice. Old Gouda similarly saw Lu Yin through the ice, and his expression changed. "It's you." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Long time no see, old Gouda." Old Gouda barked, "Lu Yin, your enmity with my son is just a small matter. Is there a need to chase us down?" Lu Yin laughed. "It looks like you're still dreaming. Wake him up." Yan Yan's gaze turned cold, and the ice grew even colder. Some of the cultivators who had left the spacecraft were immediately frozen, and only the space-exploring powerhouses were able to withstand it. Old Gouda's expression changed. Everyone else returned to the spacecraft. The primitive planet turned completely white, and even the gales froze and fell to the ground. There was a soft sound from the spacecraft, and its internal structure was frozen and damaged. Old Gouda glared at Lu Yin. "Is it because of that girl from the Sea King's dome?" Lu Yin was puzzled. "I was wondering why you were chasing after Chi-Chi and insisting on her marrying your son. So it turns out that you knew about her identity." "I didn't know. Gu-air truly likes her." Old Gouda shouted. Lu Yin sneered. "Is that so? If that girl doesn't want to marry you, then we won't force her. Please let us go. I, old Gouda, have obtained some treasures from the Astral River Arc over the years, and I'll give them all to you. All I ask of you is that you let us go. I swear that I'll never return to the Eastern Weaves again," old Gouda pleaded. Lu Yin looked at old Gouda's pleading face, and he recalled the despair he had felt while waiting for the Astral River Arc to dock in the Interverse. At the time, they had calculated the time that the Astral River arc would dock, and they would have been able to shake off their pursuers and hide in the outerverse. However, because old Gouda had deliberately delayed the Astral River arc, the Astral River arc had stopped halfway, which had led to them being caught up. 72 lives had been lost just like that, and Lu Yin clearly remembered each and every one of their faces. They had been very kind to him, and they hadn't looked down on him because he was a commoner. They had all been his brothers and sisters, but because of this old man in front of him, they had all died. His death was extremely miserable. On Earth, Lu Yin lived an ordinary life, but he would always dream of those people, as well as old Gouda's disgusting and smug smile. In Lu Yin's heart, old Gouda was definitely the person he hated the most. Now, he could finally get his revenge, but he wouldn't let old Gouda die so easily. He wanted this person to have a taste of the pain he had suffered in the past. Get rid of an explorer every hour, Lu Yin instructed. Yan Yan's eyes flashed coldly. Among the people who had been attacking the ice, one of the explorer's hands and feet had been frozen, and he fell straight to the ground. The surrounding people were terrified, and they immediately retreated into the spacecraft. Old Gouda shouted, "Lu Yin, what grudge do you have against me for you to do such a thing?" Lu Yin's body vanished as he returned to the spacecraft. There was no rush, and he could take it slow. He wanted to vent the anger that had accumulated over so many years. Someone once said that torturing one's enemies was also torturing oneself, and Lu Yin agreed with this saying. Torturing one's enemies was addictive, but he couldn't kick it. His hatred was too great, and his enemies were too strong. Without any motivation, he didn't know when he would be able to exact his revenge. Thus, he decided to let this addiction become his motivation for revenge. In Frostwave Weave, Xenia Star's space station had been completely sealed off, and only the leaders of the various Weave's powers were allowed in. Xenia Star was filled with cultivators and soldiers from the Great Yu Empire, and they had to ensure that this alliance conference would proceed smoothly. The 13 Imperial squadrons had hidden themselves, and Huaqing Shan, the blind monk, and the other hunters had put down everything they were doing to protect this alliance conference. Within the space station, a group of people walked out. The leader was an old man dressed in luxurious robes, and he had an excited and expectant smile on his face. Nearby, Enya and Hilana led a group of people to welcome them. When he saw Enya, the old man's smile became even more fervent, and he hurried forward to greet her. "This must be Lady Enya, and this must be Lord Hilana. We've been talking through our communicators for a while now, and we've finally met in person." "Ha!" Enya smiled. "Hello, Chairman Jibu. His Highness is in seclusion, so he can't appear for the time being. Please forgive him." Jibu hurriedly replied, "His Highness the Royal Regent's cultivation is the most important. His Highness' strength is the foundation of our alliance's stability." Hilana smiled. "Chairman Jibu is still so energetic. It looks like he can still hold on to his position for a long time." This was the most pleasing to the ears, and Jibu laughed. He had joined the Great Yu Empire not only because of those secrets, but also because the Great Yu Empire would allow him to regain his position as chairman. He had betrayed his dignity and conscience to obtain this position, and he cherished it very much. Most people who had come to participate in this alliance conference were mainly concerned with the alliance's treaty and the formation of the alliance army. It was not necessary for the person in charge to be present, as safety was very important. However, to Jibu, the most important thing was to obtain the Great Yu Empire's guarantee that he would always be a chairman, which was why he had come personally. Hilana's words were actually a guarantee, and Enya did not object. Jibu was in a good mood, as he had not expected to achieve his goal as soon as he arrived at Xenia Star. The rest was up to him to decide, as it had nothing to do with him. The Great Yu Empire could do whatever it wanted. Not long after, someone reported that the people from the Six-Fingered Tribe had arrived. Chairman Jibu, please go and rest. Enya smiled and had someone lead Jibu away. Not long after Jibu left, a group of people walked out. The leader was a young man with a calm expression and a faint smile. He looked very elegant, and he was the son of Bok Shamus, the leader of the Six-Fingered Tribe, Jake Shamus. As the leader of the Six-Fingered Tribe, Bok Shamus would not personally go out. To prevent any accidents from happening, Jake Shamus could take his place and make all the decisions. This was what most of the powers had done during this alliance conference, and only a few of them would send their highest representatives. The alliance conference did not only include the vast Earth Sept, even Ground Palace, and other leading powers, but also many other powers in the Eastern Weaves. After all, these powers were only leading powers, and they were not the only ones participating. More than 100 powers had sent representatives to participate in this alliance conference, and only the leading powers needed to be welcomed by Enya and Hilana. The other powers were welcomed by other ministers. Jake Shamus had an extraordinary bearing, and as the leader of the Six-Fingered Tribe, his mannerisms were more comfortable than Jibu's. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and there was even a hint of arrogance in his tone. However, this arrogance was completely restrained when he spoke to Enya. After Jake Shamus, the people from Grand Top Weave's 9-Stack sect arrived. The 9-Stack sect was Lu Yin's hidden power, and Tianming was his puppet. It would only take a few words for the 9-Stack sect to join the Great Eastern Alliance. This time, the 9-Stack sect had sent Lan Wu, the hunter who had discovered that there was something wrong with Tianming but had not mentioned it. Lady Enya, when will His Highness leave seclusion? Lan Wu asked. Enya smiled. I'm not sure, but he will definitely come out before the Alliance Conference. Why? Do you have something to discuss with His Highness? Lan Wu smiled. I just want to ask about His Highness. Enya nodded and had someone lead Lan Wu away from the space station. Lan Wu looked back and felt a little apprehensive. Back then, Lu Yin had said that he would bring her to the Great Yu Empire to temporarily become a captain of the 13 Imperial Squadrons. At first, she had resisted, as being a captain was not as comfortable as being a feudal official. However, her thoughts had changed. After the Great Eastern Alliance was established, the Great Yu Empire was the leading power, and Xenu's star was the undisputed center of power in the Eastern Weaves. Only here could one enjoy true authority and the best resources from the Eastern Weaves. She also wanted to become stronger, but staying in Grand Top Weave would only mean accompanying Tianming as a puppet. This was not the life that she wanted. She could only look for Lu Yin after the Alliance Conference. The space station that Enya and Hilana were in was very quiet, as it had been specially set up to welcome the leaders of the various powers. However, the space station not too far away was different, as there was a constant stream of people arriving from various powers in the Eastern Weaves. It was very busy. Enya and Hilana looked over and saw that the leaders of the various powers were all very attentive as they arrived with smiles on their faces. Hilana sighed. Back then, our Great Yu Empire wasn't much stronger than those powers. It was only because His Majesty, Undying Yushan, expanded our territory that we were able to reach our current status. Enya calmly replied, Undying Yushan laid the foundation, and the royal regent is the one who truly propped up the Great Yu Empire. Hilana smiled. Of course. His Majesty, Undying Yushan, spent his entire life trying to unify the Frostwave Weave, but the royal regent was able to establish the Great Eastern Alliance. This is truly an unparalleled achievement. If the royal regent can one day remove the title of acting emperor, then that will truly be a blessing for our Great Yu Empire. Enya did not reply, as Hilana was expressing the Ana family's position. They were now completely loyal to Lu Yin, and because of this, they had offended many courtiers and been reviled by many. They no longer cared, as they wanted Lu Yin to completely control the Great Yu Empire more than anyone else. Hilana saw that Enya did not respond, but he was not anxious. This woman did not react on the surface, but she would definitely relay his words to the royal regent in the future. Lu Yin appeared outside of a primitive planet in dark mist weave. Your Highness, 5 explorers have already died, Yen Yen reported. Lu Yin killed 1 person every hour, and including the first one, 4 hours had already passed. Old Gouda had requested to speak with Lu Yin several times, but Lu Yin had ignored him each time. He had watched as old Gouda sank into despair. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 716. Seeing Lu Yin appear, old Gouda shouted, "What do you want?" "I've saved up quite a bit over the years, and it's enough to buy all of our lives." "Hand over your savings first," Lu Yin said calmly. Old Gouda was on guard. "Let us go first." Lu Yin left without another word, and no matter how loudly old Gouda shouted, it was useless. Very quickly, another 2 hours passed, and 2 more explorers died. There were a total of 17 explorers under old Gouda's command, but 7 of them had already died. The remaining explorers were in a state of panic, and they all looked at old Gouda with strange expressions. It was obvious that they had been implicated. Lu Yin appeared once more, and he repeated the same words. He wanted old Gouda to hand over his savings. Old Gouda had been in outer space for many years, and his mind was as sharp as a fox's. How could he possibly trust Lu Yin? "What grudge do you have against me?" Lu Yin looked at old Gouda. "Do you remember how many enemies you've made over the years?" Old Gouda frowned as he stared at Lu Yin. "Tell me. At the very least, let me know what kind of grudge you have against me is worth you coming all the way from Frostwave Weave to kill me." Lu Yin smiled and then left, not bothering to speak to him at all. Time quickly passed, and one explorer after another died. An atmosphere of despair enveloped the entire spacecraft, and everyone's gazes towards old Gouda became increasingly strange. Finally, 12 hours passed, and 13 explorers had died. One of the explorers flew out and shouted at Yen Yen, "Let us go. We're willing to hand over our savings. Let us go." Yen Yen coldly replied, "You must hand over old Gouda's savings." The explorer despaired. "Old Gouda is a hunter, so there's nothing we can do." Yen Yen didn't say anything. Lu Yin stood within the spacecraft and looked at the frozen planet with a calm expression. Behind him, the bespectacled Mistchild was curious. "Your Highness, what enmity do you have with old Gouda? Did he stop you from going to the Interverse? What do you think old Gouda cares about the most?" The bespectacled Mistchild answered without hesitation, "His son, Guer." Lu Yin nodded. "Yeah, Guer." On a primitive planet, another explorer froze to death. The remaining 3 explorers and 5 cruisers could not take it anymore, and they all went to find old Gouda and begged him to hand over his savings. Old Gouda's gaze was cold. "Do you think that if you hand over your savings, he will let you go?" "That's impossible. His hatred for me runs too deep. He won't let you leave alive." "How will we know if we don't try?" "Captain, please hand over your savings," one of the cruisers pleaded. The others surrounded old Gouda in the middle. Within the spaceship, Guer trembled and looked on in fear. Old Gouda sneered. "What, are you trying to force me? With just the likes of you?" They looked at each other with fear in their eyes, but there was also a strong sense of unwillingness. "Captain, we don't want to die." Old Gouda suddenly attacked, and his blade tore through the void as he decapitated one of the cruisers. Fresh blood splattered onto the faces of the others, causing them to turn pale with fright. "Old Gouda, am your captain, and I'm also a hunter. How dare you resist me? You're courting death. Old Gouda bellowed. He then looked up at Yen Yen, who was outside the ice. I know that you want to force them to rebel against me. Since I've fallen into such a desperate situation, I'll fulfill your wishes. The remaining 7 cultivators could not stop old Gouda's massacre at all. Fresh blood dyed the pristine white ground red. The remaining 3,000 cultivators in the spaceship watched in despair as fear spread through them. Old Gouda gripped his blade and looked at Yen Yen. Are you satisfied now? I want to see Lu Yin. Lu Yin slowly appeared behind Yen Yen and looked at old Gouda in admiration. How ruthless. Those were your subordinates who had followed you for many years. Doesn't it hurt to kill them like this? Old Gouda stared at him coldly. Even if I didn't kill them, they would have died at your hands anyway. Isn't that what you want? I'm already in a desperate situation, and you've already achieved your goal. Lu Yin's lips curled up. You never wanted to save their lives from the very beginning. Their lives were just tools that you used to resolve my hatred. I have to say that you did the right thing, and your current fate has helped me vent quite a bit of my anger. In that case, hand over your savings, and perhaps I'll let you off. Old Gouda's eyes flickered, and he hesitated for a moment before taking out his cosmic ring and a drop of blood. He then placed the 2 items on the ice, and the ice seemed to come to life as it pulled the ring and the bottle away, landing in Lu Yin's hands. Lu Yin used old Gouda's blood to open the cosmic ring, and when he saw the items inside, he was shocked to see so many star crystals. Old Gouda's cosmic ring was very large, and it far exceeded the one sold on the market. It was almost as large as the one that Northgate Lai had given him. That cosmic ring had been obtained from the Starfall Sea, and it was worth 20,000 star essence. It was unexpected that a mere astral river realm envoy like old Gouda would be able to obtain one. There were many things stored in the cosmic ring, with the most obvious being the nearly 600,000 star crystals and thousands of star essence. There were also some Mavis Bank crystal cards, medicine from Shamrock Enterprises, and various weapons. Among the weapons, there was a wrist guard that contained an especially large amount of rune lines, which was equivalent to a hunter's rune lines. Lu Yin took it out and looked at old Gouda. Old Gouda looked at the wrist guard and felt his heart ache. That's a power vessel. Anyone who wears it can display double their physical strength as long as they don't exceed the peak of the hunter realm. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he looked at the wrist guard with a burning gaze. It was a good item, and it was perfect for him. As for the fact that the wrist guard could not exceed the peak of the hunter realm, it was nonsense to him. He could level up to the enlighter realm or even higher, and then he would be able to display double his strength with a single punch. Just the thought of it was terrifying. I've given you everything I've saved up over the years. Please, let us go, old Gouda begged. Lu Yin casually gave the bespectacled Mistchild 1,000,000 star crystals as payment. Phantom Sting's starting price was 3,000,000 star crystals, and 1,000,000 crystals was already more than what the Mistchild could afford. The bespectacled Mistchild did not want it. I want the poison. Lu Yin did not give it to her. This isn't worth the poison. It was made by the Enlighter Elder Wu. The bespectacled Mistchild pouted. Lu Yin, I beg you, let us go. Old Gouda shouted. Not many people in the Innerverse could hunt down such people, let alone the Outerverse. 72 people had died during that pursuit, and as a normal person, Lu Yin had not dared to watch the battle. However, with his current experience, he could imagine how intense the battle had been and how strong the pursuers had been. It was definitely not the Leo clan that Uncle Reuben had told him about. The Leo clan had definitely participated in the pursuit, but they had not been the main force. Even old Gouda had been involved. The pursuers had joined forces with many powers in the innerverse and outerverse, and they all had very high statuses. It was even possible that the Lu trial that the 10 arbiters had sent to Lu Yin had been a part of it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 717. The 10 arbiters, Old Gude, and the Liu family. To be able to unite all of these powers meant that this person had unimaginable power. Who is that person? Lu Yin stared at Old Gude. Old Gude laughed bitterly. No wonder you hate me so much and forced me into such a desperate situation. You tortured me to your heart's content, and now it's my turn. I won't tell you who it is, so go and find out for yourself. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yin broke Old Gude's arm with a single stomp, his eyes cold. Old Gude laughed hysterically. I'll tell you, that person came from the cosmic sea. I won't tell you anything else, so go and find out for yourself. You'll only end up in despair, ha 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 ha. He then spat out a mouthful of blood and committed suicide. Lu Yin stared at Old Gude's corpse and fell into deep thought. Yen Yen and the Mistchild stood in the distance, neither approaching nor making a sound. In the cosmic sea, only one of the 4 major squadrons could cause Lu Yin to feel despair. Only a major squadron possessed a power that Lu Yin could not resist. Old Gude definitely did not know the origins of Big Sis and the others, or else he would not have dared to intentionally stall for time. Leon's armada was the true overlord of the cosmic sea, and Lu Yin could not take revenge. However, Leon's armada was different. Unfortunately, Old Gude had not mentioned which squadron it was. It had to be one of the 4 major squadrons, and Lu Yin was certain that only a major squadron would dare to provoke Leon's armada. This involved the struggle for supremacy in the cosmic sea, and any one of the major squadrons had the power to challenge the Day-Night clan. The planet thawed, and it became even colder. Snow began to fall from the sky. In the distance, the spacecraft was still burning, and the 3,000 cultivators inside had fled in all directions, fearing that they would be massacred. Lu Yin did not plan on killing them. Even though these people had acted tyrannically on the Astral River Arc, their crimes did not warrant death, and Lu Yin was not the Tao protector. The Mistchild walked behind Lu Yin and carefully said, Your Highness, I've already searched the spacecraft. Old Gude did not hide anything else. Lu Yin glanced at Old Gude's corpse. Burn it. Yen Yen raised his hand and flames descended, turning Old Gude into ashes. Let's head back to Xenia Star, Lu Yin said. He had gotten his revenge, and although he felt carefree, he wasn't overjoyed. This was especially true after learning about the person behind the scenes, which made Lu Yin's heart sink. The Innerverse was currently being invaded by the 6th mainland, and he didn't know how Leon's armada was doing or how Big Sis and the rest were doing. Although he had never met Heizage Leon before, Lu Yin had a good impression of the man. Leon had once promised him, Kid, don't be afraid. Do whatever you want. If anyone bullies you, I'll help you get back at them. Remember, you have my back. The words were crude, but they were sincere, and they warmed Lu Yin's heart. At that time, he had experienced what it felt like to be protected. He hoped that Leon's armada was doing well. There was nothing he could do right now. On Xenia Star, Enya and Hil Anna welcomed Elder Huaqiao from the Vast Earth sect. During the formation of the Great Eastern Alliance, the Vast Earth sect had been rather troublesome. First, they had allied with the Day-Night clan and the Sun family, and then they had allied with Darkstar Gorge. In the end, even after they had decided to join the Great Eastern Alliance, they had still tried to unite the various powers to embarrass the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin was dissatisfied with the Vast Earth sect, and so was Enya, but they did not show it. Elder Huaqiao, welcome to Xenia Star, Enya said. Hua Chao nodded and looked up. He sighed. In the end, I still came. I admire the royal regent's methods and courage. Hilana smiled. Elder Hua Chao must be tired. We've already arranged a place for Elder Hua Chao to stay. Please. Hua Chao nodded and left without saying anything else. It seems like the vast Earth sect hasn't given up yet. I heard that Meng Tianlong has been guarding Elder Meng Qing's door all day, waiting for him to wake up, Hilana said unhappily. Enya's eyes flashed coldly. Meng Qing is an enlighter. If he wakes up, it will be troublesome. Does your highness have any plans? Hilana asked. Enya shook her head. I'm not sure. A few hours later, a spacecraft appeared and landed at the space station. This spacecraft did not originate from any other weave, but rather from the Great Yu Empire. Furthermore, it was from Xenu Star. The moment the spacecraft appeared, Enya's expression changed, as someone from Shenwu continent had arrived. Enya attached great importance to Shenwu continent because the most important people to Lu Yin were there. Of course, Shenwu continent could not have sent Ming Yan, as almost everyone else from the Ming family had been exterminated. The person who had come was Bei Hong, someone who surprised Enya. Bei Hong had been Ming Zhaoqian's Minister of War during his reign. Logically speaking, he should have been dealt with by Ming Zhaoshu, but Enya had heard that he had been killed a long time ago. She had not expected him to represent Shenwu continent in this alliance conference, which surprised even Enya. Behind Bei Hong was a young man who was curiously looking around. It was Bei Qing. Shenwu continent was gradually coming into contact with the universe. Although they could not directly enter the universe due to the 5 sealing planets, they could still use the space station's hunters to enter the outerverse. Shenwu continent had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, so they were naturally under Lu Yin's protection. Even the Day-Night clan in the space station did not dare to act against them. Only by leaving Shenwu continent could one see the vastness of the universe. Bei Qing's eyes lit up, and he looked up. This was too mystical, as this was the outer realm. Welcome to Xenu Star, Lord Bei Hong. Enya stepped forward to welcome him with a smile. Beside her, Hilana also hurriedly greeted him. Although he was the Foreign Affairs Minister, when it came to the matters of the Great Eastern Alliance, he was the subordinate, and Enya was the leader. Bei Hong politely replied to Enya, "Thank you for welcoming me personally, Lady Enya." This Bei Hong is extremely honored. Enya smiled. His Highness is in seclusion. You must be tired, Lord Bei Hong. Please rest first and wait for the Alliance Conference to begin in a few days. Bei Hong nodded, as this was not a suitable place to talk. He looked at Bei Qing. Unfilial son, hurry up and greet Lady Enya and Lady Anna. Bei Qing hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Enya smiled. This must be Sir Bei Qing. His Highness has mentioned you before. I've heard a lot about you. Bei Qing was stunned. He mentioned me. His Highness the Royal Regent knows me. Enya smiled but did not reply. She then had someone lead the group from Shenwu continent away to rest. Along the way, Bei Qing was confused. How does Royal Regent Lu Yin know me? Bei Hong calmly replied, how do you think His Highness cooperated with him? He went to Shenwu continent a long time ago, and he should have disguised himself. He saw you and even interacted with you before, but you don't know him. Bei Qing was at a loss. How could he possibly remember a lowly coachman from back then? Not long after the group from Shenwu continent arrived, the people from Adonis Weave's Green Peak Gorge also arrived. This person was called Lu Heng, and he was an elder of Green Peak Gorge. He was a hunter with green skin and a creepy smile. Green Peak Gorge's attitude was very respectful, and no one could find any fault with it. Enya and Hilana exchanged some pleasantries with them and then had someone lead them away to rest. Neither Enya nor Hilana liked Green Peak Gorge, as this organization was a fence-sitter. On the surface, they actively participated in the Great Eastern Alliance, but they had secretly agreed to ally with the Vast Earth sect. When they found out that the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society had moved to Frostwave Weave, they had immediately severed all ties with the Vast Earth sect. They were a standard example of double-dealing, and they were looked down upon. Although the Vast Earth sect had always been looking for trouble, that was only on the surface. However, Green Peak Gorge was different. There were currently 8 weaves in the Great Eastern Alliance, and Enya looked down on them the most. She was also most wary of Green Peak Gorge. The last to arrive was Bard Weave's Even Ground Palace, which was the furthest from Frostwave Weave. Elder Maya and Junior Palace Master Doro had arrived. After disembarking from the spacecraft, Doro looked around curiously as she sensed unusual energy fluctuations. At this moment, all of the top powers of the Great U Empire had gathered on Xenu Star. Lu Yin, who could contend with an Enlighter, was also present. In the entire Outerverse, there were very few powers that could compete with the current Xenu Star. Her master must be hopping mad at this moment. She had been looking forward to visiting Frostwave Weave for so long, but she had been stopped by the various elders. It was quite funny. However, her master had been right not to come. When Doro thought about how Mu Nikhang had said that she wanted to seduce Lu Yin, she became slightly flustered. Only the heavens knew if her master had truly intended to do such a thing. Given her lack of foresight, she might have actually dared to do such a thing. Fortunately, she had not come. Elder Maya brought Doro to meet with Enya and the others. Her attitude was calm, and she was neither too enthusiastic nor too repulsive. Enya had someone bring Elder Maya and the others to rest before she unlocked the space station. The most important powers had all arrived, and now, all that was left was to wait for the Alliance Conference to begin. The National Courtyard was where the representatives from the various powers would be staying. It was not far from the palace and King Zishan's palace, and it was located in the suburbs. The environment was pleasant, and the security was tight. With the arrival of the representatives from the various powers, the National Courtyard became lively. The National Courtyard was very large, and it was divided into many courtyards. Each courtyard was rather far from each other, but if they really wanted to meet, this distance was not enough to prevent them from meeting. At this moment, Lu Ran from Adonis We've coincidentally bumped into Elder Hua Qiao of the Vast Earth sect. Elder Hua Qiao, what a coincidence. Our residences are the closest, Lu Heng smiled. Hua Qiao glanced at Lu Heng in disgust. Yes, what a coincidence. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 718. On the other side, Jibu paid a visit to the Great U Empire's imperial cabinet and the upper echelons of the 4 ministries, including the Hua family and the Ana family. He did not say anything else other than to get acquainted with them. Lan Wu, on the other hand, kept an eye on King Zishan's palace all day long, anticipating Lu Yin's return. Bei Hong and the others strolled around, trying their best to get in touch with the universe. The various weaves all had their own plans. In outer space, Lu Yin sat in his lounge and rubbed his head. He had used his honor points to investigate the 4 great legions, but he hadn't obtained much information. Many people knew about the reputation of the 4 tyrants of the universe ocean, but very few people knew about them. It was impossible to find out who was behind the scenes through the information published on the internet. Lu Yin asked the Lamiter Mistchild as well, but she did not know anything at all. She was just a small assassin from the Outerverse mafioso planet who had just started cultivating. She had never even been to the Innerverse, so how could she possibly know about the Cosmic Sea's 4 overlords? Since the innerverse and outerverse had already been cut off, there was no point in trying to figure it out now. It would be better to wait until the future. When Lu Yin returned to Xenu Star, the Lockbreaker Society had also arrived at Planet Hydrodink. Planet Hydrodink wasn't too far from Xenu Star, and they were both in the same region. This was so that Lu Yin could go to Planet Hydrodink whenever he wanted, and he had specifically chosen this location. There were natives on Planet Hydrodink. The planet had not undergone too many technological changes, but it was connected to the universe. There was a space station and a personal terminal. At first, the Lockbreaker Society's arrival had aroused some opposition from the natives of Planet Hydrodink, but they had all been forcefully suppressed. In order to prevent the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society from being harassed by natives, Huan Sha had specially ordered for the two organizations to be separated by the sea. With current technology, it did not take much time to construct a city, let alone a simple residence for lockbreakers. There were only a few thousand lockbreakers who had followed the society to Planet Hydrodink, so it was easy to settle them down. What Lu Yin cared about was the Lockbreaker Society's hidden treasures. Most of the items within the Hall of Insight had been stolen, but Lu Yin did not believe that those were the entirety of the Lockbreaker Society's treasures. The Lockbreaker Society definitely had many source boxes. Currently, only Phelan knew where those treasures were. The only unfortunate thing was that the 4 tree-sized source boxes could not be moved over, so they could only be left behind on Source Peak Planet. Source Peak Planet was on the verge of collapse, and in a few more years, it would completely disappear and turn into a black hole. It was a pity that those 4 tree-type source boxes had been lost. The Lockbreaker Society had just settled down on Planet Hydrodink when Kai Jinxiang arrived. Phelan was surprised to learn of Kai Jinxiang's arrival and immediately went to meet him. What exactly happened on Source Peak Planet? Kai Jinxiang asked solemnly. Phelan sighed and briefly recounted everything that had happened on Source Peak Planet. She purposely left out the Wei family and Lu Yin's coercion. The other party definitely wants to obtain the item in President Jeffrey's secret room, which is why they launched a sneak attack on the Hall of Insight. Fortunately, Senior Li and Lu Yin worked together to protect the item. Otherwise, we would have let President Jeffrey down. Kai Jinxiang frowned, secretly regretting it. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have left. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen so soon after he left. Phelan looked at Kai Jinxiang and said, "You don't have to blame yourself. You can only blame Saul for his despicable methods. Otherwise, with his strength, the many lockbreakers, and Lu Yin, Source Peak Planet would not have been in such a miserable state. At the very least, we would have been able to preserve the Hall of Insight. I will find Saul and make him pay the price." Kai Jinxiang's tone was cold and resolute. Phelan's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Kai Jinxiang in astonishment. Was this person's battle prowess so high? He was actually confident that he could deal with Saul, as Saul was someone who could fight against an enlighter. "Are you guys going to stay in Frostwave Weave from now on?" Kai Jinxiang asked. Phelan nodded and looked at the busy lockbreakers. Lu Yin agreed to protect us with the Great Eastern Alliance's strength. You should know that President Jeffrey has been isolated from the Innerverse, Saul has defected, Senior Li has died, and Yi Feng and Mr. Jun have both left. I'm the only one left, and I'm unable to protect everyone. The status of lockbreakers is too high, and we must have offended many people. We need someone to protect us. Could those people who attacked Source Peak Planet be related to Lu Yin? Kai Jinxiang guessed, as Lu Yin was the one who had benefited the most from this entire incident. Phelan shook her head. It has nothing to do with him. If it weren't for him, then the item in President Jeffrey's secret room would have been stolen. Their main goal was to steal that item, and Lu Yin was the one who resisted those people from the very beginning. It was also because of him that many treasures were recovered, and many lockbreakers did not die in vain. Kai Jinqiang's eyes flickered, as this was not enough for him to trust Lu Yin. Ever since he had found out that the Lockbreaker Society was going to move to Frostwave Weave, he had been investigating Lu Yin. There was quite a bit of information on this person, and from what he could gather, it was possible that Lu Yin was the culprit. I want to meet with Lu Yin, Kai Jinqiang said. Phelan was worried. Don't do anything rash. I can guarantee that this matter has nothing to do with him. He just happened to be participating in the competition. Kai Jinqiang grunted. As long as it has nothing to do with him, I won't do anything. Lu Yin was very busy at the moment, and he had no time to visit planet Hydrodink. He had just returned to King Zishan's palace when Lan Wu came to visit him. She had been keeping an eye on the palace all day. Greetings, Your Highness. Lan Wu bowed respectfully. Lu Yin grunted. Sit. Zhao Ran poured a cup of tea for Lan Wu. Why are you looking for me? If it's about the Alliance Conference, we can talk about it in 2 days, Lu Yin said. He did not have the time to discuss this matter with these people one by one. Lan Wu organized her thoughts. Your Highness, you once said that you would allow me to become a captain of the 13 Imperial squadrons in the Great Yu Empire. Does that still count? Lu Yin was stumped, as he had forgotten that he had indeed told this woman after killing Lei Long. At the time, the Great Yu Empire lacked experts, and they did not have Phantom Sting, Aiden, or Yen Yen. He had hoped for a hunter to become a captain, which was why he had said those words. Now, there were more and more experts in the Empire, and he no longer had such a desire. Although the 5th and 10th squadrons still did not have captains, he hoped to find an absolute expert like Aiden or Yen Yen instead of an ordinary hunter. The 13 Imperial squadrons were very important to Lu Yin. He actually wanted to replace the previous captains, Peach, Shalosh, Rocky Anna, Banjo, and Luiying Zishan. It was not because he was heartless, but because their strength could not keep up. However, now was not the time. Lan Wu grew anxious when she saw that Lu Yin was considering it. Your Highness, this subordinate would like to serve you. Please give this subordinate a chance. Lu Yin looked at Lan Wu and thought about it. All right. Help me find a hunter to oversee the 9-stack sect and assist Tianming. I can let you become a captain in the Great Yu Empire. Lan Wu was delighted. Thank you, Your Highness. After Lan Wu left, Jibu, Lu Ran, and Jake Seamus all came to visit Lu Yin. They did not have any particular business, and they were just here to visit. By the time they left, it was already late, and Lu Yin received Hua Qiao. When he saw Lu Yin, Hua Qiao's expression changed, and he bowed deeply. Greetings, Your Highness. Lu Yin smiled. Elder Hua Qiao, there's no need to be so courteous. The vast Earth sect was able to join the Great Eastern Alliance thanks to Elder Hua Qiao. Hua Qiao smiled. I dare not neglect Your Highness' orders. Sometimes, one did not necessarily need to know a person's secrets in order to control them. Humans had 7 emotions and 6 desires, and as long as one was human, they would have weaknesses. Hua Qiao was no exception. Qing Yan had been exposed by the Sun family and had died. The Great Yu Empire had lost a spy, and it seemed like a great loss. However, no one knew that this spy had only been on the surface. Lu Yin did not like having the initiative in someone else's hands. These secrets had come from Mafioso Planet, and the number of people on Mafioso Planet who knew about these people's secrets was equal to the number of people who could control these people. Thus, Lu Yin felt that these people were not reliable at all. Only those who were under one's control were the most reliable. Hua Qiao was such a person, and no one knew that he was the true spy that the Great Yu Empire had placed in the vast Earth sect. I'll remember your contributions, and I'll fulfill your requests. Don't worry. Lu Yin smiled. Hua Qiao was grateful. Thank you, Your Highness. From now on, Meng Tianlong's every move will depend on Elder Hua Qiao, Lu Yin said. Hua Qiao was solemn. Rest assured, Your Highness. I'll definitely serve you to the death. Right, is Meng Qing really dead? Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and asked. Meng Qing was the vast earth sect's only enlighter, and he had not appeared since he had entered seclusion. Meng Tianlong had been waiting at Meng Qing's location, which made Lu Yin feel uneasy. An enlighter was enough to change certain situations. Hua Qiao was troubled. Your Highness, no one knows about this, and Elder Meng's life is a mystery. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Your Highness, Meng Tianlong has been waiting outside Elder Meng's location every day, so there's a high chance that Elder Meng is still alive. Please make preparations, Your Highness, Hua Qiao said respectfully. Lu Yin grunted. All right, you may leave. Yes, Your Highness. There were two enlighters in vast earth weave, Elder Zhua and Meng Qing. Bei Hong sighed and bowed deeply. I'll have to trouble you, Your Highness. Lu Yin nodded and smiled as he watched the two leave. Ming Yan needed capable people to help her take control of Shenwu continent in the future. Since Ming Zhaoshu trusted Bei Hong so much, it proved that this person was capable. Lu Yin naturally had to control this person. He was not Ming Zhaoshu, and he would not trust someone without reason. Thus, Bei Qing had to stay behind. Of course, Bei Qing's own abilities were not bad, and he was completely different from when Lu Yin had first met him. The fact that he had joined the Demon Hunter Society to hunt down the remnants of the sect proved that he had changed. Lu Yin could see a desire in Bei Qing's eyes, and he liked this type of person. Only with a goal would there be motivation. When they returned to the National Academy, Bei Hong angrily reprimanded Bei Qing. Do you know what you're doing? Do you know how dangerous it is to follow Lu Yin? That person is very scheming, and he has offended too many people. His methods are ruthless, and following him will only result in death. Then why are there still so many people following him? Bei Qing retorted. Bei Hong opened his mouth, but he could not say anything. This was the truth. Father, Lu Yin was able to control the Great Yu Empire and establish the Great Eastern Alliance, which means that he definitely has his own abilities. His methods aren't important, as you told me that following him is at least safer than roaming the universe alone. In any case, I don't want to return to the Shenwu continent, Bei Qing said. Bei Hong was exhausted. Also, you saw the situation tonight. Do we have any room to refute? Bei Qing asked. Bei Hong sighed. Since you're following him, you must be careful and think about everything. You have to be even more cautious when dealing with him than when dealing with the Reverend King. I understand, Father. Right, what did His Highness mean by that? What did he mean by assisting the princess? Will the Shenwu Empire be handed over to Ming Yan? That's impossible. His Majesty is still young, and he will definitely have a son. Bei Hong glared at him. Do your own thing and don't ask too much. Bei Hong regretted answering too quickly. If he had pretended not to know, then his son would not have been detained in the Great Yu Empire. He had been tricked by Lu Yin. Although Lu Yin was young, he was very smart. He had spent an entire day receiving important people from various weaves, and the remaining powers did not even need to be summoned, as they did not have the qualifications to meet with him. It was time for Lu Yin to visit Phelan and the others on planet Hydrodink. He could not just leave them alone, and he also needed to give some of the chips to Phelan. Most importantly, Lu Yin wanted to investigate the inner workings of the primeval surnames. The primeval surnames had always been ostracized, and the 10 arbiters had used a piece of paper to expel them. No one could refute that. The primeval surnames had a miserable status in the universe, and the Lockbreaker Society had explicitly stated that they were not allowed to recruit people with the primeval surnames who did not meet the requirements. Perhaps Lu Yin would be able to find out something from them. On planet Hydrodink, Phelan was organizing the current list of lockbreakers when her gadget beeped. She took a look and saw that Lu Yin had arrived. Soon after, Lu Yin appeared on planet Hydrodink. The planet was lush with greenery, and the sea was vast. The air was very fresh, and it had always been a tourist planet. Now that it had become the headquarters of the Lockbreaker Society, its status had changed from a tourist planet to one of the most important planets in the entire outerverse. The prices of goods on the planet had not been high, but now, they had increased by several times, and there were no signs of them stopping. Countless merchants flocked to the planet, and if not for the temporary restrictions on foreign population, the planet would have been overcrowded. Even with the restrictions on foreign population, the planet was still surrounded by spaceships, and there were people stationed on all of the surrounding planets. Planet Hydrodink had become a second Xenia star, and it was even more famous than Xenia star. Lu Yin stood in the air above the sea and saw that the number of rune lines at the bottom of the sea was not small. These were the rune lines of a Lemmeter sea beast. There were Lemmeter sea beasts on planet Hydrodink, and while they were dangerous to the natives, they were not that dangerous to lockbreakers. Phelan appeared next to Lu Yin. I thought that you would be here after the Alliance conference. Lu Yin smiled. The Lockbreaker Society has taken over, and as the host, I naturally had to pay a visit. Also, I have something to give to you. He then passed a cosmic ring to Phelan. Inside are some Lockbreaker's lifetime lockbreaking experiences. This is one of the conditions that I promised you. Phelan accepted the ring. She knew that these chips must have come from the Hall of Insight, but they had been unable to protect the Hall of Insight, which had allowed outsiders to take advantage of them. Senior Lee's lockbreaking experiences must be disseminated. This is one of the conditions that I promised you. I hope that you won't forget about it. Phelan fell silent for a moment before asking, what do you need the Lockbreaker Society to do for you? I haven't thought about it yet, but we'll talk about it later. You guys have already helped me, Lu Yin said. He then looked at Phelan. There's something that I'm very curious about, and I hope that you can enlighten me. Phelan nodded. Go ahead. Lu Yin thought about it and then asked seriously, why does the universe reject primeval surnames? Phelan was surprised that Lu Yin would ask such a question, but then she remembered that the person in front of her was surnamed Lu, which was a primeval surname. I don't know. Lu Yin stared into Phelan's eyes. Phelan did not avoid his gaze and instead met his gaze. She answered seriously, this is a rule that has been passed down since ancient times. Anyone with a primeval surname must obtain a legal status, or else they will be ostracized and hunted down. No organization under the Hall of Honor can accept anyone with an illegal primeval surname, and violators will be killed without mercy. This is not a rule set by the Lockbreaker Society, but by the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Hall of Honor. Phelan nodded. Even President Jeffrey might not be able to answer your question, as it's been too long. There are many powerful sects in the universe that have inheritances from ancient times, and all of them have records of rejecting primeval surnames no matter how long ago they were. It's as if this rule has been passed down since the beginning of humanity. No one can explain why, but it has to be done. And to be honest, no one has been able to accurately pinpoint what the primeval surnames are. The only ones that we know are Lu, Wang, Xia, and Bai. We don't know the rest. Does the Lockbreaker Society have any records on this? Lu Yin asked. Phelan replied, as I said before, all of the powerful sects have records, but there are no records that can explain why. Also, our society's ancient records disappeared along with the Hall of Insight. Lu Yin felt a wave of pity and sighed. Why were the primeval surnames rejected? Did they not belong to this universe? It seemed that if he wanted to learn more, he would have to start from Jupiter. However, with his current strength, he could not break through Jupiter's defenses. Wei Rong won't let you off, Phelan suddenly said. Lu Yin looked at her and found it rather funny. Are you trying to sow discord? Phelan looked away. You know Wei Rong's character better than I do. He used the internal conflicts within our society to collapse Source Peak Planet and gather a group of lockbreakers. However, your gains are even greater than his, and you're even borrowing his path. He won't be satisfied, and the Great Eastern Alliance borders armament weave, so he won't be at ease. Lu Yin sized up Phelan. You've become smarter. Phelan frowned, but she did not refute him. She had indeed been naive in the past, as she had believed that Wei Rong had sincerely helped her become the president and that he had only wanted to gain her favor. Don't forget that there's someone who's been keeping an eye on the items in President Jeffrey's room. Kai Jinqiang suddenly calmed down. Do you know what it is? I don't know, but I'll protect him well. Kai Jinqiang frowned. You? Do you know who wants that item? Lu Yin was about to mention the Neo-Human Alliance, but then he suddenly paused and raised his head. The three dark hands. Kai Jinqiang's pupils shrank. The two fell silent. If you're worried that I'll harm the Lockbreaker Society, then why don't you stay? With your strength, you can protect them. Kai Jinqiang spoke up. I have no obligation to protect them. I know Master Wuxing, Lu Yin said. Kai Jinqiang's eyes flashed, and he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin continued, my lock-breaking qualifications were reviewed by Master Wuxing, and he loves the Lockbreaker Society a lot. Although he didn't say it explicitly, I could tell from his tone that if possible, he would do everything in his power to protect the Lockbreaker Society, even if it means his death. Kai Jinqiang had a complicated expression as he looked at the sea and enjoyed the sea breeze. I believe that you're the same, but you lack a reason to protect the Lockbreaker Society. If I gave you that reason, would you stay? Lu Yin asked. Kai Jinqiang stared at Lu Yin. What reason? I'll provide you with the lifetime worth of lock-breaking experiences of senior lockbreakers for you to learn from. Treat it as a reward for staying behind to protect Planet Hydrodink. You should be able to rest assured. Kai Jinqiang muttered to himself for a moment. All right. Lu Yin smiled and tossed him a chip. This is the first one. Once you're done learning, come find me for the second one. Kai Jinqiang put away the chip and looked at Lu Yin strangely. Since you know that the three dark hands are after that item, why do you still dare to stay behind? Just because you killed an enlighter. That power vessel was destroyed in Iron Blood Weave. Aren't you afraid of facing the threat of the three dark hands? Or do you think that they won't be a threat to you now that the innerverse and outerverse have been separated? Lu Yin shrugged. I love lock-breaking as much as you do, and I don't want the Lockbreaker Society to be destroyed either. President Jeffrey has protected that item so closely, and I believe that it's very important. I won't allow it to fall into the hands of the dark powers, even if I have to die. Kai Jinqiang's expression changed, and he solemnly said, It seems that the outside world's evaluation of you isn't true. Lu Yin smiled. Some paths can only be walked by one person, and it's normal for countless people to criticize me. I don't care, as long as the people I care about understand me. Brother Kai, I'll leave Planet Hydrodink to you. Kai Jinqiang solemnly said, as long as I'm here, Planet Hydrodink will be safe. Lu Yin nodded and did not say anything else. He stepped into outer space and left planet Hydrodink. Seventh bro, that guy is very strong, but he's also very smart. He was moved by your words just like that, haha. The monkey laughed. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. I was speaking from the bottom of my heart, and I didn't lie to him. He's a straightforward person, and there aren't many people like him around. That's why he's so easily tricked. I didn't lie to him. He wanted to stay behind to protect planet Hydrodink, but he couldn't get past his psychological barrier because of his lock-breaking ability. I just helped him. But seventh bro, that guy is terrifyingly strong. I think he's even stronger than Aiden, the monkey said seriously. Lu Yin could feel it as well. Of course, he did not say that Aiden was stronger than Aiden. Aiden focused on defense, while Lu Yin focused on offense. Every move of his was filled with a berserk aura, and he was just like Aiden. He would first settle Aiden down on planet Hydrodink, and when the time was right, he might be able to rope him into the 13 Imperial squadrons. Even if he could not rope him into the 13 Imperial squadrons, planet Hydrodink was not too far from Xenu Star, and Aiden would still be a layer of protection. The price he had to pay was just a lock-breaking chip, which was too easy. There was still one day before the Alliance conference, and Wei Rong appeared on Xenu Star with Wei Axian. He did not hide his identity, and Lu Yin quickly received the news. Given Wei Rong's status, Lu Yin should have received him. Wei Rong was the successor of Armament Weave's Wei family, while Lu Yin was the Great Yu Empire's royal regent. Their statuses were about the same, but the Alliance conference was about to begin. If Lu Yin went to receive Wei Rong at this time, it would cause the outside world to speculate. Lu Yin thought about it, and not only did he not personally receive Wei Rong, he did not even send Enya, Huan Sha, Hilana, and the others. He only sent Case to bring Wei Rong to King Zishan's palace. Within the space station, Wei Axian was furious. Bro, this Lu Yin is too arrogant. He only sent a gatekeeper to receive us, and he's so ugly. Wei Rong smiled and looked at Kay's figure in the hover car. Don't underestimate this gatekeeper. He's from the Dire Barbarian clan. The Dire Barbarian clan. Wei Axian was surprised. Wei Rong explained, the Dire Barbarian clan is a large clan from the Innerverse Spirit Seal Flow Zone. They are constantly at war with the Soul Dream tribe, just like how we are with the Lars Weave's Six-Fingered tribe. This person's name is Case, and he was one of the Dire Barbarian clan's young experts when they were fighting over Pyrolite in the Astral Wilderness. In terms of power, he's comparable to the top 80 on the top 100 rankings. Wei Axian was speechless. He's so powerful, but he's just a gatekeeper. Wei Rong smiled. That's right, he's just a gatekeeper. Lu Yin didn't come to welcome us, and he didn't send any of the Great Yu Empire's ministers either. He was afraid that our identities would cause an accident in the Alliance, so he sent this person to represent King Zishan's palace's attitude. This person represents Lu Yin himself, and he has nothing to do with the Great Yu Empire. The second reason is to demonstrate his power, as he wants to let me know that even the Innerverse powerful clans can only submit to him. Wei Axian snorted. So what if they're from the Innerverse powerful clans? The Lockbreaker Society still collapsed in the end. Wei Axian then sighed with regret. I wanted to cultivate on Source Peak Planet, but it's a pity that it's gone. She did not know that Wei Rong had been the mastermind behind the events on Source Peak Planet. Wei Rong rubbed Wei Axian's head. Source Peak Planet is gone, but Planet Hydrodink is the same. Just treat it as a new beginning. You have to be serious when you follow Teacher Phelan, and if you want to learn lockbreaking, then you have to give it your all. Don't embarrass our Wei family, got it? Yes, I got it, Wei Axian replied happily, but her eyes gleamed. Her biggest goal in learning lockbreaking was to break free from her family's control so that she could go out and play freely. She was finally about to realize this dream. Soon, the group arrived outside King Zishan's palace. Lu Yin still did not come out to receive them, as he had already made his stance clear. In any case, they would be enemies in the future, not friends. Kays led the way and brought them to the guest hall. Please have a seat. His Highness will be here shortly. He was already used to his current status. Wei Rong smiled and nodded. He then sat down with a calm expression. Wei Axian snorted in dissatisfaction, as she had never been treated so disrespectfully before. She wanted to see just how many heads this Lu Yin had to be so arrogant. A few minutes after the two sat down, Lu Yin walked into the guest hall and smiled at Wei Rong. Wei Rong immediately stood up. Great Yu Empire's royal regent, Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. Armament weaves Wei Rong. Wei Rong smiled. Yes, Brother Lu. It's been a while. Lu Yin smiled. Brother Wei, I've heard a lot about you. The two smiled, as they both admired each other. Wei Axian pouted, but she remained seated. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 721. Wei Rong looked at Wei Axian and barked, Axian you're being rude. Stand up. Wei Axian snorted and turned her head away. Wei Rong wanted to say something, but Lu Yin smiled. Long time no see, Miss Wei Axian Wei Axian looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Have we met before? Lu Yin's face changed, and he returned to his original appearance on Source Peak Planet. Wei Axian was shocked. She suddenly stood up, covered her mouth, and pointed at Lu Yin. It's you. Lu Yin laughed heartily and gestured for Wei Rong to take a seat. He then asked Zhao Ran to serve tea. Wei Axian stared at Lu Yin with wide eyes. You're Lu Yin. Aren't you a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker? Hold on, there must be a secret behind your disguise test. Were you the one who instigated the war on Source Peak Planet? Lu Yin sighed. As expected of Wei Rong's sister. You're so smart. Someone did instigate the battle on Source Peak Planet, but it wasn't me. You should ask your brother. Wei Axian looked at Wei Rong in confusion. Wei Rong whispered, I'll tell you when we get back. Sit down first. Wei Axian's eyes were filled with curiosity and confusion, but she knew that now wasn't the time to talk about this. She pursed her lips and sat down, looking at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, it was a pity that we didn't meet on Source Peak Planet. This trip to Xenia Star allowed me to see Brother Lu in person. Only then can I confirm that my defeat on Source Peak Planet was justified. Wei Rong smiled at Lu Yin, his tone very relaxed. Lu Yin was astonished. Lose? What is Brother Wei talking about? Your goal has been achieved. Wei Rong could not help but laugh. But I also paved the way for Brother Lu. Brother Lu is the biggest winner here. I just happened to be here at the right time. Brother Wei's methods are brilliant. Actually, after the battle on Source Peak Star, I've always wanted to meet Brother Wei, Lu Yin praised. Wei Rong smiled. You and I are the same. I have a question that I would like Brother Lu to clear up. Please speak, Brother Wei. Wei Rong asked. Brother Lu, you clearly promised Phelan that you would come forward and identify Saul after the competition. Why did you suddenly go back on your word? Because I found out that there's someone behind Phelan. There must be a reason why that person doesn't want me to know. Wei Rong came to a sudden realization. So it was Brother Lu who found my men. Phelan can only blame herself for being too stupid. She knew Brother Lu's character, but she still wanted to lure Brother Lu into her trap. Phelan sent me here to guard against you. She's considered quite smart among lockbreakers. But she never considered that Lu Yin was someone who had unified the entire Eastern Weave. His methods were not something she could predict. Actually, I also have some questions that I would like to ask Brother Wei to answer. Please speak, Brother Lu. Why didn't you choose Phelan? With Brother Wei's methods, controlling Phelan is too easy. Yi Feng can still hide his identity and stay in the research society. There's no need to expose himself. Wei Rong smiled. Because I don't need a woman who thinks she's smart. If it hadn't been for Phelan acting smart and pulling him into this situation, then he would not have contacted Wang Wen after discovering the Wei family's involvement, and he would not have moved the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society into Frostwave Weave. All of this had started because of Phelan. She had thought that she was smart enough to balance the Wei family and Lu Yin, but she had been played by both sides, and she had even ended up in prison. This sort of person was incapable of accomplishing anything but was good at ruining things. Wei Axian listened to the conversation between the two, and her gaze constantly swept over them. She felt that these two were very similar, and their temperaments were very similar. According to these two, the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's acting president, Phelan, was just a stupid woman, and they were looking down on everything. It was like a game of chess, and these two were the players. Phelan, the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, and even Saul and the other Enlighters were just chess pieces. Lu Yin and Wei Rong did not hold back in their conversation, and neither of them hid anything about Source Peak Planet. Of course, they asked what they should, and neither of them asked anything that they should not. As they chatted, Lu Yin and Wei Rong both felt that the other was very pleasing to the eye. Zhao Ran poured tea for the two of them once again. Wei Axian yawned, as the two had been chatting for almost an hour. Two grown men chatting for so long, and they were even smiling. How disgusting. Should she give them a kiss? I had a great time chatting with Brother Lu today. My trip to Frostwave Weave was not in vain, Wei Rong said with a smile. Lu Yin also had a great time chatting with Wei Rong. They did not scheme against each other, but their conversation was even more brilliant than any schemes. This was the way to talk with smart people, and both sides avoided questions that the other did not want to answer. Brother Wei, if possible, please stay for a few more days so that I can play host. Of course. Last time, Brother Lu said that you would show me around Xenu Star. No problem. After the Alliance conference, Brother Wei can look for me at any time. Then it's a deal. It's a deal. Right, I have one more question. Lu Yin stared at Wei Rong seriously and then asked, why did you choose the Lockbreaker Society? Wei Rong's expression changed, and his lips curled up. Because they're standing too high. Lu Yin smiled. That's right. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. I knew that Brother Lu would understand. It's getting late, and I still have to take my sister to Planet Hydrodink. Brother Lu, I'll take my leave now. Lu Yin made an inviting gesture and watched Wei Rong leave with Wei Axian, with a pensive expression. Seventh bro, you seem to like him a lot, the monkey said. Lu Yin frowned. He's too smart. His speech and actions don't seem like a scheming person. He's more like a good friend that I haven't seen in many years. His seemingly innocuous words actually managed to glean a lot of information from me. He's been observing me and collecting data on me this entire time. He's very threatening, isn't he? I've lived for so many years, and I've seen a few people like him. Although they don't have much power, their brains are even more frightening than their power, the monkey muttered. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He's lived for so many years. How many years? The monkey was stunned. What do you mean how many years? We astral beasts calculate our age differently from you humans. Don't overthink things. Lu Yin did not refute the monkey's claim. The damned monkey had hidden a lot of information, and there weren't many people like Wei Rong in the entire universe. From what Lu Yin knew, Wang Wen was one, and Shu Wei Chuanxiao should be another. There weren't many others, but the damned monkey had actually said that he had seen a few of them. That wasn't right. Of course, he might be lucky enough to meet them, but the monkey's tone just now had sounded more like he was reminiscing about them. After this alliance conference, Lu Yin had to find a beast tamer and learn more about beast tamers. After leaving King Zishan's palace, Wei Rong's face sank, and no one knew what he was thinking. Wei Axian carefully glanced at him. She understood her brother well, and this expression indicated that he was in a bad mood. Are you unhappy, bro? Wei Axian asked. Wei Rong sighed, and his lips curled up. I'm happy. Of course, I'm happy. It wasn't easy for me to meet a decent opponent. Unfortunately, he can only be an enemy. An enemy? Are we going to war with the Great Yu Empire? Wei Axian asked. Wei Rong had a complicated look in his eyes. They were definitely going to war, but if they relied solely on armament weave, they would definitely lose. Lu Yin was one step ahead of him, and Wei Rong had originally believed that he was the one leading the way. However, after speaking with Lu Yin today, Wei Rong had discovered that this person was the same as him in terms of breadth of mind, vision, and vision. Lu Yin even had an unfathomable ambition. Wei Rong had originally believed that Lu Yin's actions on Source Peak Planet had been a coincidence, and that the Great Eastern Alliance had only been formed because of Iron Blood Weave. Wei Rong also believed that the Great Eastern Alliance had been formed because of Iron Blood Weave, and that the Hall of Honor might have been behind it. However, Wei Rong now knew that he had been wrong. This person had long since embarked on this path, and he was far ahead of Wei Rong. During the battle on Source Peak Planet, rather than saying that Lu Yin had borrowed Wei Rong's path, it would be more accurate to say that Wei Rong's path had intersected with Lu Yin's, and they had both discovered each other's existence. This person was too great of a threat, and Wei Rong had to eliminate him as soon as possible. However, the Great Eastern Alliance's momentum had already been established, and it would be very difficult to disintegrate it unless they united with one of the central weaves and started a great war that would sweep across the outerverse. Wei Rong's gaze turned cold, as this great war would erupt sooner or later. He was already regretting his decision. If he had understood this person earlier, he would not have disintegrated the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society. At the very least, he would have waited until he had unified one of the central weaves. Now, he was in a passive position. At the same time, he also rejoiced that he had come this time. Otherwise, he would not have understood this person and would have allowed this person to develop. In the future, Wei Rong might not even have been able to resist. Isn't that the Six-Fingered Tribe's Jake Seamus? Wei Axian exclaimed as she looked up. Wei Rong looked up and coincidentally saw Jake Seamus. His eyes flashed, and he raised a finger and flicked it. A strong wind tore through the air and struck Jake Seamus's hover car. Jake Seamus looked down and met Wei Rong's eyes. His pupils shrank, and he immediately descended. There was a thump as the hover car crashed to the ground. Jake Seamus glared at Wei Rong. Why are you here? Wei Axian shouted, Hey, what are you yelling about? Where are your manners? Wei Rong smiled. Brother Lu invited me to Xenu Star for a tour. Is there a problem? Jake Seamus's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin invited you. Of course. We talked for more than an hour, and I regret not having met earlier. Oh, right, your six-fingered tribe is also one of the Great Eastern Alliance's allies. I almost forgot. Wei Rong smiled. Jake Seamus glared at Wei Rong. The six-fingered tribe and the Wei family's relationship was like fire and water, and a great battle would definitely erupt whenever they met. Many people had gathered around them, and they formed a large circle as they watched the confrontation. Jake Seamus was usually a calm person, but that also depended on who he was dealing with. None of the six-fingered tribe members could suppress their anger when facing Wei Rong. Although Jake Seamus was a Lemiter, he still wanted to attack Wei Rong, who was an explorer. The surrounding star energy trembled, and Jake Seamus clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Wei Axayan stepped forward and glared at Jake Seamus. She would not allow her brother to be labeled as someone who bullied the weak. She was a Melder, and she wanted to challenge someone who was a realm breaker. Wei Rong continued to smile and did not stop her. Just as Jake Seamus was about to attack, the surrounding star energy suddenly trapped him. This was an expert who was far stronger than him suppressing him. Hu Qingshan had arrived. What's going on? Hu Qingshan looked at Wei Rong and questioned. Wei Rong shrugged. This person wants to attack me. Hu Qingshan looked at Jake Seamus. Young master, His Highness requests your presence. Jake Seamus glared at Wei Rong with unwillingness, but he gradually loosened his grip and snorted before flying towards King Zishan's palace. He really wanted to attack. She was a dignified perceptive intermediate lockbreaker and the acting president of the society, but she was being toyed with by someone else without being able to resist. The helplessness and sullenness in her heart had reached its peak. President Phelan, I hope that you can properly distinguish the difference between me and Lu Yin. Although I caused Source Peak Planet to collapse and schemed against you, I did not completely suppress your abilities. What about Lu Yin? He's someone who has killed Enlighters before. Even if Saul returns to the society, he might not be able to break free from Lu Yin's control, Wei Rong said. You won't believe anything I say right now, but that's fine. Take your time. I've given you Axayan as a way out, so take care of yourself. Phelan looked at Wei Rong. When you were willing to support me back then, was it because you had designs on Source Peak Weave? Wei Rong's gaze turned cold. Why do you say that? Phelan replied, Lu Yin asked me to contact the people in Source Peak Weave. He wants to pull Source Peak Weave into the Great Eastern Alliance. Wei Rong's expression turned solemn. He had indeed thought about this before, which was why he had been willing to support Phelan as the president of the Lockbreaker Society. Source Peak Weave had also been one of his goals, but when Phelan had moved the Lockbreaker Society to Frostwave Weave, he had temporarily put this matter aside. He had not expected Lu Yin to have thought of this as well. The Great Eastern Alliance encompassed the Eastern Weaves, but Source Peak Weave was located in the center. Lu Yin had extended his hand into Source Peak Weave, which meant that he was going to interfere with the situation in the Central Weaves, which was troublesome. With Lu Yin's current abilities, it was still possible for him to take action in the Central Weaves. Wei Rong had just been thinking about how to unite the Central Weaves to resist the Great Eastern Alliance, but he had not expected Lu Yin to be planning on taking action before him. Are you planning on helping him? Wei Rong looked at Phelan. Phelan calmly replied, I have no other choice. Wei Rong's eyes flashed. If you want the Lockbreaker Society to regain its former status, then you cannot help him. Phelan did not reply. The reason why Lockbreakers had such a transcendent status in the past was because they never interfered in the disputes between powers. This was an ironclad rule. If you break this ironclad rule, then in the future, when the innerverse and outerverse are connected, you will be punished by the Interverse Lockbreaker Society and even the Hall of Honor, Wei Rong threatened. Phelan looked at him and mocked, "Are you afraid?" Wei Rong's expression remained indifferent. "It looks like Lu Yin is really pressuring you. Don't worry, Source Peak Weave won't be easily won over, at least not in the short term. You have time to make arrangements," Phelan said. "I hope so," Wei Rong replied. Lu Yin had asked Phelan to reveal his intentions for Source Peak Weave in hopes that Phelan would divert Wei Rong's attention so that Wei Rong would not cause trouble for him. However, Wei Rong and Phelan's conversation had caused Phelan to change her mind once again. Wei Rong's words had been effective, and Phelan had decided to leave Wei Axan as an escape route. She truly felt that Lu Yin was more dangerous than Wei Rong. As for Source Peak Weave, she did not plan on making an appearance. Just as she had said to Wei Rong, Source Peak Weave would not be easily won over. If the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters were still on Source Peak Planet, then it might have been possible, but now that they had left, their influence over Source Peak Weave had greatly decreased. In Iron Blood Weave, thanks to the assistance of Enlighters, the various strongholds were gradually being rebuilt, and the defenses of the Primal Zone had been restored. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 723. The Eastern Weaves have already formed an alliance. Lu Yin has established the Great Eastern Alliance, and Dark Mist Weave is one of them. Mafioso Planet won't be able to escape. Top Mist growled, "So what? Aren't you worried that he'll deal with Mafioso Planet?" Granny Chan asked. Top Mist answered, "Mafioso Planet is just one of the places where we live. As assassins, we don't have a fixed place to live. If he wants it, we can give it to him. Regardless, it's still your ancestral land. Are you willing to give it up?" Granny Chan questioned. Top Mist calmly asked, "What are you planning?" Granny Chan answered, "Let's go to the Outerverse together to deal with this disaster." Top Mist was confused. "If I'm not mistaken, your Northline Flow Zone has a good relationship with him. Why do you want to deal with him? He chased away our Northline Flow Zone's people from the Tri-Banner Federation, which infringes on our interests." Top Mist did not reply. Granny Chan raised her voice. Lu Yin was known as an Enlighter's nemesis when he was a Lamiter, and he's arrogant and conceited. Now that he's become an explorer, he's even more arrogant. Are you willing to let someone like him stand above us? You should be able to tell from his establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance that he's not someone who's willing to be lonely. He doesn't just want power, but also authority. Let me think about it, Top Mist said. Granny Chan replied, "All right, as soon as possible. I've already discussed this with Elder Zhua. With you included, 3 Enlighters should be enough to deal with him. You'd best be clear about the Hall of Honor's stance. Don't forget that Night Queen Choyu was warned by Elder Lohar." "I know," Granny Chan replied before disappearing. After Granny Chan left, Top Mist reappeared and unhesitatingly opened his gadget to call someone he had never expected to contact. It was Lu Yin. Far away on Xenia Star, Lu Yin had not expected Top Mist to contact him. Their contact information had been exchanged in Iron Blood Weave, and neither had expected to contact the other. "Long time no see, Lu Yin." Top Mist's black figure appeared on the screen. Lu Yin looked at him and curiously asked, "Why did you contact me?" "Granny Chan just asked me to join forces to deal with you," Top Mist said, betraying Granny Chan. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Granny Chan. Lu Yin had not forgotten about this person. When they had first met outside of planet Pyrolite, the two of them had gotten along very well, and Granny Chan had even promised to help the Great Yu Empire rise to power. However, her attitude had suddenly changed, and she had even secretly told Darkstar Gorge about how Lu Yin had killed Lei Long, which had caused Lu Yin to be hunted down by Darkstar Gorge. Now, she was doing something like this again, which was too strange. Lu Yin had guessed that Granny Chan might have been uncomfortable with his title as the Enlighter's nemesis, which was why she had hit him while he was down. But now, it seemed that things weren't that simple. She had deliberately tried to kill him. "Why are you telling me?" Top Mist replied, "With your abilities, I feel like you won't be easy to deal with. How about I give you a favor? Just remember it. Do assassins know how to do favors?" "Assassins are also humans," Top Mist said lightly before ending the call. Lu Yin looked at his gadget and fell into deep thought. An assassin's senses were far sharper than an ordinary person's, and this was especially true for an old and cunning assassin like Top Mist. Why did Granny Chan deal with him? Just because he had killed an Enlighter? Or banished Northline Flowzone from the Tri-Banner Federation? Speaking of which, the people from Northline Flowzone had not been banished by Lu Yin. They had left the Tri-Banner Federation on their own accord, so why had they left? Lu Yin thought about it for a moment. It was very likely that Granny Chan knew that her snitch had been exposed, so she wanted to make the first move. Perhaps she had revealed his secret because she did not like him and had done it casually. Now that he had been exposed, she had no choice but to deal with him for real. Lu Yin tapped the table with a single finger. It seemed like this old woman would have to be dealt with soon. She had even taken the initiative to contact others to deal with him. She was very enthusiastic. One day later, the Alliance Conference officially began. This time, the Great Eastern Alliance Conference was being broadcast live to the various weaves of the Outerverse. There were 172 representatives from various powers participating, and they were all representatives from the various powers that had formed the Great Eastern Alliance. Each of the Outerverse large weaves had a leading power, but that did not mean that they had complete control over that weave. For example, in Frostwave Weave, the Great U Empire was the sole ruler, but there were still a few smaller powers that existed within it. The Great U Empire's territory was simply too large, and it was impossible for them to control it completely. If Frostwave Weave was like this, then it was even more so in the other weaves. Grand Top Weave's 9-stack sect was the strongest power, but even they only controlled half of the weave. The other half was controlled by dozens or even hundreds of other powers, while Dark Mist Weave had hundreds of powers both overt and covert. These powers were scattered throughout the various weaves, and they were the true rulers of their respective weaves. Although the Great Eastern Alliance encompassed 8 weaves, it would still take some time for them to completely control these weaves. However, that was only a matter of time. Although only 100 or so people were participating in the Alliance Conference, that was enough to represent a large portion of the Eastern Weaves. The Eastern Weaves did not only consist of these 8 weaves, as there were also Eastleigh Weave, Northcastle Weave, Wuri Weave, Ironblood Weave, and so on. However, these weaves all had their own reasons, and Mafioso Planet did not know the secrets of those weaves' leading powers. Thus, it was not easy to rope them into the alliance. The Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Conference was the focus of everyone's attention, and everyone in the Outerverse was waiting for it to happen. This was a major event that transcended eras, and its influence was no less than that of the Lockbreaker Society's collapse. Even Ironblood Weave was paying attention to this event. The Alliance Conference was being held in the Great U Empire's Imperial Palace, and there were no less than 10 hunters participating in the event. All of Xenia Star and the surrounding planets were being strictly monitored. As the various powers' representatives entered the palace, the last to appear were Lon Wu, Jake Seamus, and the others. 172 people were seated around a large round table, and only the seat at the very top was empty. That was Lu Yin's seat. The main purpose of the Alliance Conference was to determine the Alliance leader, but it was just a formality. The alliance leader could only be Lu Yin. Outside the palace, Ku Wei walked in with a serious expression, but Hu Qingshan recognized him and immediately pushed him out. Ku Wei sternly said, "Don't stop me. I'm the master of Doi Mountain, and I'm representing it in this alliance conference." Hu Qingshan growled, "Don't cause trouble. I know Lu Yin, and we're brothers. What's wrong with me going in to support my brother's meeting? Oh, right, there's also this." Ku Wei then took out a large flag with 2 words written on it, "Do your best." The people around him were stunned. Hu Qingshan was speechless. "I'll lock you up if you cause any more trouble." Ku Wei wanted to say something else, but the flag in his hand was suddenly grasped by a hand. "Brother, give this flag to me." Ku Wei turned around and saw a wretched old man dressed in plain gray robes with a starry sky pattern behind his back. The old man looked at his flag with a longing expression, and Ku Wei immediately became unhappy. Where did this beggar come from? Go away. The vulgar old man held on to the flag and refused to let go. "Little brother, this great master will read your fortune. Take this flag as a reward." This great master's wooden flag was destroyed by someone, and I'm looking for something to do. What does that have to do with me? How dare you steal Brother Wei's things? You must be tired of living. Do you have an or star at home? Ku Wei grew impatient. The wretched old man stared at Ku Wei seriously. "Vulgar. What's the use of an or star? I'm reading your fortune, and I'm Starsibyl's grandpa Joe." Ku Wei's eyes widened. "You really dare to say that?" The wretched old man cackled. "This is the truth, and Starsibyl will never deny it. How about it? Let Starsibyl's grandpa Joe read your fortune. It's very accurate." Ku Wei raised his brows. "What's your name?" "Xianzhou." The wretched old man proudly raised his head. Ku Wei looked him up and down. "You're from the Starsibyl sect?" Xianzhou coughed. "Why are you asking so much? Are you suspecting my identity?" Ku Wei nodded without hesitation. Xianzhou looked at Hu Qingshan. "Kid, go and call Lu Yin out. Let him prove it for me." Hu Qingshan looked on coldly. These two were crazy. "You know Lu Yin?" Ku Wei's eyes lit up. Xianzhou shouted, "Of course. I've read his fortune before, but it's a pity that this child's fate isn't too good. He even met a dead person's gaze, and he won't be able to escape it in the future." He then looked at Ku Wei seriously. "Kid, how did you meet a dead person's gaze like him?" Ku Wei blinked. "King? Which king? There is no king in my eyes. It's a dead person." "King? Dead person? You're a king." Xianzhou was speechless. "You met a dead person?" Ku Wei was furious. "You're the one who met a dead person. Don't tell me you haven't met a dead person. It was outside a tomb in outer space." Xianzhou was certain. Ku Wei was about to curse when he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Xianzhou strangely. "What else do you know?" Xianzhou chuckled. "I also know that you've always wanted to enter that tomb, which is why you came here." Ku Wei's eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" Xianzhou solemnly replied, "Starsibyl's grandpa Joe." Ku Wei's brows rose. "You're not messing with me, are you?" Xianzhou snatched the flag and changed the words on it. The front of the flag was now engraved with the words, "Starsibyl's grandpa Joe," while the back was engraved with the words, "Fortune teller, believe it or not. I tell fortunes based on luck, and it's up to you whether you believe it or not." Ku Wei grabbed Xianzhou's sleeve. "You haven't told me anything." Tell me, can I enter that tomb? Xianjiu stared at Ku Wei's face for a while before shaking his head and sighing. You can't. You won't be able to enter in this lifetime. Ku Wei was stunned. Bro, don't listen to him. He's an immoral person, and his fortune-telling has never been accurate. You can listen to him the other way around, someone said. Xianjiu was furious, and he glared at that person. You're the immoral one. Your whole family is immoral. No, they're defective. A bunch of defective. Here. Defective is here. Zhao Ran shouted excitedly from nearby. She looked at Xianjiu and said, Kind fortune teller, I remember you. I'm defective. I'm here. Xianjiu's jaw dropped. Why is she everywhere? He then quickly ran off. Ku Wei stood rooted to the ground, unable to react. He felt that what he had just experienced was a little strange. On the other side of the palace, Shi Qi looked at the screen and said enviously, Brother Lu is so amazing. Above her head, Yudi said disdainfully, Amazing my ass. He's just controlling a group of two-legged beasts. Just wait, Lord Yu will definitely have more two-legged beast slaves than him in the future. No, Lord Yu remembers having many two-legged beast slaves in the past. That's right, so many of them. Where did they go? Shi Qi mumbled but did not retort. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 724. The outside of the palace was noisy, but the inside was silent. Around the round table, everyone had solemn expressions as they glanced at the empty seat from time to time. Soon, the void flashed, and Lu Yin appeared. He very naturally sat at the head of the table and scanned the crowd with a smile. Thank you all for joining the Great Eastern Alliance. The Alliance is a single entity, and its goal is to share resources and help each other. I now officially announce the start of the Alliance Conference. The first rule is to read out the Alliance Agreement. Following Lu Yin's announcement, countless people on Xenu Star cheered. The establishment of the Alliance Conference represented a huge change in the Great Eastern Alliance's status, in the entire Outerverse. The Great Yu Empire's status in the Outerverse had also risen. Xenu Star celebrated, the Great Yu Empire celebrated, and the entire Frostwave Weave celebrated. On planet Hydrodink, Phelan watched Lu Yin speak leisurely on the screen with a fearful gaze. This person was even more dangerous than Wei Rong. She had been schemed against by Wei Rong and then threatened by this person, which had forced her to bring the Lockbreaker Society here. But now that she thought about it, everything that Lu Yin had been done before Wei Rong's. This person had extraordinary ambition and ability, and what was even more frightening was that he had also had a fortuitous encounter. To work with such a person, she had to either completely rely on him or avoid him. Wei Rong was right, she had to have a backup plan. Wei Rong was also watching the screen with a smile on his face. The Great Eastern Alliance. Although the establishment of this alliance was a great threat to him, and it allowed Lu Yin to take the lead, it could also encourage the Central Weaves to unite. Only with such a threat would they be on their guard, and he really had to thank Lu Yin. Without him establishing the Great Eastern Alliance, it would not have been so easy for Wei Rong to unite the Central Weaves. In Iron Blood Weave, Elder Lohar watched the screen with a look of admiration. He had seen many geniuses before, and the Neoverse did not lack geniuses. However, there were very few who had risen up in the Outerverse like Lu Yin and reached their current status. Even the 10 Arbiters had relied on the support of the Hall of Honor and the various powers behind them to reach their current heights. Lu Yin had relied entirely on his own efforts. In Elder Lohar's opinion, if not for the difference in power, this person would not be any weaker than any of the 10 Arbiters. It was a pity that the innerverse and outerverse were separated, or else he would definitely recommend this person to replace one of the 10 arbiters. The 10 arbiters would never willingly withdraw, and replacing them would require a struggle. Lu Yin did not believe that there was anyone in the innerverse who could compete with the 10 arbiters, not even the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. Competition required not only personal strength, but also strategy and tactics. Lu Yin was the most suitable candidate, but it was a pity. In the outerverse, at Shamrock Enterprises' Eastern Frontier headquarters, Shen Fu was looking at a screen in front of him while his secretary, Xiao Qin, stood behind him. The two of them were staring at Lu Yin's image. Prepare a generous gift to congratulate the Great Eastern Alliance's establishment. Contact Director Jian and have him make contact with Lu Yin. I need to know his attitude towards Shamrock Enterprises. Yes, President Shin, Xiao Qin replied. Back in the palace, Lu Yin explained the alliance agreement to everyone, and after confirming that no one had any objections, he solemnly said, since it's an alliance, there naturally needs to be an alliance leader. From that moment on, he had decided that his life would not be controlled by anyone else. He wanted to be above everyone else and decide the fate of others with a single word. Even if he did not consciously do so, his name would still cause countless people to tremble. Cultivation could be achieved, but it would take too long. If he had just cultivated normally, he would still be an explorer with the influence of an enlighter. However, things were different now. The entire Great Eastern Alliance's resources were at his disposal, and this was a combination of power and power. It was still not enough, far from enough. When the day came that he could integrate the entire outerverse resources and use his Dai's ability, his future would be limitless. There was a time limit to the position of alliance leader, and it had been mentioned in the alliance agreement. However, Lu Yin had not mentioned it, and no one had asked about it. Everyone knew that if the alliance did not do well, it would disband sooner or later. If it did well enough, then the position of alliance leader could only be held by the strongest powerhouse, and any time limit would be meaningless. After confirming the alliance leader, Lu Yin moved on to the second topic, which was the formation of the alliance army. This was the topic that everyone was most concerned about. The purpose of the Great Eastern Alliance's establishment was to integrate resources, integrate data, and help each other. The Alliance Army's existence was to protect the Alliance's powers from external aggression. No matter how much competition there was within the Alliance Army's direction would always be directed towards external aggression. Establishing the Alliance Army was equivalent to having an additional layer of protection, which was very important to many smaller powers. This is the Alliance Army's consolidated data. Everyone can take a look. Lu Yin waved a hand, and Enya passed the data to everyone. The data detailed the Alliance Army's power structure. The Alliance Army required 2 hunters, 5 cruisers, 20 explorers, 1,000 limiters, 20 melders, 100,000 sentinels, and 2 million seekers. As for the commoners, they were not qualified to join the Alliance Army. Aside from cultivators, the Alliance Army also required 500 warships and 10,000 ordinary large spacecraft. Countless people celebrated, and the Great Yu Empire's status had risen to a new height in the universe. Ku Wei was still trying to enter the Imperial Palace, but he was constantly being chased away. Hua Qingshan was getting impatient, and if not for Lu Yin's special care, he would have captured Ku Wei. Xian Zhou went around Xenu Star, trying to read people's fortunes. However, one of the people that he had tricked was very persistent and followed him around. Whenever Xian Zhou tried to read someone's fortune, that person would try to undermine him, which made him depressed. With Zhao Ran constantly looking for him, Xianzhou decided to leave Xinyu Star. The fish on Shiqi's head was similarly depressed. Xinyu Star was celebrating, and there was noise everywhere. Its words were drowned out, and no matter how much it taunted others, no one could hear it. Wei Rong leisurely strolled through the streets. Xinyu Star had gained a few more lockbreakers from planet Hydrodink, and their presence often caused the people around them to cry out in surprise. Xinyu Star was filled with cheers and laughter, and distant lights illuminated the city. In King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin remained calm, and he did not raise his head to look at the 3 rings around the continent. You've accomplished something that father has never been able to accomplish in his entire life. Wendy Yushan's voice came from behind him, followed by a cool fragrance. Lu Yin smiled. I was just lucky. Wendy Yushan looked at the imperial palace with a complicated expression. If you were lucky enough to unify the eastern frontier, then father wouldn't be so depressed. Lu Yin recalled Ku Wei's words, and he casually asked, what kind of person is Undying Yushan? Wendy Yushan thought about it. He's extremely talented, but he doesn't have enough opportunities. He's ambitious, but he doesn't have the means or strength to match his ambitions. You're really heartless to talk about your own father like that. Lu Yin found it funny. Wendy Yushan remained silent. Lu Yin said, I'm sorry. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 726. Wendy Yushan shook her head, not minding Lu Yin's words. Sometimes, I really don't understand him. He's clearly been to the Innerverse and entered the top 30 of the top 100 rankings. He's seen a truly grand world, but he still chose to return and become the Emperor of the Great Yu Empire. What's his goal? It's impossible that he doesn't know that there are people in the Innerverse who won't let him off, but he still did it. Are you talking about the people in the Starfall Sea who are after the Undying Manual? Lu Yin asked. Wendy Yushan nodded. Those people have been hiding in the Great Yu Empire for many years. They've suppressed father both openly and secretly, but he still insists on holding on to his position. He even forced eldest brother and second brother to turn against each other. I really don't understand him. Uncle, do you know how to lock break? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Wendy Yushan shook her head and was puzzled. Why do you ask? Lu Yin laughed. I suddenly thought of it. With Uncle's talent, it's possible that you do. Not long after, Wendy Yushan left. Perhaps she had come to thank Lu Yin, or perhaps she just wanted to find a relative to talk about how much she missed Undying Yushan. Lu Yin had achieved Undying Yushan's lifelong dream. Wendy Yushan was also human and had feelings, so it was impossible for her to remain indifferent at such a time. If Lu Yin had wanted to, he might have been able to embrace her, but he hadn't. He didn't even know what he was thinking. He just stood at the edge of King Zishan's palace and looked down at the city below. He watched the revelry, and he had accomplished all of this with his own hands. He had accomplished an unprecedented feat to the Frostwave Weave. He was a hero, and to the people of the other weaves, he was a formidable character. This was who he was, and he wondered how history would judge him years from now. For some reason, Lu Yin suddenly thought of Progenitor Qin, a character that history didn't even dare to record. Was his ambition still too small? At this moment, Lu Yin saw that Xenu's star was under his control, and a heroic spirit burst forth from his chest. Green lines covered the surface of his body, and they gradually turned blue. Finally, they turned blue with purplish-red stripes. His battle force had increased, and as his ambition swelled, his aura burst forth. He finally broke through to 8 lines of battle force. If news of him reaching 8 lines of battle force at such a young age spread, it would definitely shake the heavens. The Sand Master was right. The improvement of one's battle aura did not only come from battle, but also from one's spirit. There was light in the universe, but there was also darkness. The lights from King Zishan's palace illuminated a large area, making it seem like a giant source of light that illuminated the surroundings of the palace. Lu Yin, on the other hand, illuminated the entire Frostwave weave. But in King Zishan's palace, behind the light source, Lu Yin felt a chill, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The jubilant cheers in the distance could not reach his ears, and his surroundings seemed to be isolated from the cold. Lu Yin did not dare to move. Behind him, there was an indescribably terrifying rune line that distorted the heavens and enveloped Xenyu Star. Outsiders could not see it, but Lu Yin could see it very clearly. These rune lines far surpassed Elder Lohar's, and they gave Lu Yin an unprecedented sense of shock and danger. Lu Yin did not even want to put on his universal armor. At this moment, he was ready to crush the jade that Mr. Mu had given him. "I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time, Your Excellency Lu Yin." A cold voice rang out, sounding like metal scraping against each other. A shadow appeared on the ground at the same time as the voice, smoothly dispersing the light and appearing beneath Lu Yin's feet. A leaf fell, and the moment it came into contact with the shadow, it turned to dust and completely disappeared. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. "Who are you?" Black Wuxian of the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 Sky Gods. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his heart sank. The Neo-Human Alliance. "Your Excellency Lu Yin, there's no need to panic. I just wanted to have a chat with you. I hate people who kill for no reason, as that only creates panic and does not help the situation. You can face me like you did Wei Rong." Lu Yin's face went pale. "What do you want?" "I admire Your Excellency's way of doing things. You understand the Neo-Human Alliance's situation in the universe, and the Outerverse is of great help to us. We want to obtain it, but we can't do it on our own. That's why we wanted to ask for Your Excellency's help." Lu Yin was stunned. "You want to cooperate with me? You can say that. As long as Your Excellency is willing, the Neo-Human Alliance will fully support you." "Impossible. If I cooperate with you, I'll become the enemy of the entire universe." Lu Yin rejected the offer without even thinking about it. Black Wuxian replied, "No one knows that you're cooperating with us." "That's still impossible." Lu Yin was resolute. He was already prepared to take out the jade stone, but he did not know if he would make it in time. He just hoped that Mr. Mu would be able to make it in time. Although Lu Yin would use underhanded methods, there were some bottom lines that he would never cross. Once he understood the darkness of the Neo-Human Alliance, he would definitely not cooperate with them. This organization possessed the deepest darkness of the universe, and even Ku Wei, someone from the 7 courts, had to admit that. "It seems that Your Excellency does not understand the Neo-Human Alliance's abilities. If Your Excellency is willing to cooperate, we can have a weave in the middle of the universe under your rule within a month," Black Wuxian said. Lu Yin was shocked. "You have that kind of ability? Do not doubt the Neo-Human Alliance. We are enemies of the entire universe, but we are still safe and sound. You can imagine how powerful we are. What exactly is your goal? Is turning humans into zombies your goal?" Lu Yin asked. When he had first merged with the Spectre clan, he had not known the Neo-Human Alliance's goal. This part of his memories was like a forbidden zone that could not be explored. Black Wuxian replied, "If Your Excellency is willing to cooperate with us, then you will know our goal. I can represent the 7 Sky Gods in acknowledging Your Excellency's position in the Neo-Human Alliance. You will be one of our representatives in the universe." Lu Yin sneered. "If humans become zombies, then I will be turned into one by you. What's the point of that?" It seems that Your Excellency has rejected our offer. There is no need to panic, as I still will not act against Your Excellency. I like to make people submit, and violence is only one of my methods. It does not suit Your Excellency. Let's leave it at that for today. Your Excellency can slowly taste the despair that the Neo-Human Alliance brings. That despair will help you think things through. As he spoke, another leaf fell to the ground. This time, it did not turn to dust and instead fell to the ground as usual. Luin suddenly turned around, but he did not see anyone. The shadow that had been connected to him on the ground had also disappeared, and the sounds of laughter once again entered his ears. Everything had returned to normal. The terrifying number of rune lines also vanished without a trace, as if they had never appeared in the first place. Luin felt a wave of powerlessness wash over him, as he had been on the brink of death. If Black Wushan had even moved a finger, he would have been finished. Beads of sweat dripped from Lu Yin's forehead. It had been a long time since he had experienced something like this, where his life was no longer in his own hands. He had never thought that the Outerverse would have such a terrifying expert. If he had not unified the Eastern Weave, that person would never have appeared. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. It seemed that his establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance had drawn out some well-hidden characters. He had a feeling that this was the first time he had truly come into contact with this universe. Monkey, are you asleep? Lu Yin asked. How did I fall asleep? That's strange. The monkey was surprised. Have you heard of the 7 sky gods? Lu Yin asked. The monkey was confused. Whose sky? Outside the palace, Ku Wei leaned against a wall in the distance and looked on in dissatisfaction. He had tried to enter many times, but he had been stopped every time. The leader was a hunter, and it would not be easy for him to enter. Should he look for Lu Yin? Brother Wei was helping him investigate the secrets of the Yu family. Suddenly, Ku Wei turned around and saw a figure slowly walking over. It was Lu Yin. Ku Wei was delighted when he saw Lu Yin. Brother, we're really telepathic. Brother Wei just thought of you, and here you are. Lu Yin asked, are you free? Let's have a drink. There's no rush. Come, let's take Brother Wei on a tour of the palace. Ku Wei pulled Lu Yin towards the palace, but he did not budge. Have a drink with me. Lu Yin turned around and disappeared with a single step, reappearing 1,000 meters away. Ku Wei pouted. It's not like we're going to consummate our marriage. Why are you in such a rush to drink? Although he was unhappy, he still chased after Lu Yin. It was the same tavern from before, and the same familiar smell. Lu Yin had specifically told Ku Wei that the tavern could not be torn down, or else it would have been demolished by the time the Alliance conference arrived. Ku Wei took a sip of wine and frowned. It doesn't taste good. Why are you looking for me? Lu Yin put down his cup. I want to know about the Neo-Human Alliance. Ku Wei raised his brows. The Neo-Human Alliance. Why are you asking about them? They're a bunch of lunatics who want to exterminate the human race and turn everyone into zombies. How long have they been established? Lu Yin asked. Ku Wei thought about it. I don't know, but it's been a long time. Compared to your 7 courts, who's stronger? Who's older? Lu Yin asked. Ku Wei rolled his eyes. Brother, how would I know? Forget about the 7 courts, I don't even know which old monsters are hiding in my Ku family. As for how long ago, it might be because of the 7 courts. We formed an alliance after entering the Neoverse, and the Neo-Human Alliance only appeared after that. Is that so? Lu Yin did not comment. It seemed that Ku Wei did not know what the Neo-Human Alliance was. The scarlet vertical eye that had appeared in the Six-Fingered Tribe's ancestral land was much older than the Neo-Human alliances. At that time, Luin had guessed that the Neo-Human alliance might have appeared even earlier, but it might not have been called the Neo-Human alliance at that time. However, he did not know the truth. Hey, why are you suddenly so concerned about those lunatics? Ku Wei was puzzled as he ate. Have you heard of the 7 sky gods? Lu Yin asked casually. Ku Wei spat out all the wine and looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. How do you know about the 7 sky gods? Lu Yin had a strange expression. You know. Obviously. The 7 sky gods are the 7 people with the highest status in the Neo-Human alliance. It's rumored that they were the 7 who created the Neo-Human alliance. No matter how much time passes, the Neo-Human alliance's controller will inherit the 7 sky gods title. Anyone who inherits the title will become the Neo-Human alliance's ruler. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 727. Right, these are all secrets of the Neoverse, and even some powers in the Innerverse might not be aware of them. Where did you hear about the 7 sky gods? Ku Wei looked at Lu Yin suspiciously. A powerhouse's autobiography, Lu Yin answered with a solemn expression. If what Ku Wei said was true, then the person he had just spoken to was one of the Neo-Human Alliance's rulers. That was impossible. How could he have attracted a ruler from the Neo-Human Alliance? That was one of the rulers of the 3 Dark Hands, and he had a supreme status. Even Elder Lohar should not have been qualified to meet him, but that power was indeed terrifying beyond imagination. Could it really be one of the 7 sky gods? A powerhouse's autobiography. Which powerhouse's autobiography could record the 7 sky gods? If not for my identity, I would never have heard of the 7 sky gods' name. Ku Wei obviously did not believe Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. Do you think that the 7 sky gods will come to the Outerverse? Are you kidding me? Of course not. They wouldn't even go to the Innerverse. They're one of the strongest powerhouses in the universe, and they dare to oppose the entire human race. Why would they come to a remote place like the Outerverse? I'm not afraid to tell you that many people in the Neoverse don't even know about the existence of the Outerverse. In their minds, the Innerverse is the Outerverse. Lu Yin's mood grew even heavier. Just because they did not come did not mean that they would not come. If it really was one of the 7 sky gods, then there must be something in the Outerverse that attracted him. He had indeed said this before, so should he tell Elder Lohar? Where did you learn about the 7 sky gods? Ku Wei stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin answered, a powerhouse's autobiography. You're a tomb raider. An archaeologist. 7th bro, don't put my deeds on yourself. The monkey was helpless. Ku Wei was also helpless. Alright, we've drunk the wine and asked what you wanted to ask. Let's go to the palace. Are you so sure that the palace is related to the Yu bloodline? Lu Yin asked. Ku Wei answered, I'm just checking. After all, Undying Yushan lived there for so many years. Would you believe me if I said that it's unrelated? Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he paid for the wine before bringing Ku Wei to the palace. The guards all bowed to Lu Yin, and Ku Wei proudly said, I told you that you could enter, but you didn't believe me. Look, my brother. Lu Yin frowned. Let's go. Ku Wei chuckled and entered the imperial palace. Ever since Undying Yushan's death, the palace had been without a master for a very long time. Aside from the imperial court meetings and the alliance conference, the palace was rarely used. The palace guards and maids were more like the masters of this place. Ku Wei walked around the arch palace but didn't gain anything. He was quite vexed. Finally, he flew high into the sky and stood at the center of the palace. He looked around, and his eyes lit up. So it's like this. No wonder I always felt that this place was familiar. Ku Wei landed beside Lu Yin. Let's go. I'll take you to find some good stuff. Lu Yin found this strange and followed Ku Wei. Ku Wei came to a corner of the arch palace and exerted force with one of his feet. The ground cracked open and extended into the nearby stream, shattering everything within 100 meters and revealing a spacious underground chamber. When the guards heard the commotion, they hurried over, but they were quickly dismissed by Lu Yin. The two of them then entered the underground chamber. The secret chamber was very spacious, and there was nothing inside. He had used his domain to envelop the palace, but he hadn't discovered any secret rooms here. The materials used to construct this secret room can isolate domains. Why had they handed the Great Yu Empire over to him? Of course, there's also a possibility that Undying Yushan himself doesn't know about any of this. This is all set up by those old freaks from the Yu bloodline. He might really be dead, but that's unlikely, Ku Wei said. Why did the Yu bloodline betray the 7 courts back then? Lu Yin asked. Ku Wei shook his head. I can't tell you that. That's a secret of the 7 courts. In any case, I've found what I'm looking for. The Yu bloodline definitely still exists, and since it exists, there's a possibility of negotiation. He laughed strangely and then suddenly roared, "Yu family, my Ku family is here. Come out and have a chat." This roar startled Lu Yin, as even Xenia's star could hear it. Lu Yin hurriedly shut him up. Aren't you afraid that the Hall of Honor will cause trouble for you? Ku Wei shrugged. What's there to be afraid of? I haven't done anything outrageous. Although the Hall of Honor is an enemy of the 3 Dark Hands, they won't fight to the death whenever they see us. I've already said that the 7 courts are different from the Neo-Human Alliance. Are you sure that the Yu family is on Xenia's star? Lu Yin asked. Ku Wei replied, I'm not sure, but how will I know if I don't shout? Do you want me to search the entire universe for them? That's not realistic. The Yu family shouldn't be on Xenia's star, Lu Yin confirmed. After such a long time, he still hadn't discovered any particularly powerful rune lines. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that they were hiding themselves. Ku Wei snorted. I don't care if they're there or not. In any case, there's Wendy Yushan on the surface, so I'll keep an eye on her. One day, the Yu family will contact her. He then looked at Lu Yin strangely. I almost forgot that there's still you. The Yu family established the Great Yu Empire, but they handed it over to you and even taught you a secret technique. There must be a reason for that. Lu Yin was currently in a bad mood. First, it was the Neo-Human Alliance, and now, it was the Yu bloodline. He felt like he was constantly being watched by someone, and everything that he had done felt like it was all for someone else's benefit. This was not something that he wanted to see. Regardless of whether it was the Neo-Human Alliance or the Yu family, none of them would be able to take everything away from him. The only power that he could rely on right now was the Hall of Honor. After chasing Ku Wei away, Lu Yin sealed the 2 rooms that had been opened. After thinking about it, he decided to head to the princess residence. Wendy Yushan must have heard Ku Wei's roar. Others might not understand, but it was impossible for her not to. Wendy Yushan seemed to be waiting for Lu Yin. Someone shouted for the Yu family just now. Was he looking for me? Lu Yin replied, someone from the 7 courts Ku family came. He's certain that the Yu family hasn't been exterminated, and he wants to find the Yu bloodline. Wendy Yushan was shocked. The Yu family hasn't been exterminated. Lu Yin stared into her eyes. He didn't know if she really didn't know or if she was just pretending, but he decided to assume that she didn't know. Lu Yin told Wendy Yushan about what had happened in the imperial palace, and she fell silent. If the Yu family hasn't been exterminated, then why am I the only one left? Wendy Yushan had a complicated expression. Lu Yin replied, actually, his guess might not be correct. Perhaps the sourcebox array in the imperial palace was left behind by a senior from the Yu family, but Uncle Undying Yushan wouldn't have activated it. He might not even know about it himself. Are you trying to make me believe that my father is definitely dead? Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin with amusement. Lu Yin was stumped, and he awkwardly replied, sorry, that's not what I meant. Wendy Yushan retracted her gaze. I hope that my father and the others aren't dead. Lu Yin stood up. I'll be leaving first. Wendy Yushan looked at him. No matter what, even if my father and the others are still alive, I will still support you in leading the great Yu Empire. Thank you. Lu Yin didn't hide his ambitions for the great Yu Empire. He had sacrificed so much, and he couldn't just hand it over to someone from the Yu bloodline. After leaving the princess residence, Lu Yin found Aiden. You said that Undying Yushan knew how to lockbreak. Was that true? Aiden found it strange that Lu Yin had suddenly asked him about this. It's definitely true. I actually suspect that he was able to break through my defenses because of his lockbreaking techniques, but his lockbreaking abilities are too high, so I can't be sure. Lu Yin asked, you said that Undying Yushan obtained the Undying Manual. Why are you so sure? Aiden replied, he said it himself. He wanted to convince me to follow him, and he even tempted me by saying that he would impart it to me. Lu Yin was puzzled. You don't suspect that? Aiden answered matter-of-factly, why would I? There aren't many people in the same realm who can break through my defenses. It's not strange for someone like him to obtain the Undying Manual. Although the Undying Manual is very famous, there are also legends of similar manuals in the Starfall Sea. It's not impossible for someone to obtain it if they're lucky. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 728. What kind of technique is the Undying Manual? Lu Yin asked, as he did not know much about it. Aiden shook his head. I don't know. Legend has it that cultivating the Undying Scripture will allow one to live forever, but no one believes it. Only progenitors can live forever in the universe, so how is it possible for a technique to allow one to live forever? Seventh bro, he's right. How can a technique grant immortality? That's too strange, the monkey said. Lu Yin naturally did not believe it either, but the Undying Manual was so famous that it had attracted the attention of many powers from the Starfall Sea and the Interverse. It might not be that simple. It would be fine if Undying Yushan had tricked Aiden, but if he had truly obtained the Undying Manual, then the chances of him not dying would increase. But if he wasn't dead, then why was he pretending to be? Following that, Lu Yin met with Undying Yushan's former subordinates one by one, including Hu Qingshan, Peach, Shalosh, Rocky Anna, and the blind monk. He tried to analyze Undying Yushan's true personality from their words, but it was useless. Although these people had been personally promoted by Undying Yushan, they did not know much about him. Lu Yin was the last to meet Lu Yingzishan, and she was filled with gratitude towards Undying Yushan. Without him, she might not have been able to survive after being misunderstood for so many years. Although she was cold, there was a limit to how strong a person could be, and Undying Yushan had helped her a lot. Without His Majesty, I wouldn't be where I am today, Lu Yingzishan said. Lu Yin nodded and sighed. Yes, His Majesty has a good eye for people. You, the blind monk, Hu Qingshan, and the others were all hand-picked by him. The Great Yu Empire was once powerful enough to sweep through Frostwave Weave. Luoying Zishan was puzzled. Why is your highness suddenly asking about his majesty? Luoying smiled. It's nothing. When the Great Eastern Alliance was formed, I thought of his majesty. How great would it be if he were still alive? Luoying Zishan felt that it was a pity. Yes, it would be great if Her Majesty were still alive. Not long after, Luoying left Luoying Zishan's residence. He did not manage to get any information out of her, and instead, he heard a bunch of praises. Undying Yushan's reign had been a period of resurgence for the Great Yu Empire. Before his reign, the Great Yu Empire had only ruled over a few remote filaments, and it had not been as powerful as Fire's Melt planet. After Undying Yushan ascended to the throne, the Great Yu Empire had expanded to 13 filaments, and even North Castle Weave and the surrounding weaves had felt threatened by the Empire. The 13 Imperial squadrons had been established to guard the 13 filaments, and they had been as stable as Mount Tai. Without Undying Yushan, there would not be the Great Yu Empire of today. His ambitions were obvious, but it was normal for an emperor to have such ambitions. Luoying looked up at the sky. He didn't know if he wanted Undying Yushan dead or not. Undying Yushan had also done him a favor, and he had even been willing to teach him the Yu secret art. This was something that many great powers in the Innerverse did not have. At that moment, a familiar face walked over. It was Delay. The first time Luoying had rolled 6 pips on his die, he had fused with Delay's body and felt his control over star energy. That was how his power had increased so quickly. Delay had left a deep impression on Luoying, and if not for him, Delay and his little girlfriend would have been dead. Delay also saw Luoying and hurriedly bowed. Delay of the 13 Imperial squadrons greets your highness, the royal regent. Luoying smiled. You may rise. Thank you, your highness. Delay stood up and respectfully stood to the side. Luoying did not speak much with him. The difference in their levels was too great, and they had nothing in common. Just as Luoying passed by Delay, he felt a strange sensation. His vision suddenly changed, and not only did he see what was right in front of him, he even saw his own silhouette. This was Delay's vision, and Luoying had actually overlapped with Delay's vision. Luoying suddenly stopped and looked at Delay. Delay's expression was normal, as if he did not know that his vision had been seen by Luoying. Luoying's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the die's 6 pips not only allowed one to fuse with someone at the start, but also allowed one to overlap with the person who had fused with them at close range? Would that person not feel this overlap at all? Luoying stood in place, deep in thought. Delay found this strange, but he did not dare to say anything and just lowered his head. Luoying saw that there were 2 different visions, and his eyes flashed with joy. He had never thought that 6 pips would have such a miraculous effect. This feeling was truly wonderful. He took a few steps forward, and the 2 visions disappeared. This temporary overlap required some distance. Luoying thought for a moment and then turned around to walk towards Delay. Delay was bewildered. What was His Highness doing? Luoying stood in front of Delay. I remember that you were a Lammeter the last time I saw you. Why are you still a Lammeter this time? It's been a few years. Delay was ashamed. I've disappointed your highness. This subordinate will cultivate seriously and strive to break through to the explorer realm as soon as possible so that I can serve your highness. He was very grateful to Luoying, as if not for Luoying, he and his wife would already be dead. Luoying nodded in satisfaction. Well said. Recently, the captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons have all been outsiders, and I'm thinking of promoting captains from within the Empire. It's up to you guys now, so don't disappoint me." He then patted Delay's shoulder. Delay was resolute. "I won't disappoint your highness." Lu Yin grunted and then turned to leave. Delay looked at Lu Yin's back and secretly encouraged himself. He had to become a captain of the 13 Imperial squadrons. Once he was far away from Lu Yingzishan's residence, Lu Yin's face sank. The moment he had touched Delay, he had suddenly read through his memories. He had seen fragments of Delay's life, as well as memories of his time in the 13 Imperial squadrons. Delay had been stationed at Lu Yingzishan's residence all year round and would occasionally enter to listen to orders. Over the past few years, whenever Lu Yingzishan returned to the residence, she would often cultivate in the middle of the night. Delay had seen this once and had been severely punished by Lu Yingzishan. Through Delay's memories, Lu Yin had seen Lu Yingzishan's cultivation. Delay could not see anything, but Lu Yin could tell that Lu Yingzishan's star energy absorption speed was 10 times faster than normal cultivators at the same level. This speed even surpassed the absorption speed of his 9-star Sirius art. Furthermore, Lu Yingzishan's star energy absorption came from star essence. This was strange. Lu Yingzishan was only a captain of the Outerverse Great Yu Empire with the strength of a cruiser. Where did she get the star essence to absorb? And where did she get a technique that could increase her star energy absorption speed by 10 times? Even Zhuo Dainite and Lu Xiaoyun, the heirs of great powers in the Interverse, could not absorb star energy that quickly. More importantly, if she could absorb star energy so quickly, why was she still a cruiser? Lu Yin did not believe that the amount of star energy she needed to break through could compare to his own. Lu Yingzishan's strange behavior made Lu Yin uneasy. As the sky darkened, Lu Yin restrained his aura and appeared outside Lu Yingzishan's residence. He easily passed through the surveillance of the 13 squadrons and entered the residence. He arrived at the place where Delay had seen Lu Yingzishan cultivating. He hid in the fake mountain and blocked all information. In the sky, a layer of clouds blocked the moonlight. Not too far away, a figure appeared and slowly walked over. Lu Yin looked out of the corner of his eye and saw that it was Lu Yingzishan. Lu Yingzishan was dressed in a thin muslin dress, and she walked towards Lu Yin step by step. The distance between each step seemed to be measured precisely, and her eyes were fixed in front of her without any focus. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. This gaze made it seem as if she was being controlled. Lu Yingzishan arrived at the base of the fake mountain and sat down cross-legged. She waved her hand, causing many star essence to appear on the ground. Then, she began to wantonly absorb the star energy. Soon, the star energy transformed into a visible tornado that enveloped Lu Yingzishan. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he saw Lu Yingzishan's rune lines fluctuate between large and small. The rune lines that represented star energy quickly disappeared after entering her body. It was as if there was a black hole in her body that devoured a large amount of star energy. Suddenly, a ball of light rose from the top of Lu Yingzishan's head, and the star energy that had been absorbed flowed into the ball of light through her body. Lu Yin was shocked by this inconceivable scene, and he inadvertently made a sound. Lu Yingzishan did not react, and the ball of light suddenly rushed towards Lu Yin. There was no star energy suppression, but it was accompanied by another type of silent pressure. Lu Yin was shocked. This was spiritual force suppression. Lu Yin raised a hand to slap at the ball of light, but he did not make contact with it. The ball of light flowed into his body through his palm and disappeared. Lu Yin was shocked. What was that? The next moment, his mind trembled, and he felt as if he had heard a morning bell. Blood flowed out of his ears, nostrils, and eyes, and everything around him spun. Lu Yin knelt down on one knee and gritted his teeth. He did not hesitate to recite the Stonewall scriptures. To be good at communicating with others, the Tao of Heaven does not allow. To leap through the starry skies and lie down, the Tao of heaven grants. To leap through the boundless expanse and lie down, to gather chi and swallow the rivers. As he recited the Stonewall scriptures, the rumbling in his mind gradually slowed down, but he knew that there was a ball of light that was colliding everywhere in his mind. This was the materialization of spiritual force, and it was delusional enough to turn him into an idiot. Fortunately, he had been reciting the Stonewall scriptures for many years, and his spiritual force resistance was extremely strong. This was why he was able to withstand it for a while. Otherwise, he would have been finished the moment he came into contact with the ball of light. Within the fake mountain, Lu Ying continued to recite the Stonewall scriptures. Outside, Lu Ying Zishan was still absorbing star energy without any awareness. Everything seemed so peaceful. After an unknown amount of time, the sky turned pitch black. This was the darkness before dawn. Lu Ying suddenly opened his eyes, and they blossomed with a radiant light that was exceptionally bright. Everything that entered his vision seemed to become clearer. He looked at his hands and closed his eyes to sense them. He was ecstatic. He had actually absorbed that ball of light, and his spiritual force had changed. Although he did not know what level his current spiritual force had reached, it should be pretty good and much stronger than before. He looked outside the fake mountain and saw that Lu Ying Zishan was still sitting there, absorbing star energy unconsciously. The star essence had long since been absorbed, and she was now absorbing the star energy that had roamed the world. At this moment, Lu Ying could see that her rune lines had increased by a lot compared to the day before. That ball of light had been suppressing her all this time, and now that it had disappeared, the results of Lu Ying Zishan's cultivation had appeared. Even if her current battle technique was not at the level of a hunter, she could still be considered a peak cruiser. What exactly was that ball of light? Lu Ying wanted to ask Lu Ying Zishan about it, but she probably did not know either. Coincidentally, Lu Ying Zishan woke up at this moment. She opened her eyes and looked confused. "Why are you here?" She looked around and then left. The entire continent was like a dormant volcano that could erupt at any moment. There were voices of opposition to Ming Xiaoshu's rule everywhere, and there were assassinations in the Reverend King's residence every day. There were countless assassins waiting to ambush Ming Xiaoshu on the road from the Reverend King's residence to Mingdu's imperial palace. The entire continent was opposed to Ming Xiaoshu. In the study of the Reverend King's residence, Ming Xiaoshu bit his finger and wrote a letter in blood. He sealed the letter and placed it on the desk. He looked at the imperial edict on the other side, which was for Ming Yan. Ming Xiaoshu sighed and waved his hand, causing a map of the entire Shenwu continent to appear before him. "Ha ha ha ha. Let me do this for Shenwu continent one last time." "Yan, father has let you down," Ming Xiaoshu muttered to himself as tears of blood flowed down from the corners of his eyes. He drew his sword and slit his neck, causing his head to fall off and crash onto the desk beside the imperial edict. Even as he died, his eyes were still fixed on the map of Shenwu continent. Knock, knock, knock. "Father, your daughter requests an audience." No one answered. Ming Yan knocked on the door again, but there was still no answer. However, she could smell the stench of blood. Ming Yan's expression changed, and she pushed open the door to the study. The scene that greeted her almost made her faint. Behind her, Tang Xi's expression did not change, as he had already known. He knelt down and said, "Send off your majesty. Send off your majesty. Send off your majesty." Ming Yan closed her eyes as tears flowed down her cheeks. She walked step by step into the study and sorrowfully placed Ming Xiaoshu's head back on the desk. She looked at the imperial edict and letter on the desk. She picked up the edict and glanced at it, and her face turned pale. Not long after, Bei Hong arrived and entered the study. Ming Yan handed the edict to Bei Hong, who glanced at it with a sorrowful expression. "Princess, follow His Majesty's orders. This is his last act of kindness for the empire." Ming Yan's back was facing Bei Hong as she looked at Ming Zhaoshu's standing corpse. She coldly asked, "Father, everything that you've done during this time was just an illusion, right?" Bei Hong lowered his head and did not answer. Father deliberately incited the public's resentment and focused all of their discontent on himself. He was waiting for this day, wasn't he? Ming Yan shouted sternly. Bei Hong half knelt. "His Majesty is doing this for the empire. Princess, please follow His Majesty's orders." Ming Yan's body swayed, and she held on to the chair for support. She was sorrowful and bitter. Is the empire's foundation really that important? Father is too cruel to let him bear infamy for all of eternity, and this infamy is decided by me, his daughter. Bei Hong sighed. His Majesty's ascension to the throne has already caused dissatisfaction among countless people on Shenwu continent, and war has broken out everywhere. If we don't do this, the empire will fall into war for the next 100 years. Princess, please follow His Majesty's orders. Princess, please follow His Majesty's orders, Tang Si said from outside the study. Following that, a group of courtiers who were loyal to Ming Zhaoshu shouted, "Princess, please follow His Majesty's orders. Princess, please follow His Majesty's orders." Ming Yan closed her eyes. "Read the edict." Bei Hong let out a sigh of relief and walked out of the study. He opened the blood-stained imperial edict, and his voice spread throughout the entire Shanghai city. Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu has acted in an absurd manner. He has abused his power and slandered his subjects. He has committed monstrous massacres, and has given rise to chaos. Princess Ming Yan, on behalf of the heavens, has sentenced Ming Zhaoshu to 28 crimes. His eyes grew slack as he used the dream finger to freeze the void and rapidly closed in on Wushang. His finger pierced through Wushang's abdomen, and Wushang crashed into the ground once more. Blood spurted out from his abdomen, and he looked extremely miserable. The ground of Shanghai city trembled as cracks spread out. Lu Yin did not care that his finger had cracked, and he suddenly descended. He stepped on Wushang's body and shouted, "Hand over the antidote." Wushang spat out a mouthful of blood. "I don't have the antidote." Lu Yin's face went pale, and he lowered his head and punched Wushang's abdomen. "Hand over the antidote." Wushang coughed up more blood and tried to escape, but he was punched into the ground by Lu Yin. Both of them were explorers, and although Wushang had the green eyes transformation, Lu Yin's increase in strength was even more terrifying. His 8-lined battle force alone was not something that an ordinary expert could contend against. Coupled with Lu Yin's already abnormally powerful physical body and terrifying battle techniques, Wushang could not even last a few moves with his green eyes transformation. When Lu Yin had been a leader, he had been able to fight against the experts on the top 100 rankings. Now that he was an explorer with 8-line battle force and the Dream Finger, there were very few powerhouses who could exchange a few moves with him. Any one of them was enough to place him at the very top of the top 100 rankings. Wushang spat out another mouthful of blood, and his figure turned blurry as he looked at Lu Yin. "No wonder my lord took a liking to you. If you become a Corpse King and cultivate the Corpse King transformation, then no one will be your opponent in the future." Lu Yin punched Wushang so deep into the ground that even magma began to appear. Lu Yin was pushed aside by her, and he looked at her blankly. Yen, it's me, Brother Lu. The white-haired Ming Yen glanced at him and frowned. I know. What's wrong? Lu Yin was puzzled. Ming Yen growled, shut up, or I'll bury you. Lu Yin blinked, stunned. Mr. Mu looked at Ming Yen in surprise. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Ming Yen glanced at Mr. Mu and walked out of the courtyard without even saying goodbye. Yen, Lu Yin wanted to chase after her, but Mr. Mu stopped him. There's no need to chase after her. Just wait for her other personality to awaken. Otherwise, it'll be useless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 733. They could no longer stay in Shanghai City. After dealing with Ming Xiaoshu's affairs, Ming Yen and many other courtiers headed to Mingdu to prepare for the succession. When Lu Yin returned to Mingdu, the most prosperous city on Shenwu continent had been restored to its former glory. The previous battle had caused the entire city to collapse, but under Ming Xiaoshu's orders, a group of cultivators had participated in the reconstruction of the city, allowing it to return to its original state. Although the city's environment had been restored, those who had died in that battle could not be revived. That day had been the darkest day of Mingdu. Lu Yin felt apologetic towards Mingdu, but even if he could do it all over again, he would still do it. If he did not deal with the Neo-Human Alliance, then the 1 billion people on Shenwu continent would eventually turn into zombies. The final outcome would be complete destruction by the Hall of Honor. After this incident, Lu Yin once again traveled around Shenwu continent to see if there were any corpse kings from the Neo-Human Alliance left behind. Half a month later, on a lone island off the coast of Shenwu continent, numerous ships were anchored. The ships were filled with boorish pirates who tied up a group of people and dragged them onto the island. Cries could be heard from time to time, causing the pirates to angrily rebuke them. The entire island was ruled by pirates, and there were at least a few thousand of them. The pirate leader was a cultivator who had reached the Martial King realm, which was the equivalent of a Lamiter. On the shore of the island, a group of women in ragged clothes were being forcefully dragged onto a ship to be sold to other pirates. Some of the women were crying their hearts out. At this moment, a figure was riding the waves over the sea at a moderate speed. Some of the pirates noticed the newcomer and immediately shouted, "Be careful." In this era where cultivators reigned supreme, there were times when a single cultivator could cause an entire army to collapse. This was very common, and even pirates were afraid of encountering an expert. As the newcomer approached, the pirates could clearly see that it was a young man with a long sword on his back. He was walking on the waves towards the island. A few of the pirates looked at each other and stepped forward to stop him. "Who's there?" The young man looked up and swept his gaze across the shore. He then saw the pirate leader who was a martial king on the island. In that instant, the pirate leader felt a chill run down his spine, and he pushed away the woman in his arms. He picked up his sword and walked out, looking towards the shore. "Hey, kid, I'm asking you a question." "Who's there?" the pirate shouted. The young man retracted his gaze and gripped the hilt of his sword. No one saw him move, but the pirate in front of him slowly fell to the ground. In the distance, the other pirates' expressions. Enemy attack. In just a few breaths of time, all the pirates on the shore had fallen to the ground. None of them could withstand the young man's sword chi. The women who were tied up by the pirates cried and begged the young man to save them. The young man looked at the island again and swung his sword diagonally. There was a ripple in the void and the air was split open. Sword chi that was visible to the naked eye swept through the space and cut off the mountain peak on the island. The pirate leader had just come down from the mountain. The oncoming sword chi cut him in half without any ability to resist. This scene shocked everyone. A single sword had almost severed the island. How powerful was that? The remaining pirates hurriedly fled. The young man did not give chase. He sheathed his sword and looked up at the sky. It's time to break through. It was unknown when the sky had darkened. Strong winds howled, causing waves to form on the sea. The people who had been kidnapped by the pirates all hid in the center of the island and looked outside in fear. The sky and earth were swept by the strong wind, and they couldn't even see 100 meters away. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was just a gust of wind. However, only cultivators knew that this was martial power. Someone was breaking through. There was another island adjacent to this one, which was also occupied by pirates. The pirates who had escaped went straight to that island and tempted the owner of that island to come and take revenge. The pirate leader of that island was arrogant, and after hearing a few words, he immediately led a group of pirates to attack with naval weapons. However, he was quickly scared away by the change in the sky. The pirate leader was not stupid. To cause such a change in the sky, one had to at least break through to the martial emperor realm. Martial emperors could travel freely in the void, and ordinary cultivators like them could not compare to them. The sky and earth were filled with martial power. Above the sea, there were martial emperors who were investigating. When they approached the island, they felt a sharp chi and were almost injured. They were also shocked. This kind of breakthrough was definitely not an ordinary martial emperor realm cultivator. The young man's breakthrough caused the sea to boil. The surrounding islands trembled one after another. Sword chi spread through the sea, causing all the creatures within 10,000 miles of the island to disappear. After a few hours, the sword chi split open the sky and dissipated into gas. The sky and earth returned to normal, and aside from the mess on the island, it was impossible to tell that martial power had swept through the sky. The young man slowly exhaled and looked up at the sky. He had finally broken through. He had been stuck at the martial king realm for so long, and those who had entered the list of tempering at the same time as him had already broken through. The young man was Li Zimo, second on the list of tempering and the commander of the Ming vanguard. Ever since the battle at Mingdu, there had been a change of dynasty. The Ming constable's Ming master, Ming Zhaokai, had been sentenced to death, and the Ming constables had been completely disbanded. Li Zimo could have joined the Demon Hunters Society or the Reverend King's household to serve Ming Zhaoshu, but he had declined. He had decided to wander the continent and focus on his cultivation. This time, he had come to the sea just as he was about to break through, so he had followed his heart and immediately broken through to become a martial emperor, which was the same as an explorer. In the past, he would have been overjoyed to break through to the martial emperor realm. But now, ever since Ming Zhaoshu had cooperated with the outsiders, their culture had spread to Shenwu continent. This made him realize how small the world that he had seen was. In front of them, the white sun that Shang Rong had created was gradually taking shape, and the void was collapsing. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, as he was not wearing his universal armor. If he touched that thing, he would be in trouble. At that moment, the ocean was right in front of him. Lu Yin wanted to escape, but White Knight growled, "What are you running for? There's something good inside. No matter how good it is, it won't be enough for you guys." Lu Yin had a clear understanding of himself. If he wanted to fight with the 10 arbiters and realmlings over something, then he would have to be tired of living. He wanted to leave, but there was someone who did not want him to. Lu Yin had just leaped up when the spear in his hand suddenly lost control and dragged him down to the bottom of the ocean. There was a force controlling the spear, and Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. He looked into the distance, where a man was coincidentally looking at him. Lu Yin's heart sank. An absolute expert, another realmling. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, as the person fighting against that realmling was actually Night King Jinwu. An enormous suction force quickly swallowed everything in the surroundings into the ocean. Lu Yin used his 8-line battle force to imprint the spear and break free from the man's control. However, his entire body also fell to the bottom of the ocean like White Knight and the others, and seawater filled the air. He used his star energy to push the water away and tried to escape again, but the moment he touched the water, the suction force increased by 1,000 times. He could not escape, and he could only follow the current and fall to an unknown depth of the ocean. There was a thump, and the suction force suddenly disappeared. Lu Yin crashed to the bottom of the ocean and sank into the mud. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger, and he hurriedly used the Enneatic wings to dodge. The mud where he had been standing was disintegrated, and a white air swept past him. It was Shang Rong's attack. Lu Yin rejoiced, as he had the Enneatic wings on his back. They had been upgraded by the Dai's enhance, and not only could they defend against a peak hunter's attack, but they also gave him the speed of an enlighter. If not for that, then he would have needed to use a secret technique to deal with Shang Rong. Shang Rong glared at Lu Yin from nearby and suddenly charged over. He raised a palm and pressed down, causing the entire ocean to boil. The white air in his palm disintegrated the seawater and enveloped the entire area. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he had the urge to use the Enneatic wings to escape. White Knight suddenly appeared in front of him and swept out with her spear, forcing Shang Rong back. Lu Yin relaxed, but that was not the end. The spear in his hand inexplicably stabbed towards himself, and his 8-lined power imprint immediately took control of the spear. In the distance, the realmling was astonished, as he had not expected Lu Yin to be able to gain control of the weapon while under his control. "You dare to be distracted while fighting me? You're doomed to die today." Night King Jinwu descended, and the alternating white and black caused the realmling to feel apprehensive, and he hurriedly retreated. "You want me to die? Impossible, I'm a tool wielder." A sturdy old man appeared behind the realmling. Tool wielder, ancestral imprint, heavenly imprint. With a loud roar, the tool wielder clenched his fists and fiercely attacked Night King Jinwu. The ocean floor suddenly seemed to solidify. Night King Jinwu's pupils shrank, and he raised a fist. Night King fist. There was a loud bang, and the entire ocean floor was overturned. Lu Yin was sent flying, as he did not have the qualifications to participate in a battle of this level. Suddenly, Lu Yin felt a sense of danger, and he looked up. Dozens of sword chi slashed down from nowhere, and his pupils shrank. Every single one of these sword chi made his scalp tingle, and he was certain that he would not be able to block even a single one. Even with the Enneatic wings defense, he would not be able to block even one. This was definitely an enlighter's attack. He wanted to escape at full speed. Literary prison. A familiar voice rang out, and ancient characters appeared around Lu Yin, transforming into a prison that sealed him in. The sword chi slashed down on the literary prison with a loud bang, and Lu Yin was like an ant hiding in a box as he was blasted down to an unknown depth. When everything quieted down, the literary prison opened up, and Lu Yin leapt out. He saw 2 men fighting fiercely in the distance. One of them was wielding a stone-like greatsword, and the sword chi should have come from that person. Lu Yin had seen the other person several times before, and he was one of the 10 arbiters that he was most familiar with, Wen Sansi. 3 of the 10 arbiters and 3 of the realmlings were gathered at the bottom of the ocean, and it was definitely a battlefield where Lu Yin had a slim chance of survival. When Sansi dodged the sword Qi and appeared not too far away from Lu Yin. "Why do you have a futon?" Before Lu Yin could answer, a white light appeared in the sky above the seabed. He turned around and saw that Shang Rong had crazily created a giant white sun. Skyless. Shang Rong roared as he raised the white sun high. When Sansi frowned. "Madman." He waved his hand, and the literary prison appeared around Lu Yin's body once more. Under these circumstances, the literary prison could both trap and protect Lu Yin. Sword Qi slashed down once more, and when Sansi's expression turned serious. "Be careful. The power of a realmling isn't something that you can match up to. Leave if you can." He then grabbed the sword Qi with one hand, and with a bang, the sword Qi shattered as it collided with the man wielding the stone sword. Lu Yin was helpless, as he wanted to leave as well. In fact, he had wanted to leave for a long time, but he could not. After entering this battlefield, he did not even have the qualifications to leave. Suddenly, a figure wrapped in black robes appeared in front of him. The figure walked towards Lu Yin step by step and strangely passed through the stone. Finally, the figure reached into the literary prison and appeared in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's hair stood on end, as this person had actually passed through the literary prison. In the sky, the white sun that Shang Rong had created grew larger and larger, and white air filled the entire seabed as it swept towards White Knight, Night King Jinwu, and Wen Sansi. The 3 were unable to break free. Tool Wielder and the realmling with the stone sword retreated in a certain direction. White Knight leapt up and stabbed her spear towards Shang Rong. On the other side, Lu Yin stared at the person who had suddenly appeared. "Who are you?" The newcomer's tone was sinister. "White Knight seems to care a lot about you, so go ahead." He then slammed a palm towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his hand and transformed it into a claw. The moment he got hold of the jade stone, a cool and refreshing feeling entered his body through his palm. It was rapidly healing his injuries. He was overjoyed and held the jade stone tightly. "Give it to me." Night King Jinwu's voice rang out as he stared at Lu Yin with a dignified expression. Lu Yin scanned his surroundings and saw that everyone was quickly approaching him. He could not stay here for too long, especially since the stone sword realmling had unleashed several streaks of sword Qi that Lu Yin could not block. He waved his hand and tossed the jade stone towards White Knight before fleeing towards a place where there was no one else around. Everyone ignored him and continued to stare at the jade stone. Soon, an endless wave of attacks swept across the area, emitting an aura that caused one's scalp to turn numb. Lu Yin looked back and then hurriedly left. This was not a place where he could stay. So what if it was a progenitor's inheritance? Without his life, any inheritance would be useless. There was a thump as Lu Yin charged out of the seabed. He heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly rushed further away. However, his luck seemed to be very bad, as the moment he charged out of the seabed, the jade stone was also flung out of the seabed by an enormous force, and it blossomed with a green light as it flew into the sky. Lu Yin was speechless. Numerous figures charged out from the seabed, and the chaotic battle extended to the surface. Lu Yin did not know who had launched the attack, but the jade stone had been sent flying in his direction. Lu Yin really wanted to curse out loud. He was someone who had always been hiding, so why did he have to run into these things everywhere he went? Sword Qi. Another wave of sword Qi attacked him, and the image of a 3-inch tall elder appeared behind the realmling wielding the stone sword. A vast pressure spread out as the stone sword circled around the elder's body, releasing countless strands of sword chi that swept out in all directions. White Knight and the others were all forced to retreat. The realmling grabbed at the jade stone, and just as he was about to grab it, black and white intertwined in the distance. Lu Yin's scalp turned numb. Not good, it was a battle technique from the Day-Night clan. He subconsciously rushed towards the seabed in an attempt to avoid the attack. He was in the same direction as the jade stone and the realmling with the stone sword. In other words, he was also within Night King Jinwu's attack range. However, he was still a step too slow. Lu Yin did not know what battle technique Night King Jinwu had used, but his brain had been struck. This was fine, as he was not afraid of spiritual force attacks, but his body felt as if it had been torn apart. Fresh blood spilled out in front of his eyes, and he unconsciously spat out a mouthful of blood. The intense pressure made it difficult for him to breathe, and the Eniatic wing's protective shield shattered. The soil formed from fates and stuck close to his chest, but it was still unable to withstand the pressure, and even the void cracked. Fortunately, the literary prison appeared in front of him and helped him block the attack. The realmling wielding the stone sword was not in a good state either. Night King Jinwu's attack was extremely terrifying, and he had not even used it when he was at the bottom of the sea. The realmling's mouth was bleeding, and his skin was being torn apart. He was only a step away from the jade stone, but he could no longer move. Night King Jinwu's figure flickered as he charged towards the jade stone. The realmling wielding the stone sword looked up with a cold gaze. An indescribable fluctuation appeared on the surface of his body, and then, his injuries instantly healed. He then grabbed the jade stone. No one was able to react to this scene, including Shang Rong and the other realmlings. It's a secret technique. He's learned the secret resurrection technique passed down by the secret progenitor. Toll Wielder shouted. The realmling turned around, and countless strands of sword chi swept out, enveloping everyone within. The sky was torn apart by the countless strands of sword chi. The realmling turned around to leave after this attack, but one person pierced through the strands of sword chi and rapidly approached the realmling. The realmling's gaze was cold. DFA. Sword in the stone, I won't stop you. Why don't you study it together with me? DFA asked. The realmling snorted, but before he could say anything, a figure appeared directly below him from the bottom of the sea. This figure was accompanied by a mighty bell chime. It was White Knight, as her soul-splitting battle technique had been restored. There was one on the surface of the sea, and another hidden at the bottom of the sea. White Knight's appearance was something that neither the sword and the stone nor DFA had expected. She stabbed her spear at the sword and the stone while DFA was trapped by the literary prison. The sword and the stone turned his stone sword around and clashed with the spear, causing the void to split horizontally and extend far into the distance. White Knight reached out to grab the jade, but the sword and the stone raised his arm to block. Palm and arm collided, and White Knight had clearly learned close combat. Her palm nimbly bypassed the sword and the stone's defenses and grabbed the jade. Let go. The sword and the stone's eyes went wide, and an even more boundless amount of star energy clashed with White Knight's. In the distance, Lu Yin silently escaped. Night King Jinwu's attack had worsened his injuries, and he would remember this attack. What's in front of me? Lu Yin focused his gaze, and his expression changed. Not good. There was another powerhouse whose aura was not any weaker than White Knight's. It was either a realmling or one of the 10 arbiters. There was no time to distinguish between friend and foe, so Lu Yin could only turn around and flee. White Knight was still in a deadlock with the sword and the stone, while Wen Sansi had trapped DFA and was fighting against Shang Rong. Night King Jinwu was still tangled up with Tollwielder. Lu Yin shouted, "Another one has arrived." Everyone looked over. A woman had appeared in the distance behind Lu Yin. Her eyes were cold, and she was staring at the jade and the sword in the stone's hand, which was glowing green. Maiden Xin. The sword and the stone was astonished. White Knight's eyes narrowed, as this was another realmling. She looked at Lu Yin and secretly transmitted, "Use a secret technique to steal the inheritance. Remember, this belongs to our 5th mainland, and it cannot be stolen by someone from the 6th mainland." She then grabbed the sword and the stone and rushed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and waved his hand to activate the Use secret art. He directly transferred the jade from the sword and the stone's hand and reappeared in the void. He then grabbed it, and the jade landed in his hand for the second time. At this moment, he could not help but sigh. The Use secret art was truly an expert at stealing things. The sword and the stone glared at Lu Yin. This person was weak, and he could not even withstand a single strike from the sword and the stone's hand. However, this person had repeatedly gotten in the way, and the sword and the stone's hand could not withstand his secret technique. "Leave it to me." Night King Jinwu's voice approached, and the sword and the stone's hand shook off Tollwielder as he grabbed at Lu Yin. Black and white intertwined in his hand. This was an attack, and the sword and the stone's hand did not care if Lu Yin lived or died. Or rather, he hoped that Lu Yin would die, as he had recognized Lu Yin. A murderous intent flashed through Lu Yin's eyes, and he saw that everyone was staring at him. It was not just Night King Jinwu, but even the woman who was rushing over from the distance had raised her hand, which filled Lu Yin with a sense of crisis. Everyone wanted to obtain the jade, and no one cared if Lu Yin lived or died. He was like an ant that had accidentally stumbled into a storm, and from the moment he had appeared, he had not even had a chance to breathe. The jade could not fall into the hands of the 6th mainland's people, but it could not fall into the hands of Night King Jinwu either. Lu Yin was not a selfless person, and he would not sacrifice himself for the 5th mainland. Since no one cared if he lived or died, then what did he need to care about? Crack! Time seemed to stop, and everyone's expressions changed as they stared at Lu Yin's hand. The jade had cracked open. Lu Yin immediately crushed the jade, and while everyone was still in a daze, he took out the Void Thunderbeast's flesh from his chest pocket. This was his greatest trump card for escaping, and he had obtained it from Wendy Yushan before he had come to the Daosaur sect's ruins to save his own life. He would not use it unless he had no other choice. The Daosaur sect's ruins were a shattered space, and who knew if he would accidentally stumble into a death trap. However, he had no other choice at this moment, and he could only use this thing to escape. He only had one chance, and he had to take advantage of the moment when everyone was attacking to escape. Otherwise, he would not have another chance. Lightning flashed, and the sound startled everyone back to their senses. The void where Lu Yin was standing distorted, and his entire body disappeared. All that was left behind were the green dots of light that floated in the air, which were the progenitor's inheritance. "Thank you. Throne Cannon Brothers reward, I'll give it to you. Thanks for your support." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 737. Who would have thought that someone would be willing to destroy a progenitor's inheritance? That was one of the universe's greatest inheritances, and even the 10 arbiters had risked their lives to snatch it. Now, it had been destroyed right in front of their eyes. Regardless of what they thought, Lu Yin had still done it. White Knight looked in the direction that Lu Yin had disappeared with a complicated expression. She felt both pity and admiration, as even she could not bear to destroy a progenitor's inheritance. This person was truly ruthless. Even further away, Maiden Axion frowned as she looked in the direction that Luin had disappeared. This person's aura was very familiar, and it made her want to get closer to him. She even felt a bloodline resonance. Who was this person? Where did he come from? Perhaps he could help her recover her lost memories. There was a loud boom, and Luin felt a sharp pain in his back as his entire body crashed into the mountain. He slowly fell down, leaving behind a human-shaped mark on the mountain wall. He looked up and looked around before sighing in relief. Fortunately, this was not a danger zone, and it was just a very ordinary valley. He endured the pain and took out Shamrock Enterprises' special medicine to treat himself. He had been extremely unlucky this time, as he had appeared directly in the middle of a battle between the 10 Arbiters and the Realmlings. Even if he had not died, he was still considered lucky. White Knight and Wen Sansi had both saved his life, and without those two, he would have been in grave danger. Luin had never been clear about the gap between him and the 10 Arbiters, but this time, he was clear about it. When he had entered their battlefield, he had only been able to use the U's secret art to deflect attacks, and he had not been able to resist them at all. Even his Eniatic wings, which had been upgraded to defend against Peak Hunter's attacks, had been suppressed to the point that he could not breathe. From start to finish, Luin had only felt one thing: he had been unable to breathe. Perhaps only by becoming a cruiser would he have the qualifications to participate in such a battle. With a bang, the Eniatic wings behind him shattered and were completely useless. Luin smiled bitterly, as he had made ample preparations for this trip. The Eniatic wings could defend against Peak Hunter's attacks, and it also gave him the speed of an Enlighter. His pike could pierce through an Enlighter's body, and he also had the Void Thunderbeast's flesh. These were the reasons why he had dared to come to the Daosaur sect's ruins, but they had all been destroyed in a single battle. From start to finish, it had only been 10 minutes, but to Luin, it felt like an eternity, as he had faced death's door. For the time being, he could not leave this place, at least until his injuries had healed. However, this trip had not been in vain, and Luin was very pleased with himself. He had destroyed that piece of jade, and while the other Realmlings felt that it was a pity, Night King Jinwu felt that it was even more of a pity. At the very last moment, Night King Jinwu had been confident that he would be able to snatch the jade, but Luin had ended up destroying it. Now that the Ancestor Realm inheritance was gone, would he be angered to the point of vomiting blood? Luin was looking forward to it. Of course, he also felt that it was a pity. Seventh bro, I really admire you. You destroyed a progenitor's inheritance just like that, the monkey sighed. Luin sneered. What can I do if I don't destroy it? Do I just let them kill me? That's right. That was the only choice in that situation. But from what I can see, that definitely wasn't a progenitor's inheritance, or rather, it wasn't a real inheritance. How could a dignified progenitor's inheritance be destroyed by an explorer like you? Isn't that a joke? The monkey asked. Luin nodded. I know, but even if it's not the true inheritance, it's still related to a progenitor. Perhaps it records a battle technique or the location of the true inheritance. Don't talk about it anymore. It's such a pity, the monkey wailed. Luin had been severely injured this time. DFA's palm strike, the sword and the stone sword chi, and Night King Jinwu's battle technique had forced him to recuperate in the valley for 10 days. During that time, he had not dared to leave. It was only after 10 days had passed that he finally moved his arm and felt much better. His main goal in coming to the Daosaur sect's ruins was to obtain the battle technique within the cauldrons. He had a way to comprehend it, and he definitely wanted to try it out. However, he did not know where the space within the 9 cauldrons was. Luin left the valley and proceeded forward cautiously. At this time, there should be very few ordinary cultivators in the Daosaur sect's ruins. The weakest cultivators were probably at Autumn Frost Ching's level, and there was a high chance that he would run into a realmling or one of the 10 arbiters. There was a grassland outside the valley, and even after walking for half a day, Lu Yin still could not see the end of it. This place was very large. He was not even sure if he was still in the Daosaur sect's ruins. Could he have used the Void Thunderbeast's flesh to arrive at the 6th mainland? That would be interesting. He carefully released his domain, and before long, Lu Yin saw someone a few thousand meters away from him. This person was advancing as cautiously as he was, or perhaps even more cautiously, as they were practically squatting on the grassland as they advanced. When Lu Yin saw this person's back, he felt a sense of familiarity. He restrained his aura and slowly approached. This person was advancing in such a manner that he was probably not an expert. Lu Yin got closer and closer, but that person did not notice him at all. When Lu Yin saw that person's profile, a strange expression appeared on his face. Wasn't that Brother Ho? In front of him, Nong Saitian was advancing very cautiously, almost crawling on all fours as he continuously muttered, "Ancestor above, please protect this descendant and prevent me from running into those freaks from the 5th mainland. This descendant doesn't have any great wishes, and I just want to take all of those things away. Ancestor above, please protect this descendant and prevent me from running into those freaks from the 5th mainland." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Those things. It seems that this person has discovered something good. 7th bro, I remember him. Without him, it would have been very difficult for you to escape from Blood Loony. That guy is your lucky star, the ghost monkey said with a strange smile. Lu Yin also felt the same way. Speaking of which, the Ho was still in his cosmic ring, and he could not take it out here. Unfortunately, that thing's speed was not any slower than the Eniatic wings, and it was comparable to an Enlighter's speed. It could even escape from a realmling. Lu Yin did not reveal himself. Even though he had not interacted much with Nong Saitian, he could tell that this person had many thoughts. Now that he had revealed himself, this person would definitely not reveal the things that Lu Yin had mentioned and would continue to follow Lu Yin. Just like that, 2 figures crawled forward on a grassy plain, one in front and one behind. The one in front would occasionally observe his surroundings, but he did not notice the one behind him, while the one behind kept a close eye on the one in front. Unfortunately, neither oh fuck. There are so many natural treasures here. We're rich. The monkey shouted. Up ahead, Nong Saitian stuck his butt out as he dug for something. Suddenly, his body fell backwards, and a ball of light flew upwards. This was a natural treasure that had reached the level of avoiding danger, and it flew everywhere in this space. Nong Saitian excitedly tried to grab it, but he suddenly saw Lu Yin from the corner of his eye. His face went pale, and he stared at Lu Yin as if he had seen a ghost. You, how did you get here? Lu Yin sobered up and coughed. I was just passing by. Nong Saitian glared at Lu Yin, but then he suddenly remembered something. He pointed at Lu Yin and angrily shouted, "It's you. Give me back my hoe." When Lu Yin had been hiding from Blood Loony's pursuit, he had met Nong Saitian with his true appearance. Later, when Night King Jinwu had arrived, he had changed his appearance, and Nong Saitian had seen his true appearance. Sorry, I forgot to bring it. I'll bring it back to you next time. Lu Yin laughed dryly. Nong Saitian gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Yin. Get out. Lu Yin ignored him and looked around with an astonished expression. These natural treasures are probably more than 10,000 years old. No, they can avoid danger, so they might be more than 100,000 years old. This is a good place. It's been so long since anyone discovered it. Nong Saitian stared at Lu Yin's back, pondering how to attack him. But after some thought, his face turned bitter. This guy had been able to escape from Blood Looney, so he was not someone that Nong Zaiqian could match. How did you find this place? Lu Yin asked curiously. Nong Zaiqian's eyes darted around. Hey, let's make a deal. How about we split the items here 91? I'll take 90, and you'll take 1. Lu Yin looked at him as if he was an idiot. Nong Zaiqian also felt like he was dreaming, and he hurriedly corrected himself. How about 82? Lu Yin shifted his gaze and ignored him. Nong Zaiqian grew anxious. 73. This is my bottom line, and I can't go any higher. How about 73? Lu Yin nodded. Alright, 73 it is. Nong Zaiqian was delighted. Alright, it's a deal. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'll take 70, and you'll take 30. Nong Zaiqian's jaw dropped, and he was furious. I was the one who discovered this place. Are you shameless enough to fight with me over it? Lu Yin rolled his eyes. This is the ruins of the 5th mainland's Daosaur sect, not your home. Everyone has a share, and whoever has the bigger fist has the right to call the shots. Nong Zaiqian gripped his hoe tightly, and it looked like he wanted to give Lu Yin a hit. However, after some hesitation, he gave up. 50-50. Lu Yin smiled, but he did not say anything. He walked over to a plant in front of him. Do you recognize what this is? The monkey replied, No, I'm not an encyclopedia. Lu Yin looked at Nong Zaiqian. Do you know anything about these plants? Nong Zaiqian was dejected. No. How did you find this place? Lu Yin was curious. Nong Zaiqian replied, I was hiding from my enemies, and accidentally discovered it. The Daosaur sect has existed for too long. If these plants were planted by people from the Daosaur sect's era, they wouldn't have grown to this day. Instead, they would have turned into source boxes long ago. They definitely weren't planted by people from the Daosaur sect, Lu Yin said as he glanced at Nong Zaiqian. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 738. Nong Zaiqian's expression remained normal. Lu Yin continued, saying, if it wasn't planted by someone from the Daosaur sect, then it must have been planted tens of thousands of years ago. Since they dared to plant these plants, they must have a way to ensure that no one discovers them. In that case, there's only one possibility. He looked at Nong Zaiqian. It must be a descendant of the person who planted these plants. Nong Zaiqian's expression changed, and he sighed. You guessed right. These were planted by my ancestor. That's not right. I heard that your ancestor obtained all of the treasures from the Daosaur sect subsidiary city's auction houses 10,000 years ago, and that's how your family rose to prominence. These plants are at least tens of thousands of years old, and your family probably hadn't even embarked on the path of cultivation back then. Nong Zaiqian pouted. My family's inheritance has been passed down for countless years. Forget about tens of thousands of years, even hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years ago, there were legends of my family's ancestors dominating the 6th mainland. However, my family keeps a low profile and doesn't talk about it. Lu Yin did not say anything else. This space was very large, and there were at least 100 natural treasures here. There might even be some hidden treasures that could avoid danger. Lu Yin completely released his domain, wanting to see just how many natural treasures there were. Suddenly, he turned to look at the entrance, where a person had appeared at some point. His black and white hair was very eye-catching. It was Night King Jinwu. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, as he had never imagined that Night King Jinwu would appear here. Night King Jinwu smiled, and he stared coldly at Lu Yin. I didn't expect to run into you here. Lu Yin, your luck isn't too good. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he slowly retreated. Nong Zaijian stared at Night King Jinwu in shock. How did you get here? Night King Jinwu looked at Nong Zaijian. 10 years ago, someone from the Nong family came here and died at my hands. Nong Zaijian's expression changed, and he clenched his fists as he glared at Night King Jinwu. So my cousin died at your hands. Night King Jinwu's eyes were filled with arrogance. The Nong family's ancestor found this place, and it provided me with quite a few good things over the past 10 years. You can stay here and become fertilizer. He then looked at Lu Yin with a cold gaze. Especially you, who dared to destroy a progenitor's inheritance. Night King Jinwu did not move, but Night King Jinwu and Nong Jinwu's eyes became black and white. Night King Jinwu's eyes did not move. Night King Zaijian's strength was definitely not any weaker than an Enlighter realm cultivator. Was of him, to strikes s attack. To the to face of the was. The two fingers collided in the void, and a burst of power tore through space. The earth-shattering wave of star energy sent Nong Zaijian and many other natural treasures flying. Lu Yin's dream finger had been easily blocked, but in Night King Jinwu's eyes, it was his own finger that had been blocked. He was Arbiter Jinwu, a hunter. He could not accept the fact that his battle technique had been blocked by an explorer. Lu Yin retreated a dozen steps as a gust of wind shot towards him. His Fate Zan appeared in front of his chest and transformed into soil to block the wind. His body was sent flying back another dozen meters, and he coughed up blood. Night King Jinwu was astonished. Fate Zan. You have a lot of good stuff, but it's a pity that they're all external objects. He then stepped forward. Night King Finger. This finger battle technique was exactly the same as the previous one, and it flickered with a black and white radiance. Spiritual force wantonly swept out, and Nong Zaijian was unable to resist it at all. He was ruthlessly pressed against the mountain wall, and Lu Yin could no longer use his dream finger. When the Night King Finger neared him, he activated the Use Secret Art and forcefully redirected Night King Jinwu's battle technique. But in the next instant, the same finger descended and tapped Lu Yin's chest. Secret techniques aren't invincible. The difference between you and me is too great. Lu Yin's body was pierced through by the finger, and his entire body was smashed against the mountain wall. Even his Fate Zan, which was considered a supreme treasure, could not block Arbiter Jinwu's attack. 10 days ago, Lu Yin had participated in the battle for the throne, and he had learned that there was a huge gap between him and the 10 arbiters and the Realmlings. From start to finish, he had not even had a chance to catch his breath, but that had not been direct enough. Regardless of whether it was the 10 arbiters or the Realmlings, they all had their own opponents. What Lu Yin had encountered had merely been the aftermath of the battle. But at this moment, Lu Yin was truly facing Night King Jinwu's attack, and it might even be a casual attack. Lu Yin was completely unable to resist, and even his Use Secret Art could not divert Night King Jinwu's battle technique. This was Arbiter Jinwu, and this was the power of the universe's 10 arbiters. The 10 arbiters had dominated the universe, and any one of them possessed a power that could stifle those of the same generation. They had been able to transfer their authority to the younger generation not only because of the power behind them and their qualifications to enter the Tao Source sect, but also because of their own personal strength. This was the true power of the 10 arbiters, and they possessed the greatest authority in judging the younger generation. Your secret technique looks very familiar. Night King Jinwu looked down at Lu Yin from above. Lu Yin glanced at Nong Zaijian from the corner of his eye, as he hoped that this person had a way to escape. I remember now. Wendy Yushan used this secret technique a while back at the budding terrace, Night King Jinwu said coldly, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Why did you attack Wendy Yushan? Night King Jinwu's tone was indifferent. She's just a piece of trash from the outerverse. So what if she's dead? Do I need a reason to attack her? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he clenched his fists as a monstrous killing intent welled up in his heart. Whether it's Wendy Yushan or you, both of you are just trash, and killing you won't affect the overall situation. However, I'm very curious, how did you get a futon to enter this place? Also, where did your secret technique come from? They had the power to decide everything, and most people did not even consider the Tao Source 3 skies as part of the younger generation. Their innate gifts transcended time. How could Mr. Bai be Wu Tai Bai? No matter what, the result was obvious. No matter who won, Night King Jinwu or Mr. Bai, it would not benefit Lu Yin. With a bang, Night King Jinwu and Mr. Bai clashed. It seemed like a casual probing attack, but the pressure from the star energy was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas, causing many natural treasures to be destroyed. Nong Zaitian straddled his hoe and was about to leave, but then he looked at Lu Yin and recalled how this bastard had used a secret technique to trade for his hoe. He helplessly said, "Get on." Lu Yin did not stand on ceremony, and he sat down with Nong Zaitian on his hoe. Following that, the hoe flew towards the entrance. As for the natural treasures, they did not want them anymore. Against Night King Jinwu and Wu Tai Bai, no amount of natural treasures mattered, as they would not be able to snatch anything. When the entrance was right in front of them, two figures streaked past, and the void was torn apart. Night King Jinwu and Wu Tai Bai were fighting, and Nong Zaitian hurriedly changed directions. The two of them and the hoe slammed into the mountain wall to avoid the void being torn apart. Night King Jinwu and Mr. Bai also slammed into the mountain wall, but strangely, the mountain wall only cracked and did not completely shatter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 739. With the power of their attacks, even a planet could be easily destroyed, let alone a mountain. There was something wrong with this mountain. Let's go. Nong Zaitian crawled towards the entrance, afraid that he would attract the two's attention. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw that black and white colors were constantly alternating between each other. The attacks were so powerful that it made his scalp tingle, but Mr. Bai was able to deal with them with ease. The two of them clashed, creating countless afterimages as their attacks rained down. They could not stay here, or they would be killed by the shockwaves sooner or later. The two of them tried to escape through the underground tunnel, but the ground shook, and a strange flame appeared underground. It quickly spread and burned the entire mountain. The exit in front of Lu Yin and Nong Zaitian was also ignited. The flames not only burned the mountain, but also the void, causing it to distort and burn like a piece of paper. A dark, empty space appeared. Lu Yin and Nong Zaitian looked at each other and then fled without hesitation. These flames were not something that they could resist. As soon as they returned, they saw that the top of the mountain was lit up. Night King Jinwu and Mr. Bai's battle had pierced through the mountain. Piercing through a mountain was easy for them, but this one was different. Nong Zaitian was well aware of the mountain's strength, or else he would not have dug his way in. When he saw that the top of the mountain had been pierced through, his face turned pale. Mr. Bai suddenly dropped down and landed not too far away. He looked up at the sky and saw Night King Jinwu standing tall in the sky with an arrow aimed downwards. Lu Yin was shocked, as he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. The entire space had been locked down. Wu Tai Bai. I'll let you die under the battle techniques of your sixth mainland's progenitor. Night King Jinwu shouted as he released his right hand. The phantom of an arrow appeared in front of him, and the 3 feathers on his tail flickered as he fired an arrow straight at Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai's face turned solemn as he stepped forward and raised his hand. An imprint appeared on his palm, and under the shocked gazes of everyone present, he grabbed the arrow and charged towards Night King Jinwu. Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters, you underestimate me too much. Night King Jinwu's pupils shrank, and he fired another arrow. Mr. Bai waved his hand, and a shocking collision pressed down on Lu Yin and Nong Zitian. Lu Yin was already heavily injured, so he immediately fainted. Nong Zitian was not in a good state either, and his organs felt as if they had been shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked up at the sky, but he could not see Mr. Bai or Night King Jinwu's shadows. He struggled to his feet, but he did not care about Lu Yin. He leaped up and tried to escape, but he was forced back by a burst of flames. The flames that were originally burning the mountain covered the sky, completely enveloping the entire mountain. Nong Zitian despaired. It's over. I'm going to be roasted. The appearance of this mountain was very peculiar. Flames surged out from the ground and enveloped the entire mountain. As the flames burned, the mountain collapsed and finally revealed a metallic luster. As the mountain collapsed, a pill cauldron appeared within the flames. It was a pill cauldron used to concoct medicine. It wasn't a mountain, but rather, a pill cauldron, which was where all of the precious materials grew. A furnace naturally needed to be burned with fire to refine medicine. The battle between Night King Jinwu and Mr. Bai had drawn out the flames that had been buried for countless years. Now that they had left, the flames were burning Lu Yin and Nong Zitian. Nong Zitian had no idea that the 2 of them were being refined as medicine. He only felt that it was getting hotter and hotter, hotter and hotter until it was unbearable. On the ground, the natural treasures began to burn one by one. Nong Zitian's heart ached, and he hurriedly extinguished the flames. However, the temperature on the ground continued to rise, and it was already starting to turn red. Lu Yin was awakened by the heat. With the strength of his physical body, he would be fine even if he was tossed onto a star. However, he had been scalded by the heat of the underground flames. What's going on? Lu Yin looked around. Where's Night King Jinwu? Where's Mr. Bai? Why are you still worrying about them? You should worry about yourself first. We're going to be roasted. Nong Zitian anxiously shouted from a high vantage point. Lu Yin stood on the ground and felt the soles of his feet burning. Even his shoes had been scorched. He looked up and saw the flames sealing off the exit. Where did these flames come from? How would I know? Think of a way to get out. Nong Zitian shouted back. Lu Yin leaped up and forcefully endured his injuries as he used the Yu's secret art. He wanted to either transfer the flames away or transfer himself away. However, he failed. These flames burned the void and caused the surrounding space to burn, which was equivalent to isolating him in another space. There was a distance limit to using the Yu's secret art, so there was no way for him to use it to escape. Nong Zitian jumped around like an ant on a hot pan. The temperature around him grew higher and higher, and the void within him started to distort. The natural treasures had all started to burn, and some of the natural treasures that had reached a level where they could avoid danger tried to escape, but they were forced back by the flames. Lu Yin's face turned ugly, and he panted heavily. It was over, and he might really die this time. He had never thought that he would be burned to death in the end. He walked to the side of the mountain and used his sky beast claw to crack the mountain, revealing a metallic luster. Lu Yin struck the metal again, but there was a loud bang. There was not even a scratch on the metal. It's over, we're going to be burned to death. Nong Saitian cried miserably. He had already taken off his outer clothes, as it was too hot. Did your ancestors say where this place is? Lu Yin asked. Nong Saitian bitterly replied, no. My ancestor discovered it by accident. Lu Yin kept probing, trying to find a way to escape, but it was to no avail. The most likely way to escape was from the top, but that path had also been blocked by the flames. The ground had already turned red, and the surrounding mountains were collapsing. Everything was covered in a metallic luster, and the metal was also turning red. All of the natural treasures had been burned, including those that had reached a level where they could avoid danger. Nong Saitian was sweating profusely, and he could not take it anymore. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 740. A day quickly passed, and Nong Saitian opened his eyes and looked around. The flames were still burning, and the temperature around them was still high. He couldn't help but ask, hey, it's been a day. Why hasn't the fire extinguished yet? I didn't do it, so how would I know? Lu Yin replied. Nong Saitian was stunned, and then he raged, you're messing with me. Lu Yin growled, shut up. Nong Saitian was furious, and he wanted to kick this bastard, but he decided against it. Because he had absorbed star energy, a small storm had formed around him, and the high temperature had been greatly reduced. Nong Saitian didn't dare to move, as he was afraid that the storm would disappear and he would be burnt to a crisp. He could only grit his teeth and continue waiting. Another 3 days passed, but the flames still hadn't extinguished. All that could be seen from outside the furnace was darkness, as the void had been isolated. Nong Saitian was now worried that even if the flames were extinguished, they wouldn't be able to leave. The only way was to endure until the time limit was up, then disappear and leave the Daosaur sect ruins. However, he calculated that there were still 12 days left before the time limit was up. Could he endure for 12 days? He wasn't sure, so he looked at Lu Yin and rubbed his eyes. Was he seeing things? This guy seemed to be smiling. Nong Saitian wasn't seeing things, as Lu Yin was indeed smiling. In just 4 days, he had absorbed the amount of star energy that would normally have taken him several years to absorb, and his speed was still increasing. This was unimaginable, as his star energy absorption speed was already dozens of times faster than a normal person's. Now, his current speed could no longer be considered fast. It was as if the star energy was pouring into his body like an avalanche. Based on his current speed, it should be 600 times faster than Lu Yin's serious art. In other words, Lu Yin's current speed could only be achieved by revolving more than 40,000 stars, which was 40,000 times faster than a normal cultivator's speed. 40,000 times. Lu Yin didn't even know if the serious art could allow him to revolve more than 40,000 stars. This speed was definitely the best among his peers, but it was only for this moment. Once he left the furnace, there would be no flame to burn his natural treasures, and his speed would recover. Even if there was a flame, it would be useless if he didn't have enough natural treasures. Lu Yin's eyes suddenly opened, and they lit up. He felt like he had discovered a shortcut to increasing his strength. Other people might lack natural treasures, but would he? Impossible. With the Dice 3 Enhance, any plant with spirituality could be upgraded to a level where it could avoid danger. Coupled with the high temperature of the flames and placed in a sealed environment, it was completely possible to recreate a similar cultivation scene, increasing one's cultivation speed by 10,000 times. Lu Yin's breathing quickened at the thought of this. He did not want to train slowly. Even if this serious art could increase his training speed by 100 times, it would still be far slower than his current training speed. That's right, that's what I'll do. After I leave, I'll speed up my search for natural treasures. Hey, how much longer until the flames extinguish? Nong Zaiqian hurriedly asked when he saw Lu Yin open his eyes. Lu Yin casually replied, "Ask it yourself." Nong Zaiqian choked on his words. He felt that this guy was rather despicable. First, he had snatched his hoe, then followed him here. Not only that, he was even teasing him now. Was this the time for jokes? While Nong Zaiqian was sulking, Lu Yin was at a loss. He had forgotten that with the strength of his physical body, it would not be easy for him to find a flame that could threaten him. The reason he could absorb star energy so quickly was related to this flame, which had been left behind by an ancient powerhouse. Normal flames would not be able to threaten him, and they would not be able to burn natural treasures. They would also not be able to isolate the void. This was troublesome, as he still had to find this flame. Mr. Bai returned from outside the furnace. His clothes were neat and tidy, as if he had not fought at all. He looked at the furnace that had been isolated from the void, and a look of pity appeared in his eyes. Even he did not dare to come into contact with such a flame, as those two were definitely dead. Deaf-mute brother, farewell. What a pity. Mr. Bai then shook his head and left. It was unknown whether he felt pity for Lu Yin or for the many natural treasures that had been wasted. There were many natural treasures within the furnace, and there was also a lot of star energy that appeared after being burned. Even with Lu Yin's speed of absorption, he still could not completely absorb all of it. Some of it was absorbed by Nong Zaiqian, forming a storm that isolated him from the high temperature, allowing him to survive within the furnace. This continued for 10 days, and the storm of star energy around Nong Zaiqian's body gradually shrank. Nong Zaiqian panicked. Hey, slow down. You've taken all of it. Lu Yin opened his eyes and glanced at him. You've gained quite a bit, haven't you? Not a bit, my ass. I don't want that sort of gain. Slow down a bit, and don't take all of the star energy. Nong Zaiqian hurriedly retorted. Lu Yin did not want to harm Nong Zaiqian. Although this person was from the 6th mainland, Lu Yin always felt that this person was his lucky star. Every time he saw Nong Zaiqian, something good would happen. Thus, Lu Yin slowed down his absorption speed. Nong Zaiqian's storm of star energy continued for another 2 days. After 2 days, he laughed maniacally. Time's almost up, so I'll be leaving first. Thank you, big brother. Without your reminder, I would have been reduced to ashes a long time ago. I hope that you can leave as soon as possible. He then disappeared and left the ruins of the Daosource sect. When he saw Nong Zaiqian leave, Lu Yin sighed. His eyes grew cold, and he began to absorb the remaining star energy at full speed. He only had 2 days left before he would be able to leave this place. As Lu Yin absorbed at full speed, the storm around his body grew even stronger. All of the star energy within the furnace's space gathered and poured into his body. He was like a monster that was madly devouring star energy. When an ordinary person broke through to the explorer realm, they would need to use up more than 100 star essence to circulate their star energy, which was the equivalent of 10 million star crystals. Lu Yin, on the other hand, needed 20,000 star essence, which was 200 times more than an ordinary person. It would take him a very long time to complete a single cycle, and it would take him even longer than an ordinary cultivator. However, at this moment, with such a terrifying absorption speed, he had completed a single cycle in less than 10 days. When he completed a complete cycle, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. Surging star energy swept out in all directions, causing the void around him to become unstable. The amount of star energy within his body had even surpassed that of an ordinary hunter. Unless an enlighter intervened, even a hunter would not be able to suppress him in terms of star energy. In fact, they might even be suppressed by him. This was the benefit of having more star energy. The more star energy one could circulate, the longer it would take to complete a cycle. However, at the same time, one's strength would also increase. At this moment, Lu Yin did not need to use his universal armor, the Yu's secret art, or even the dream finger to fight against an ordinary hunter. Generally speaking, a normal person's power level would increase by 10,000 after completing a single cycle. Correspondingly, if one wanted to complete a second cycle, they would need twice as much star energy and time. This was the same for Lu Yin. If he wanted to complete a second cycle, he would need twice as much star energy and time as the first. Lu Yin exhaled. If he wanted to complete a second cycle, even with Sirius's 100-fold absorption speed, it would still take him several decades. He could not afford to wait that long. After the second cycle, there would be a third, and he would only be able to complete his 9th cycle when he broke through to the hunter realm. Above the hunter realm, he would still need to absorb star energy to complete a cycle, and it would be the same when he became an enlighter. This was a level of unlimited cultivation, and if he continued to absorb star energy at a 100-fold rate, he would not be able to live long enough. He needed to find another method, such as a powerful flame. The scene in front of him suddenly blurred, and the time was up. Lu Yin relaxed, as he had not died, but it was a pity. If he had stayed here for a while longer and absorbed all of the star energy from the natural treasures, he might have been able to close in on completing his second cycle. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin returned to a secret room in King Zishan's palace. He cut a sorry figure, as not only were his clothes gone, but his skin had also been charred black by the flames, and there were even some burn marks in some places. The pike, the Enneatic wings, and the void thunder beast's flesh that he had brought with him were all gone. He did not know if this trip had been worth it, but it had definitely left a deep impression. After experiencing 2 near-death situations, Lu Yin decided that he would not return for the time being. Regardless of whether he ran into the 10 arbiters or the Realmlings, he would not be able to fight back unless he was absolutely certain that he could escape from them. During this time, Zhao Ran was very vexed. She had been living in King Zishan's palace, and every day was very leisurely. His Highness did not show up much, and she did not need to do anything. However, ever since the Great Eastern Alliance had been established, she had been very busy. Congratulatory gifts had been sent to King Zishan's palace from all over the universe. These gifts were not for the Great Yu Empire, but specifically for His Highness. Thus, there was a problem. There were so many congratulatory gifts that the storeroom could not hold them all. If it were just these gifts, she could slowly sort them out. However, the annoying part was that she would often forget things halfway through and then have to start over again. Along the way, new gifts would constantly be sent to her. Zhao Ran was very depressed, as it was so difficult to sort them out. Right, couldn't she just have His Highness spend some of the gifts? Zhao Ran's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly jogged to the living room to wait for His Highness. Not long after, Lu Yin sent Gavin to King Zishan's palace to ask about the cooperation with the Nalan family over the past half a month. Zhao Ran was already waiting in the living room, and she wanted to say something. Lu Yin found it funny. "Zhao Ran, is something the matter?" Zhao Ran nodded and looked at Lu Yin with wide eyes. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze suddenly became confused. "Who are you?" Lu Yin was speechless. After a while, Zhao Ran looked at the piece of paper that she had placed in front of her chest and suddenly remembered. "Ah, His Highness, you've come out of seclusion." Lu Yin nodded. Zhao Ran, amnesia is an illness. Has it been treated? I'm out of stock, and there's no way to treat it, Zhao Ran answered seriously. Lu Yin actually had no way to refute this. All right. What did you want to talk about? Zhao Ran thought about it. Oh, right. I remember now. The storeroom is full. The storeroom is full. Lu Yin did not understand. Zhao Ran nodded. Many people have sent congratulatory gifts to His Highness, so the storeroom is full. It's not easy to sort them out. You should spend some of them. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Right, he had forgotten that many powers that did not belong to the Great Eastern Alliance had sent congratulatory gifts during this period of time, including Shamrock Enterprises, Endless Borders, and so on. These gifts had been piled up in the storeroom and had not been touched. Lu Yin felt an itch in his heart. Previously, he had rolled 6 pips on his die, and he had spent more than 100,000 star essence in one go. He had been worried about not having enough money, but now that he had discovered a way to rapidly absorb star energy, he needed a large number of natural treasures. His lack of money had become even more severe. Let's go. Show me around. Zhao Ran hurriedly led the way. She was very happy, as she finally did not have to tidy up the storeroom every day. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.